Disclaimer: this audiobook is narrated by an artificial intelligence, AI. While every effort has been made to ensure accurate pronunciation, there may be occasional small glitches in pronunciation. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and we appreciate your understanding and patience as we strive to deliver an engaging and informative listening experience. Thank you for choosing this AI-narrated audiobook. Thug Mentality Exposed, author Rayford Johnson. Introduction. I started writing this book more than 7 years ago while working at N.A. Chatterjee Youth Correction Facility, where thug mentality is alive and well, and violence was a regular daily occurrence. Being a thug behind these barbed wire fences is not a badge of shame for many, but a badge of honor. Why? Because thug mentality is a mental weapon they used on the streets to intimidate others and to obtain the nerve to carry out some of the most heinous and vicious crimes imaginable upon their street rivals and the innocent victims within their community with little or no conscience at all. This book will discuss how this mentality is cultivated and why it continues to be embraced. Thug mentality has crept its way into society's households because it's not easily identified as some might think. It is often masked as just a fad, and it has a trendy, cool face to it. One can go to most malls and at the athletic and youthful clothing stores, and they'll find playing on multiple television sets gangster rap or hardcore rock videos. Fortune 500 corporations are cashing in on the gangster image, which is spreading this thug mentality like wildfire around this nation and world. This mentality is not just associated with rap and rock music, but with many styles of music as well. It's a mentality that is programming new values and beliefs in our society, which in turn is creating new destructive behaviors and cultures. In the thug culture, rebellious and criminal behavior is not only tolerable, but also encouraged. Individuals who commit crimes such as assault, robbery, rape, and even murder are often looked upon as heroic. Getting locked up is now a badge of honor. Going to prison is like getting a scholarship to a prestigious university in the thug culture. An example of this is the infamous gangster rapper X-Rated. His album sales and popularity have soared nationwide since he was locked up over 10 years ago for murder. To date, he has made over 10 albums utilizing prison phones for a recording studio and has sold more than 400,000 copies. What do these astronomical sales figures say? It shows this is a widely supported and thriving culture. Gangsta music is now outselling every other type of music. What does that say about the overall values of our society when the gangsta entertainment industry has risen to be one of the most profitable? Meanwhile, society wonders why gang membership is soaring in our communities. It's because thug mentality makes gangs look attractive, because those who embrace thug mentality often want to legitimize their thug by keeping it real. Gangs offer that perfect avenue for those individuals in that they offer an exciting role that is perfectly gangsta. Hollywood scripted to live out a thug's fantasy. Thug mentality is not biased to just the lower income hoods or ghettos. It is thriving in every economic class from city to city. Growing up in my community, many of my close friends and peers had extensive criminal records and joined gangs, and a number of them were shot and even killed. Two very close friends of mine were murdered growing up, one in a gang-related drive-by shooting, and another was killed right in front of the house I grew up in. The latter was murdered after an ongoing verbal feud with a hardened ex-con from down the street erupted in gunfire in the early morning hours which left my childhood best friend with a fatal gun blast wound to the abdomen. The shooter was a career criminal with a lengthy prison record. I hear more tragic stories from time to time about the peers I grew up with. Recently, I found out one was killed in a shootout with police, and another was killed in a gang related home invasion in which he was the invader. One was stabbed to death in a dispute in front of a pizza parlor. Another, who has been in and out of correctional facilities all his life, is now a nationally known millionaire gangsta rapper. A few of my former peers are currently pursuing their gangsta rap careers. Also, another childhood friend is in prison with a life sentence for a gang related killing. Another is using a cane after he was sprayed by gunfire. An extreme situation is also a peer who has to urinate using a plastic bag after he was shot in the groin area in a gang related incident. The area I grew up in was a nice, mixed ethnic, middle class neighborhood in South Sacramento. We played Little League, some of us were in the Scouts, and some of our families went to church on a regular basis. What happened in this nice middle class neighborhood? A thug mentality happened. It planted its poisonous seeds through its music. I was there to see it grow for years, as I also saw the hearts of fairly innocent, good hearted kids grow cold and hardened during the gangsta rap era in the mid and late 1980s. Gangster rap was the manual and doctrine for what was cool. The artists gradually became our role models. It was simple. They had money, fame, women, and respect. And we wanted it too. My conscience, without me realizing it, started gradually becoming desensitized to the immoral messages being preached to me through the music. After a period of time, I became tolerant of it, even craving to hear it. It was very liberating music, listening to someone put out the message that they didn't care and didn't have to listen to anyone but themselves and have people admire them for it. As I grew older, life was becoming more stressful due to all the rules and responsibilities that were being loaded on me in the process of preparing for adulthood. The thug life appeared simple, exciting, and carefree to all of us. Did I become a hardened criminal? No. Did gangster rap corrupt all my friends? No. As a matter of fact, some of them went on to be very successful and are now giving back to their community in various ways. I didn't do drugs based on talks with my mom, who would, on a regular basis, point out to me two individuals on our street who had done marijuana laced with a foreign substance, which made them insane and gave them permanent brain damage. I still thank my mother for those talks because that was the most potent deterrent for me never to do drugs. It wasn't because I was so good, because I wasn't. It was indeed because I was too scared to try them. My late father was also a solid deterrent for me in that he was a great role model who I will always have deep respect for. My parents lived out God's word in our house all the time. It was virtually impossible for me to develop a hardcore mentality, no matter how hard I might have tried, because it was the word of God being preached and lived in my home, keeping my conscience alive. Thanks to godly parents, the word of God eventually won the battle for my heart, not thug mentality. I'm also grateful for my sisters and brother-in-laws who believed in me and helped me get back on the right track when I was starting to fall off. The Holy Spirit compelled me to write this book for the ones who are going through life aimlessly, to help them find God's mission for their life. The Bible states, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." Proverbs 29:18. I wanted to put everything in this book that I wish I had known or applied while I was growing up. I did not write this book to be judgmental because I know I'm far from perfect, but to challenge the destructive beliefs that are shaping and molding the mentalities and cultures within our world. The lessons I have learned from the wards that I counseled over the years have been priceless. A little over 7 years ago, I told the wards at the correctional facility where I worked that I was going to write a book and that I would need their input. I conducted countless anonymous interviews and received quotes and stories that would help society and myself better understand their views about life. I also let them know that their stories could possibly help many youths who were heading toward the same road they went down. Contrary to popular belief, there's a great amount of pain behind the masks, mixed with some remorse and empathy. Many volunteered enthusiastically, feeling that their story was an offering or atonement for their past sins. In their interviews, you will read and you will hear a lot of hurt, anger, malice, and lack of remorse for the sins they've committed. However, the majority, I believe, deep down inside, know that their stories might reach and deter a hurting or naive youth from heading down a destructive path full of painful regrets, prison time, or death. From the numerous interviews, many of which are not contained in this book, I have learned to be more effective in relating to them as well as to countless others. I have discovered that true wisdom and knowledge can come from just humbling yourself and listening to others. Many intellectuals and texts claim they know the thug mentality, but I have learned that every individual has their own unique story about why they have come to embrace the thug culture. I will be forever grateful to the youth within the California Youth Authority, CYA, who have shared their stories with me. For their protection of privacy and per legal counsel, the wards will remain anonymous. I have edited out certain specifics within their quotes and stories, along with blocking out recognizable faces in the photographs. Is education the key? As a photojournalist for over 20 years, I have attended countless forums on youth issues revolving around gangs, crime, drugs, teen pregnancy, unemployment, and the escalating high school dropout rate, 30% and growing. Education is the key. I've heard it over and over. Knowledge is power. I agree. But I also know that power given into the wrong hands can be very dangerous. For example, when I look at the music moguls who have been heading up the thug mentality culture, such as Russell Simmons, Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, P. Diddy, Master P, Jay-Z, and others, are not only hip hop artists, they are shrewd, intelligent businessmen. They are educated and full of knowledge, which has given them the power to influence millions to embrace the thug culture, while at the same time allowing them to profit beyond most people's wildest dreams. They are not just investing in music, but numerous other profitable industries. They have inspired countless youths to obtain knowledge in owning their own businesses. Though owning a business is a good thing, their message can inspire youth to obtain knowledge for the purpose of achieving the power to obtain and operate their own gangsta dynasty, to be idolized and feared by others for their mafia type mannerisms. Speaking of using knowledge and creating business ventures, the thug movement has gained so much mainstream popularity that they even have named a number of energy drinks in honor of the culture. One is named Hyphy Juice, which is named after the hyphy movement, which will be discussed later on in this book. This drink is endorsed by gangster rapper Too Short. Then there's crunk juice, East Coast version of hyphy, introduced by the crunk movement's founder, gangster rapper Lil Jon. The other energy drink is called Pimp Juice, which is promoted by gangster rapper Nelly. A pimp is like a decorated war hero in the thug culture. Many of the music industry songs pay homage to pimps. Ice-T even has a CD, which is a step-by-step manual on how to be a pimp with real legendary pimps narrating throughout the recording. I mentioned this drink to a church youth group, and to my surprise, the majority were familiar with it. A few gave me their opinion on the taste of it. Notorious gangster rapper 50 Cent even has his own mineral water called Formula 50, which has global distribution. The entrepreneur's message is clearly present in many of these artists' songs, movies, and music videos. I often hear it from the wards on our unit. Many talks about how they want to make or produce a rap album, own a record label, and invest in real estate and other businesses to build their own gangsta empire. Though I am an advocate of entrepreneurship, absent is the foundation of morality in the way it is promoted in the thug culture. Is this the type of power we want our youth to have? A power that will lead them and others down a path of self-destruction? Think about all those who are in prison and are buried in graveyards that were inspired and manipulated by the knowledge of these elite gangsta artists to live out the thug culture to the fullest. Make no mistake, I am a strong advocate for education and vocational training. Do I feel it is a cure-all for the thug mentality epidemic? No. Let me tell you why. Thug mentality is truly a spiritual issue. This issue has to be dealt with spiritually before it can be dealt with in its natural state. It is the spiritual realm that controls the natural realm, not the other way around. God has the antidote in his word, as I will go on to explain in this book. To do so, this book is presented in 4 parts. The first, awareness, will explain the social issues and impact of thug mentality and its core beliefs, how it's been hidden as just a trend, and the horrific consequences, both natural and spiritual, it will have on those who embrace it. The second segment, knowledge, will discuss the ancient history behind thug mentality and its deep spiritual roots. I will discuss an awareness of how this mentality is being propagated through its music and culture and the spiritual purpose behind it. The third segment, wisdom, will discuss the only answer to this deadly epidemic and how to know God's perfect will and purpose for your life. The fourth segment, mission, will discuss how to discern and utilize your God-given gifts and talents. This, along with the previous 3 principles, will allow you to take action on the deadly thug mentality epidemic. Chapter 1, straight out of Babylon, prison culture. When people ask me about my career as a correctional counselor, many believe that I sit behind a desk in a nice office and summon a guard for my next counseling appointment. My duties as a correctional counselor have a much wider scope than that. To illustrate, let me explain what happened just 2 days ago. I was conducting a routine room search looking for weapons and gang-related contraband for our gang intelligence unit when suddenly I heard a commotion. I quickly exited the cell and observed a ward who just picked his handcuffs and evaded a correctional officer's grasp, racing down the stairs from the second tier. He comes down yelling his gang name, pumped up in a rage, swinging his cuffs as a weapon. He attacks a worker, fellow ward, before being maced by another officer. I then push him off the worker, but he runs under the stairwell. I take chase after him, catching up to him and restraining him to the ground before we are both fogged by a powerful chemical agent called Z505, released by another officer. Nearly 2 hours later, after I have finally washed the intense burning from my eyes and face, I have to physically push back another ward that attempts to barge out of a secured recreation cage. A few cages down, another ward refuses to give back his cuffs, angry that he has been denied a cage recreation mate. The ward has recently been placed on independent status and is a sure target for his former fellow gang members. We perceive he wants to set up a fight to get some of his respect back for being dropped from his gang, or as they say in YA, being placed on Leva status or out the car. As I walk back inside the unit, both my fellow officers and I are being verbally abused by angry inmates on both the top and bottom tier who are demanding to get into the one shaving cage, which also serves as a phone booth to either shave or use the phone for their monthly phone call. We have incident reports to write, and there's still many who need a shower, along with one more meal that still needs to be delivered through the tray slot in their door. As I'm looking for wards that still need their shower, other wards are demanding a one-on-one counseling session with me. Moments later, I hear what sounds like Niagara Falls. The ward that I restrained earlier has just flooded his room with water by clogging his toilet. Water is flowing down from the second tier to the first tiers into the cells of other inmates and down the hallway on the top tier. The wards on the unit are now yelling and demanding to have their cell decontaminated, yelling for their food, and others are still yelling for a shave, a telephone call, or a shower. I glance upstairs at Niagara Falls, make eye contact with one of my fellow officers, and just laugh under my breath, as I often do to relieve stress, trying to find the humorous side of every issue to keep my sanity. But as I stand there trying to laugh off the stress, we also have other wards holding their cell tray slots open in protest of one thing or another. There are only 3 officers on the floor, including myself, and one is outside on the caged recreation yard, still negotiating with that inmate to give up his cuffs. Meanwhile, the lieutenant has been called and they sent backup security to help us start pulling out wards in order to have the cells cleaned and disinfected. These wards are the most violent in the institution, with an extensive history of assaulting other wards and peace officers. As we escort one inmate in full restraints to the phone and shaving cage, who just the day before had rushed out of his room to attack a worker, he begins to demand another cell. There are not many cells available because many of the fixtures or toilets have been broken by angry inmates. After his room is cleaned and disinfected by inmate workers from another unit, he states, that I'm posting up, meaning refusing to move. I want a clean room. The duty light then warns the ward that they will deploy the pepper ball launcher on him, which contains hard plastic, balls filled with pepper ball gas if he fails to comply. He screams a mouthful of obscenities towards the Latin in security and then indicates he's ready for whatever they have for him. For many of these inmates, getting pepper ball scars is a way to obtain status for themselves and their gang. There is word on the unit that an Asian ward took 20 pepper ball shots. Attempting to compete, this inmate tears his shirt, then makes a turban and a mask and begins to hit his chest like King Kong, yelling out his gang name, as other wards from his gang cheer him on by banging on the door, some advising him, "Don't go out, while rival gang members advise him to break your life down. When it's all over, he walks proudly to the MTA, medical technician, for medical attention before being taken back to his cell, having taken 7 pepper ball shots, 13 short of the record. After a very long hour, we are finally able to secure him in his cell. I turn to my right and notice that a third of the day room floor is underwater, including our youth correctional counselor's office. I turn again to my fellow officer and laughingly smile in an attempt to lighten the mood. When I turn back around, security is shaking their heads, wondering what issue to attack next. The ward who had busted out of his cuffs or the ward who took the pepper ball rounds. The other wards become even more frustrated and angry, still demanding what they want. Meanwhile, it's institutional count time. However, we are unable to clear count due to the wards refusing to take the towels down from their cell windows. Others are plastering paper to their windows, so we are unable to see inside. Finally, their meal is served, leading to more tray slots being held hostage, more hails of verbal abuse coming from the unit, and new demands. Now we have a group demanding that the radio be turned on. A verbal battle between numerous wards commences, some demanding the oldies station, while the opposition is R and B. The radio will not be turned on due to the chaos. The refusal escalates the already frustrated wards, who are now even more angry because all the water has been turned off due to the flooding. The whole dorm is on a water management program, which mandates only 1 flush and 1 drink of water every half hour. Meanwhile, we have a program, recreational period, or group of inmates to retrieve from outside, and we have word that the 2 gang members associated, along with the 2 who caused the earlier incident, are refusing to take it down to their cell. The reason is that one of them has refused to have his cuffs checked, so we can assure that they are double cuffed. Just 2 days ago, we had to restrain this ward in shackles after he exhibited hostile and aggressive behavior towards staff. A cell extraction is about to proceed, so the video camera comes out, and the wards begin yelling their monikers and gang names to the camera, excited about being taped. In the interim, we are escorting other wards into the unit, attempting to avoid the terrain of floodwater. Many of them are becoming angry, believing that someone else's piss water has saturated their cell. The dorm's volume has escalated a couple of notches because the wards now realize the lateness of the hour and know many will now be unable to shower, shave, or use the phone. A half hour passes. The 2 gang members in cage number 2 finally comply before the pepper ball launcher is deployed again. They are taken in the shower to be held temporarily until their room has been disinfected. To this point, I have been on the unit for roughly 15 hours and 30 minutes, which is not unusual. Many times we are forced to stay due to staff shortage. But today, I'm working a 16-hour shift because of a shift swap. We have made a little dent in the floodwaters. Numerous officers are on the unit assisting in supervising the wards on the cleanup team. At 22:10 hours, the Lao Tzu tells me that I'm released to go home, since by law, I can't go on to work the 17th hour. My coworkers look and smile at me in envy, knowing that they're being held over for an underdetermined amount of hours. Tomorrow at 0600 hours, less than 8 hours away, I will report back to the unit again, working off of less than 6 hours of sleep due to my hour commute, with reports to write and individual counseling sessions to attend to. Days like these are not uncommon. Sometimes they include riots, gassings, feces, and urine thrown on staff, attempted suicides, and staff assaults. You ask, do I like my job? To be honest, I love my job. Days like this are not every day. And, there are many inmates who have a true desire to change. They just need the right tools. And it is my job as a counselor to provide them. I believe that this is my God given purpose. Therefore, it brings me joy and satisfaction, even in the heart of the trials and tribulations that occur. Ward Stories.
My crazy life. As I was growing up as a young teenager, it was very hard for me to understand what was right from wrong. But as I was becoming a young man, I started to realize my mistakes were very wrong. As I was growing up, my mom and dad used to tell me to do good and stay in school and do something good with my life. But during that time, I started to get more involved into gangs and going to parties, so I didn't care what my parents told me. Every time my parents told me to do good or was telling me not to go out at nights with my homeboys to parties, I would ignore their wishes, and whenever they told me these things, I would sit there and listen to them give me their advice, but it would go through one ear and out the other. I was being very ignorant and didn't want to listen to no one's advice, but one day I started to realize and regret everything I was doing and knew I was in the wrong. I wasn't thinking about the consequences of my actions I was doing. I didn't really care because I used to tell myself I would never get caught up and go to jail or anything. I wanted to do what I wanted to do whenever I did it. I didn't care. I used to love going to parties whenever there was one popping off somewhere. I would go with my homeboys a lot, and things turned out to be fun, and I thought all parties were going to be fun for me. My parents didn't like me leaving the house at night and going to parties, but I didn't care. I still went anyway. One day my homegirl called me up on the phone and asked me if I wanted to go to a party with her. She also told me there is going to be a lot of girls there, so that caught my attention, so I said yes, but not knowing who is going to be there and who is throwing the party.
I didn't think of it. So my homegirl came and picked me up, and we both left together.
When we got there, it looked to me like it was going to be a fun party. We both went into the house, and right away I started talking to the girls because that was my type of thing. I started to dance with some girls when this guy came up to me. I didn't know who he was. I was trying to figure who he was because he looked like someone I knew from my past. Then all of a sudden he started introducing me to some other guys that were there at the party. Then he took me to the other side of the living room where there was not much people dancing, and he hit me in the face. I kind of fell back a little bit, then I caught my balance and I started to fight back. Then I noticed that he was an enemy from a different gang. A lot of the girls and people that was there started to get scared and left. I was trying my hardest to self-defend myself until other guys jumped in on me. Then I started to tell myself I wasn't going to win. I was getting jumped so bad I blacked out. All I remember is waking up the next day in the hospital. I had to stay the night in the hospital for 3 days until they let me go home. I was hurt very bad. My face and my head looked like a smashed pumpkin. When I went home, my homegirl paid me a visit to tell me how sorry she was, but I told her it wasn't her fault. She sat there and told me all about that night and details about what happened to me that night. She told me she thought I was going to die and she was very scared. I didn't blame her for nothing because I wanted to go. The following week I had a lot of time to think about my actions. I sat there at home and started to realize a lot of the bad choices I was making. Me getting jumped at that party had a big impact on my life and made me think twice. I finally realized I was in the wrong for going to the party and I should have took my parents' advice and stayed home. Being ignorant didn't get me anywhere. I know that there are a lot of teenagers out there that don't like to listen to their parents, but what does it have to take to open up their eyes to see how dangerous things can get? How come something bad has to happen to get your attention and find out the hard way while you can stop now and think twice about your life and what you're doing? You don't need a wake-up call because next time it might be too late.
Why I stay in this crip life, as I enlighten you on why I stay in this crip. Life. I like to say it was never a choice. What I mean is, when I was growing up, my mother and father were enemies. I needed love and wanted to give love. Give my mother love, my father will hate me. Give father love, mother will hate me. That is what I thought. So I gave the homies love, and that gave me love. I led a lot of kids into negative behaviors because I knew they looked up to me and that I could get them to do the things I wanted because they seen me as an idol.
I don't feel that hurting people is right, but I don't think that it is wrong. No one understands me. How could they when I don't even understand myself? I am afraid of the unknown. A lot of other people should feel the same, if they knew not only what I am capable of doing, but what I plan to do. If they did know, they would have me put to death.
After I am deceased, they would take my brain and examine it to try to understand what God has created. As sad as that fact may be, I am not sad. In fact, I hope that after I pass away, there is someone to examine my brain. Then people would come to understand that maybe this is not my fault.
Maybe God has made another mistake. God created Satan once. Could it be that he made the same mistake, or a similar one? I hope so. Why? Well, then my actions would be justified that I was not given the freedom of will. My fate was preordained. If that is the case, then I can commit any deed that my heart may desire, and know that no matter what I do, I will be damned to hell. The signs of a monster were present from day one, but nobody took the time to look. But like I said before, I am not like any other. I wasn't molested as a child. I never tortured any animals. I wasn't an abused child. All of the signs were still there. The hallucinations, the hearing of voices, being placed in mental institutions numerous times for a variety of reasons, all have something to do with the other somehow. I like seeing people in pain, in a lot or in a little. It really doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter if I am the one inflicting the pain or not, just as long as you are in pain. Age is of no importance, nor is race, religion, or what the situation. You might be wondering what the person has gone through to make him into what he is not. I can answer that question with one word: nothing. But I know it is hard for the brain to assimilate that, so let's take it into further detail. Why do I like seeing people in pain, and when was the first time that I realized that I do? I like seeing people in pain because it is exciting. To see, read, or hear somebody being tortured ignites something inside of me that captures my attention. I don't feel that hurting people is right, but I don't think that it is wrong. I think that it is just part of life. I first realized that I was different 5 years ago, but it goes back further than that. 5 years ago was just the point where I was like, I am not like any of those around me. As I began to read a lot of fictional books that were suspenseful, horrific, and things of that nature about 5 years ago. I read about people being tortured, mutilated, raped, molested, kidnapped, shot down, and I began to think that I would like to do some of these things. I've already hurt people in the past, but the books were talking about taking it to a new level. Within time, I began to fantasize about some of the things that I wanted to do. It almost became an obsession. People ask me about my spiritual aspects concerning the things that I plan to do. I believe there is only one God. I believe in heaven and hell. I believe everyone will be held accountable for their actions. But like I said before, my destiny might have already have been written, and there is nothing that I can do to change that. I kind of feel the earth is preparing some of us for hell. In a sense, earth is hell. We now live in a place where kids are killed by the one that brought them into this earth. We have best friends murdering one another. We have mother and father having sexual relations with their own children. All of that and that is barely the tip of the iceberg. I feel that hell can't be too much more worse than earth already is.
I also practice hedonism. I pursue this belief as a way of life. I am infatuated with worldly possessions, big houses, fancy cars, women, jewelry, name-brand clothes, yachts, and foreign places drive me.
I want all of the finer things in life. One only has one life to live while on this earth, so why not make the best of it? There is always hell. To think about it, I am not afraid to go to hell, don't get me wrong. I don't want to go, but these worldly possessions have too much of a hold on me. I feel that hell may be my final destination anyway, so why not indulge? Unlike why I like seeing people in pain, my wanting all of the finer things in life has reasons. The most prominent reason being that as a child, I came from the slums, surrounded by bums. Even though my mom did the best that she could do, it was still bad. Wearing third-generation hand-me-downs, eating cereal with sugar water, sharing our apartment with roaches and mice. Even though I got used to living that way, I could never accept the fact that I would one day raise my family the same way. As I began to grow older, I slowly but surely began to think there was a way for me to live in luxury, but I had to be willing to take risks. At first, it started off with little petty things, but it soon escalated to bigger and better things. And as the prizes began to get bigger, so did the risks. I have committed robberies, burglaries, GTAs, assaults, and batteries. I sold drugs. I got to the point where I wanted money by all means necessary. On numerous occasions, I had to put my body through pain in order to obtain what I desired. I not only had to hurt myself, but I had to hurt others. It didn't, and still doesn't matter. It's a must that I survive at any cost. As of now, we live in a world where it is survival of the fittest. It is a must that you must be fit to survive. I proved that I can survive, and I will continue to do so until I no longer breathe. When I die, that is when I will stop doing what I feel I must do. And it is then, and only then, I will stop doing what I want to do and plan to do.
I put my family in danger. I joined the barrio because it runs in the family. That's all I know. The gang lifestyle was no problem for me. I breathed it and lived it. The only thing I don't like about gangs is homeboys passing away so soon. Yes, by me joining the gang, I put my family in danger, but they already done that before my time. I just added a little piece to the cake. My pro was excitement and the power. The cons are early death and return to jail or prison.
I have about 2 female relatives that are real killers. I am a known member of the most ruthless Blood Street gang in Compton, California. My whole family are gang members from the same gang I represent. My uncles, aunties, my dad, and a few blood cousins are deeply involved in blood gang activity. I have about 2 female relatives that are real killers and will take the life of a person without any remorse. The 2 of them are from the Blood Street gang. I myself witnessed these 2 relatives in a drive-by shooting trying to get a rival gang. The oldest out my 2 relatives got shot to death. She was being chased by some rival gang, and they started shooting at the car, and my relative took 2 in the back, and they came straight out her heart. And now she's dead, and her little sister is following her footsteps, killing people, robbing, stealing. And the bad thing is, she has a 1-year-old baby girl. She takes good care of her daughter, but her daughter can easily be killed as an innocent bystander and in a walk-up or a drive-by shooting. And she has about 25 murders under her belt. And I'm not just talking. I swear it's the truth. But it's not a right choice to keep banging. The only reward is death or prison time. But it's up to you to make that choice. As for me, I can't stop, won't stop. I'm gonna bang till my heart stop beating. I don't believe in nothing but this street life. And if you really a dedicated Crip or Blood, keep banging, I'm out.
What am I thinking about the fact that I'm getting out? Well, as you know, I've been incarcerated going on 10 years coming the 24th of this month, November. I was in the I got arrested at the age of 14 for a gang-related shooting, and I'm currently 6 months away from my release back to society. What am I thinking? To be honest, I have been thinking of the many circumstances I can be placed in that will result in criminal prosecution and interfere with my release. Beyond that, I'm thinking about how I should conduct myself out there. I have good adaptability skills, but in my mind it's like, well, in order to adapt, I have to observe the conduct of others.
I think this observational period might affect how others view me, and also if I just go out there being myself, then people might think, damn, being locked up effed this guy up.
Other things that are on my mind about being released are 1. Pawn jobs, 2. Housing, 3. Schooling, 4. To family-friend relationships. First of all, I've never held a real job, so I don't have any job skills. CYA hasn't been able to provide me the skills on how to acquire a job, maintain it, nor did they train me in any trade. So knowing that I'm going out there with absolutely no job skills whatsoever has me thinking I got to sell drugs or rob people to make some money to get by in life. And believe me, I don't want to resort to this, and I will exhaust all avenues before I do resort to it, but this is my reality here. This is what I know how to do by nature. Now housing, I know where I'll be staying in Fresno. I plan to stay there with my sister. The reason I'm choosing to move there is to remove myself from the criminal and gang activity which is present there. I know a lot of people there who I'll feel obligated to kick it with if they're around. This is going to end up getting me back into the same activities I engaged in before I got arrested. So to minimize my chances, I'll stay out in Fresno where I can meet new people with better interests in life. Now what I am worried about is me having to be dependent on my sister for housing. I do not want to be a burden on her in any way. I know her doors are open and I'm welcome to stay at her house, but I'll be 25 years old. I need a house of my own. Now schooling, since my incarceration, I haven't been able to so much as obtain a GED or high school diploma, so that is one of my priorities to receive either one. I understand that any educational level can and will affect what kind of jobs I'll be available for, so I'm wanting to work on my schooling and go to college if possible. I'm thinking of trying to earn a degree in business management and theology, but I'm open to change. Whatever grabs my interest and has an opportunity for me, I'll jump on that first. It's all stepping stones in my eyes. I love to learn, so even if I don't end up going to college, believe me, it is not going to stop me from learning at all. Now, family and friend relationships, this is like the biggest damn thing I think about. I don't really have any affection for none of my family members. They are somewhat strangers we have never been real close to my remembrance. And since I've been locked up, they haven't been here for me in respects to emotional or financial support, so I always think about how it is going to be to socialize with them. Are we going to get along? Are we going to be at each other's throats? See, the thing is, I can get along with anyone, but there's these miserable people that I just can't stand to be around. They're so lousy that they want you to be lousy with them. And some of my family and friends are like that. And friends, since I'm moving out to Fresno, I really won't have too many of them back. But I think about how what they do may affect me. If they use drugs, am I going to end up using? I don't have a drug problem. If they run into problems with other gang members, am I going to back them up? The thing is, I know I'll back up my friends, family, at the expense of my life, and since I want to live a long life, I worry about this type of stuff. What else? Well, I think about all the food I want to eat, places I want to visit, women I want to marry, things I want to learn, languages, histories, religions, etc. All in all, I just think about striving to live a happy, successful, and prosperous life without disruptions. But since this is life on earth, I face reality. Life is going to have a lot of bitterness. Well, Brother Ray, this is all I have for you.
I was raised in the church. And on a daily basis, my family preached to me. But I was so infatuated and drawn to that impure lifestyle. I ceased to listen to anything my loved ones said. Now, through my journey of incarceration has not only made me wake up to the realization of the world, but has given me a chance to unfold and break these negative flaws that seems to bound me. I came a long ways, but still have so far to go. Say you have a daughter, right? You believe in being strict. You don't let her talk to boys on the phone. And when she's about to go out, you be all overprotective, making her feel that you don't trust her.
9 times out of 10, she's going to feel like she can't come to talk to you, whether it's about boys, sex, gangs, and peer pressure. Naturally, she is going to be curious, wanting to explore these things, and probably end up caught up having a baby, joining a gang, or having some type of STD.
All because her parents wanted to hide things like there's no such things as boys, sex, STDs, thinking they could protect their little girl from all this corruption of today. What a parent should have done was taken her to a library, read about diseases, show her them pictures of what can happen when you have unprotected sex. She might get the idea that you low-key letting her have permission to have sex. So what you do is let her know you're against it from the start, but also let her know you can't be there 24/7 to watch her every move. But it's her body and her decision. Explain as much about it as you can. Let her know the ball is in her court now. After you have that heart-to-heart talk, no matter the situation, she will always have trust to come talk to y'all.
I lost my freedom for them. I could see that being in the gang made my mom and dad start to care, and I saw it as a way to get the attention I wanted. But the bad part to being in the gang was I had to watch my back and sacrifice a lot of things. I would do bad things to win their acceptance. I lost my freedom for them, and my life is always in danger. Even now, I'm in danger, and I quit. It follows you for the rest of your life. I also learned quick that once you tell your own homies you don't want to gangbang anymore, they think you're weak, or they may respect it. I don't want to show my kids the wrong thing. I am their role model, and if I ain't got values, they won't either. You need to have values and goals, and your kids learn from their parents. I know the only thing a gang is going to get me is dead or in prison, and believe me, I don't want that. I have goals and plans.
My life is not the way it's supposed to be. I'm not sure how to put this. My life is not the way it's supposed to be. I've suffered trials and tribulations of an unprohibited thug. I thought that life on the streets of Stockton was such a beauty. Never and forever will I ever want to leave them, but at the age of 18 I understand much of what life has to offer. My mother is not in the picture and hates the way I lead my life. I can't blame her. I don't even know if my pops is alive, but I really don't care. If I understand nothing more than I do now, I will survive unless I realize there is something much more, something much different that I can take and get on a smoother road. That. The gangsterism of my vicious ways resembles some of my past life, something I will never forget. To the rest of the world or the norm society, I and the rest of my street family shall forever be outcasts. We shall never fit in. My time has been spent in the Y, youth authority, because of crimes that I did commit, and I am very proud of them. You say I am crazy, but am I? I just keep it real. I'm not gonna lie. I love what I do and what I'm about. Beatings, slanging, banging. It is all a part of something so beautiful in my eyes, which to y'all is filthy. To people that know me, they shall always love me. To people who hate me, they shall always hate me. But the weak will always feel my wrath. Not weak physically, but in your mind. To play you like chess is what I thrive on. To play you is to gain my life, but I'm the most loyal person out there. This is me, this is my life. You're stepping into something that might seem shallow, but it isn't. Gangsterism and thugism is a whole different thing. I'm ruthless in all activities because of this. The system and streets made me. At least they made me slowly over time. I would have to laugh if I said they didn't help me on my way to uncaringness. It is like drunken debauchery. I'm not insane, but it is funny. What is sane? What people understand hurts them, do them harm, or it can do the exact opposite and they can thrive from it. For all you that don't understand, you're safe. Look in my eyes one time, please. Pleasure runs quite frequently in them, but it is the pleasure that I want. When I started this thug life, it was because I was poor, and now it's because I've grown to love this. I still ain't got it all and probably will never be hella rich, but I still love this. Shh. Can you handle this? Maybe. Can you handle time? Maybe. I know I can. I ain't never gonna change. Like I said, I love this. Shh. The penitentiary is just the downfall. Are you ready, motherfucker? Cause I am. So let's do this and see who stands last. Cause I ain't going out. I keep it gangsta. Mr. Soldier.
Getting out the gang. Well, I started wanting to gang bang because when I was younger, I say about 11 or 12, I seen the respect and money, well, all the good parts of the lifestyle my cousin lived, and being that me and my cousin shared a room together, I looked up to him. I wanted to be like him. He was my role model. So I started off by always wearing the color red and smoking marijuana, running the streets with my cousin and the fellas who were older than me, so my mentality started changing. I started breaking the law first. It started small stuff like stealing cans, to stealing cars, and carrying handguns. Well, at the age of 14, I was put into the system, group homes, etc. I never stayed in the places they sent me to because I would rather be on the streets with my boys for the hood, locos. I was getting bad. I started smoking crank and robbing people. My own family was scared of me. They didn't want anything to do with me. Well, finally the law caught up to me and sentenced me to the youth authority for a burglary. Well, when I came here to YA, I found out the reason why I started banging was not the right reason. But the real reason is something I agreed on and fully dedicated myself to the gang. I sacrificed my PCDs, parole consideration date, and my family for a cause that I believe in. Will, after 2 years of sacrificing, my eyes were finally opened and seeing these guys in here don't function the way the teachings are said to function. So I decided to step away from the fake and look forward to the future with my family and try to be something in life. This gang-banging life ain't what people think it is. I still believe the reason why it started was for a good reason, but that reason is long gone, and people need to start realizing that and get on with their life. Because these people who call you their homie really ain't your homie, because when you are not a part of them, they want to start talking crap about you and to you. But when you are right there putting it down with these guys, you're their bro and all that stuff. But as soon as you separate yourself, all that changes. I seen that before I stepped back, and that helped me make my decision because I don't want to be a part of nothing fake, and that is going to keep me from being someone in life. I would rather have no respect and no money than to be fake with all that. Those are my reasons why I started gangbanging and quit gangbanging.
I became a neo-Nazi skinhead. When I was about 7 years old, I got taken away from my family and put into a group home. From there, it is life from group home to group home because I kept running. Eventually, I started to do good, and they let me go live with my grandma and grandpa in Colorado, and then we moved to Nevada. This is where I got caught doing everything because of how small the town was. So I had to come back to California, to another group home. I ran and came up north to stay with my mom in Modesto, where I was born. This is where I became a neo-Nazi skinhead. It started when one of my uncles got out of prison and seen me walking down the road. He pulled over and asked why I'm acting something I'm not. Be white, be yourself. Well, I got involved in robbing houses, and I was going out with a woman that was 12 years older than I was. I was 13 at the time. I got another chance, but then I screwed that up. I then got committed to the youth authority on January 1st, 2004. And this is where it mostly all happened at me being white power. I got labeled as SWP, so I said hell with it and followed through with it. I was at OH Youth Correctional Facility, and everybody looked up to me because I acted a lot older, and so I thought I had to act the macho look, and that got me to Chad, where I was influenced even more. I was reading nonstop about our cause and stuff about our ancestors, the stuff that they have accomplished for us, and how we were letting it get taken away from us so easily. To wrap this up, I am still known and involved with white power movements. I am a neo-Nazi skinhead known as Correctional. I follow the name too, but I'm changing slowly but surely. I still have my beliefs, but I carry them out in a different way.
Chapter 2, The Thug Culture and its Ancient Pagan Roots, the Spiritual Ingredients of a Thug. People sometimes ask me when I'm teaching on this topic, why do you have to bring religion into it? Through my research over the years, I have discovered that every component of thug mentality is religious, even the name thug itself. Believe it or not, all of it has its roots in Bible history. It is impossible to deal with this subject effectively without dealing with it from a spiritual level. To do otherwise would be just plucking the fruit and leaving the root. I do not ask my caseloads anymore when they plan to get out of their gang. I now ask them, when are you going to come out of that religious cult? After researching the history of the dark Babylonian arts, it is evident that street gangs possess and practice everything a typical pagan cult does. Let me explain. The definition of an occult is relating to, involving, or typical of the supposed supernatural, magic, or witchcraft. Let's first look at some of the cultic practices that were done in ancient Babylon. Drugs, human sacrifices, tattooing, sexual perversion, cursing, musical worship, dancing, a form of worship, chanting, painting symbols, graffiti. How many similarities do you see between these acts of the occult and those of the street gang? The music industry has become the street cult's supreme guru and church. This music has created a cult of millions of thug wannabes. What is a cult and where do cults come from? The question I'm often asked is, where did all these religions and gods come from? And how do I know which one is the true one? Well, if you believe the Holy Bible, which later on in this book, I will present to you undeniable proof why the Bible is the most supernatural and accurate book ever created. And do your research, you will discover that you can trace all the foreign gods, such as Tao, Taoism, yin and yang, associated with martial arts, yoga, feng shui, and tai chi. The numerous Hindu gods, such as Kali, Shiva, Greek gods, such as Zeus, Amitra, and even the Muslim god Allah, back to ancient pagan worship, dating to Babylon. BC, as described in the book of Genesis of the Old Testament. Bruce Lee, the deceased legendary martial artist, writes Bruce Lee's wisdom for daily living on unity with Tao. A personal experience. I lay on the boat and felt that I had united with Tao. I had become one with nature. In his book, Tao of Jeet Kunedo, he writes, the spirit is no doubt the controlling agent of our existence. This invisible seat controls every moment in whatever situation arises. It is thus to be extremely freedom never stopping in any place at any moment. Preserve this state of spiritual freedom and non-attachment as soon as you assure the fighting stance. Be master of the house. Entertainment is one of the biggest catalysts of the occult because entertainment molds the culture within our communities. We have Harry Potter, which has inspired countless youths to experiment and engage in witchcraft and the occult. Why? Because the youth are eagerly looking for something powerful, real, and supernatural to solve life's problems and bring excitement and purpose into their lives. The Disney series That's So Raven is a show about a young hip girl with psychic abilities, which she utilizes to navigate herself and others magically out of life's problems. The Bible defines this as witchcraft. Jesus' disciples casted out a fortune-telling demon out of a girl in the New Testament book of Acts. Chris Angle, a modern-day warlock who dresses and looks like a rock star, has his own show on the Discovery Channel where he demonstrates his black magic every week. In one episode, he walks on water. In another, he walks straight through glass. But where did this cultic worship start? The Holy Bible brings light on this in the book of Genesis in the Garden of Eden. Believe it or not, but many of the cult legends and beliefs validate accounts of the Garden of Eden and the Tower of Babel. My brother-in-law, who is a missionary trainer, told me of a friend he had who went to do mission work in a primitive village in Africa. When he began to tell the tribe about the biblical story of Babylon and how the people had begun to build the Tower of Babel, he noticed the tribal members became very attentive. Once he had finished telling the story, one of the elders of the tribe, through a translator, told him that the story of Babel had been passed down to their tribe for centuries and that his ancestors were involved in that monumental construction project. This tribe was so primitive that they had no written language and had never heard or been told about the Holy Bible until the missionary spoke of it. In many of these occults throughout the world, they pay homage to the snake or serpent as a sign of wisdom. Let me give you a little background on the serpent from a cultic perspective. One of the Babylonian gods named Asherah, in which the Israelites of the Old Testament, in their disobedience, built altars to called high places, where perverted sexual rituals were performed under, believed that it was Asherah's snake that enlightened Eve to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge so she could be empowered and be like God. A Satanist on my unit told me he believed likewise. Many religions, such as the ancient Mayans and voodoo tribes, also paid homage to the serpent. It was Satan, the serpent, which first isolated and convinced Eve to eat from the forbidden fruit. Satan tempted her by making her believe that he would reveal to her a powerful secret, a secret that he said would empower her to be like God. The temptation was so great for Eve that she disobeyed God's divine order of Adam as headship over the home and asserted herself to make this tragic decision herself, which Adam followed. This was the first recorded act of feminism, 1 Timothy 2:14. Satan's great secret was sin, and steadily throughout the years, he cleverly crafted sin within man-made religion. Once Eve took part of the fruit of the tree of knowledge and gave it to her husband Adam, Satan's secret would be revealed for all mankind. Satan had a diabolical plan to get man to meet their fate in the eternal lake of fire, just like he and his demons would. Satan had been ejected out of heaven for the treason he committed against Almighty God as the head angel. Lucifer, which he was known at the time as, was found with the sin of pride in his heart. He desired to place his throne over God. He wanted to be like God. The Holy Bible makes it very clear that Satan's main objective and mission is to be worshiped, whether directly or indirectly. We see this in Scripture when Satan attempted to get Jesus to worship him in the desert during the 40-day fast. The Bible describes how Satan set up temples so people would sacrifice to his demons, which indirectly gave him worship because he is the king of the demonic underworld. All false gods and religions are creations of Satan. Therefore, the worship of them is the worship of Satan. 1 Corinthians 10:20. No, but the sacrifices of pagans are offered to demons, not to God. And I do not want you to be participants with demons. 1 Corinthians 10:21. You cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of demons too. You cannot have a part in both the Lord's table and the table of demons. 1 Timothy 4:1, instructions to Timothy. The Spirit clearly says that in later times, some will abandon the faith and follow deceiving spirits and things taught by demons. Revelation 9:20. The rest of mankind that were not killed by these plagues still did not repent of the work of their hands. They did not stop worshiping demons and idols of gold, silver, bronze, stone, and wood, idols that cannot see or hear or walk. Revelation 16:14. They are spirits of demons performing miraculous signs, and they go out to the kings of the whole world to gather them for the battle on the great day of God Almighty. This is the culture of thug mentality. The music these artists create is all about worship and glorification unto themselves. Through their talents, they have obtained followers who worship and idolize them, known as fans. Hip hop artists Jay-Z and 50 Cent are now doing Reebok commercials in which the slogan is, I am what I am. A quote from God in Exodus 3:14. This is what the hip hop culture is teaching, to be your own God. The hip hop culture and the thug culture are synonymous in that they are one in the same. Kimora Lee Simmons, the wife of hip hop mogul Russell Simmons, writes in her new book, I am a goddess, and my body is my temple. Back to the story. Satan, in his bitterness for being casted out of heaven, wanted revenge, knowing he was no match for his creator. Satan and his demons planned to attack God indirectly by deceiving man because they hated God, and anything that resembled his image and man was made in God's own image. So Satan's goal is to deceive mankind, to qualify them for eternal damnation. Genesis 1:27, 27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. So what was Satan's secret? After Adam and Eve broke God's commandment, they were evicted out of the Garden of Eden. The tree of life, which was beside the tree of knowledge, was protected so they could not eat it and live forever. The consequence of their sin was death, both physical and spiritual, eternal damnation, which meant total separation from God for eternity, along with the curses of life, sickness, famine, toiling of the land, etc. After the eviction from the Garden of Eden, man was sent into a cursed world full of famine, disease, danger, and excruciating hard labor. Man needed help. God still stretched out his hand to man with sacrificial rituals. However, man was looking for something easy, which would tantalize the flesh and give them supernatural power, magic, witchcraft, divination, sorcery over their problems and over others. Along with giving them pride, and the belief that they were too divine and in control, like a god or goddess. Satan offered quick spiritual solutions to man, in that he introduced new substitute gods to man. Knowing man had the innate desire to worship God, Satan fabricated a host of counterfeit gods to be worshiped through rituals that catered to man's sinful natures of pride, sexual perversion, and drug use, sorcery, among others. And in return, he promised to bless them by relieving some of the curse put on them by God. Satan gave them hope that through the rituals to those gods, they too could promote to become a god or goddess status, a common belief of cults. To be successful at this plan, Satan carefully crafted cultures that met man's fleshly desires. The acts of all the rituals to the gods had to be sinful. That's how Satan finally got what he wanted. And what was that? He finally obtained worship by getting mankind to perform sinful rituals to the false gods he created, which were dedicated to himself. In doing this, Satan was also able to hurt God's heart. He knew that God's word stated that the price of sin was death, not just natural, but spiritual death, and the spiritual is hell, first, then the lake of fire. What better way to get back at God than to deceive and send the very ones that God sent his son, Jesus, to die for, to eternal damnation? These religious cultures created by Satan became known as the occult. The next segment will enlighten you on how these very pagan rituals from Babylon are blatantly and covertly embedded, not only in thug mentality, but many of the cultures in America, and have been since this country's infancy. Satan has covertly infiltrated our society with cultic elements since the birth of this country, but that's a whole other book I'm currently working on. But to give you a little preview, for starters, the woman portrayed on the Statue of Liberty is the pagan goddess Ishtar, and the woman on the California seal is the pagan goddess Minerva. The Washington Monument is modeled after a pagan obelisk used in sexual perverted rituals that included homosexuality to the gods and goddesses. It was and is still used in pagan societies to worship the pagan gods of Baal. Pagan symbols such as the pyramid and the all-seeing eye on our $1 bill are all elements of witchcraft. January, March, Saturday, Sunday, Jupiter, and Mercury are not just days, months, planets, and cars. These are the names of ancient pagan gods and goddesses which have covertly crept into our society and have embedded themselves into our culture. The Statue of Liberty is the great harlot talked about in Revelations chapter 17. It is a replica of the goddess Ishtar, a consort or companion of Asherah, the goddess that King Solomon, who was guilty of offering sacrifices in the Old Testament. In the medical field, we have the ancient physician Hippocrates, 460 BC, 380 BC. The Greek physician known as the father of medicine, who instructed his students in astrology, saying, "He who does not understand astrology is not a doctor, but a fool." Each of the astrological signs, along with the sun, moon, and planets, is associated with different parts of the human body. Also, many natural herbals are referred to as being under the influence of a planet. The common medical symbol used by organizations is a short rod entwined by two snakes and capped by a pair of wings, which represents the caduceus or magic wand of the Greek god Hermes, Roman Mercury, messenger of the gods, originator of incantations, magic, conductor of the dead, and guardian of thieves and merchants. This is a segment of one of the versions of the Hippocratic Oath that medical doctors take in this country even up today. I swear by Apollo Physician, by Asclepius, by Health, by Heal All, and by all the gods and goddesses, making them witnesses that I will carry out, according to my ability and judgment, this oath and this indenture. So does this mean we shouldn't respect America and its government? Of course not. In the Gospels, Jesus paid taxes to the pagan government in his day and even instructed others to do likewise. He stated, "Give Caesar what's Caesar's and to God what's God's." Matthew 22:21. In the book of Romans, God's word tells us to respect the governing authorities. Romans 13. 1. Everyone must submit himself to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Does this mean these pagan symbols and cultures are okay with God? By no means. There is a spiritual consequence to everything done in the natural world. That is the reason why the crime and immorality are at an all-time high. The seeds of these sins were planted in this country's infancy. Yes, this country was founded on Christian principles. However, the truth is it was also founded on many pagan ones too. Some of the founding Christian fathers were Freemasons, which mixed Christianity with paganism. The Masons, if you do your research, are a modern-day extension from Kabbalism. Kabbalism was one of the dark arts learned and practiced by the Israelites when they were held captive in Egypt. When the Catholic Church was being formed in the 3rd century, there were secret groups that held on to the dark secrets of Kabbalism at the same time, attempting to hold on to some elements of Christianity. This doctrine evolved into the Gnostic Gospels, which mix sexual ritual, goddess worship, and elements of the Bible's New Testament together. They rejected the God of the Old Testament because they blamed him for trying to keep back the knowledge in the Garden of Eden. The Gnostic Gospels are the whole foundation on which the Da Vinci Code is based on. The Gnostic Gospels were not admitted into the Holy Bible because of their blasphemous doctrine and the fact they were written 150 to 300 years after the events they were testifying of. The writers of the New Testament were there at the time of the events, and there were many witnesses to testify for them, such as the Roman historian Josephus. Although America is known as a Christian nation, the fact remains it was also built upon many pagan beliefs. Think about it. How else do you think a nation could cultivate and condone such sinful acts such as slavery, racism, abortion, and homosexuality, among others? Though America is not alone, the paganism epidemic has spread like cancer through governments throughout the world, starting from the first structure of government in Mesopotamia, BC. Know your enemy. God tells us not to be unaware of Satan's schemes, 2 Corinthians 2:11. We all have the same enemy. His name is Satan or the devil. Any war general will tell you that in order to effectively fight your enemy, you must know his schemes. Many are indulging in pagan cultures and worship these false gods unknowingly, yet because of the spiritual laws in place. Some are reaping the same consequences of those who do it knowingly. The Bible says, "My people perish for a lack of knowledge." Hosea 4:6. Satan is continuously looking for willing vessels, bodies that will open themselves up to worshiping his many false gods and their cultures directly or indirectly. This is all designed to plant sinful desires within in order to do his Satan's will. Again, his goal is to direct you down a path of self-destruction to eternal damnation. Hyphy movement culture. I was talking to two wards a couple of weeks ago from the Bay Area, and they informed me about a new cultural movement that, with the help of modern satellite technology, is spreading worldwide fast. It's a movement called the hyphy movement. When I asked the wards what the movement was about, they all gave me similar answers, such as you go stupid, dumb, retarded. Then they told me about a ritual of the movement called Thizin, which is about taking e-pills, ecstasy drug, along with misc. Drugs capsulated within. I'll let them tell it to you in their own words.
Sometimes I fizz, sometimes I shroom, but whatever I do, I stay a tycoon. The hyphy movement is basically us niggas from the ghetto throughout the Bay Area really dancing and functioning in the streets, mostly hanging out of cans while the doors are open. Sometimes it gets out of hand due to cats coming from other cities and towns not knowing about the movement and trying to fit in and fall victim in this movement. Going hyphy is not ever said going dumb. Going dumb is shaking your dreads, hair period. If you ain't got none, shaking your head will do while hitting your turf dance. While going 18, which is another word used for getting hyphy in the Bay Area, we worship the music we listen to because most of the stuff we done did, or listen to because of the beat or simply cause the rappers from our stable, which means our town, city, or block. We go dumb mostly off of thizel, which is also called stunus, ethaz, and X. The pill for most gets us comfortable enough to dance. Even sometimes for some, it helps them drive better. This is the movement in the Bay Area that every child, teenager, and adults is in some way affiliated with. We get drunk, not really pissy drunk, but enough to know what's going on around you, but enough to hang out our scrapers and yell out our blacks that we're into each other. A scraper is a car by the name of a Buick in the year of the middle 80s to the late 90s. These cars are called scrappers because the dubs we put on them rub and scrape up against the fender and make a scrape-like sound. We have sideshows, which is where niggas from everywhere, mostly Oakland, come together on a strip in the town and start swanging and scraping our cars in circles. The cleanest cars, trucks, wagons, even vans on dubs profiling in front of hella niggas. We even got this hyphy movement with cars called the hyphy train. That's all cars from the sideshow and cars that was just watching form a long line and paint the town from like 9 p.m. to 5 p.m. Painting the town is going from the east to the west and from the west to the north. Remember going dumb, going crazy, and ain't listening is the same. Dancing drunk hella high off grapes, which is purple weed that is the best weed out since light. This is truly a movement in the Bay. All day, every day, you'll find someone in any kind of car profiling in and out of lanes, gassing and or braking. We high speed from the police, because most of us ain't got licenses, and we call that taking them on one, basically a long drive without giving up to the law. You learn more from listening to these rappers: Keek Da Sneak, E40, Mac Dre, The Team, Federation, and yes, the famous youngster from North Oakland, FAB. Use this information to build this hyphy movement we got going, not knock our foundation we're creating. Thiz Nation. Go dumb, go stupid, STUPID. Functions. A function is a social affair. A function is a place where a bunch of niggas as well as females go to have a good time. I would say the bigger percent of people that go to these functions are young black males from the ages 13 to 32, and usually are in some way or the other involved in the fast life, pimping, murder, dope game type sheepercent, and at the end of a lot of functions, things tend to get ugly. So my advice is if you are scared, then go to church. But yeah, there are all types of functions. For example, a rave is a sort of function. This is more of a middle-class type of affair, where anything goes: sex, drugs, whatever. White people usually throw raves, but in the Bay, us dudes don't discriminate. If it's poppin', then we are there, and at most of the raves I've been to, you had to pay to get in, but you got free e-pills, ecstasy. As much as you can take and it's open sex, you see people fupse-ing a little bit of everywhere. But that is a sort of function. But the functions I tend to go to, with me being in the dope game lifestyle, are a little different. In Oakland, that's all we do is get money, have sex, and have fun. The type of functions we go to are sideshows, concerts, and block parties. Me and my niggas have even turned high school basketball or football events into a function. Me and my rowdy ASJ partners would just get on the sideline and get real loud and hyphy and pump the crowd up until everyone is going dumb. Here is a quote from a Bay Area rapper, Mac Dre. We go STUPID. When we go to the club, we don't need ID. Everywhere we go, it's a party, y'all, and we go get it crackin' like the Mardi Gras, we go stupid. That's real as F word. That's all we do. And every day of my life when I was free was action-packed. But yeah, a sideshow is a function where a bunch of guys come together at a known rendezvous point with clean, fast cars and start hitting donuts. Then other cars come and join in, and onlookers comes to look, and pretty soon you have a function with a bunch of hyphy dudes and gangs of females and music. These sideshows go on for hours and word spreads quick that one is going on so pretty soon, it's a lot of different people from different turfs, cities, or spots, and that's why it gets ugly toward the end. The lil function usually gets broken up by gunfire, but hey, who am I to complain? Probably one of the dudes doing the shooting. But yeah, like I said, a function is a social affair where dudes get hyphy, go dumb and thiz all at the same time, so the functions I attend, with me being from the Bay, are an everyday thing. Quote, we thiz super sick with it, we is super sick with it. Hey, scrappa filled up with the Ripper's purple gone off that liquor. And if you want to know more about the functions, then go to one.
Let me give you a little background on the spiritual origin of this movement. The movement is based on the worship of the Greek god Dionysus. The followers of Dionysus believed that he was the presence that possessed a craving within man that desires to let itself go and to give itself over to their lusts and passions. In other words, anything goes. Dionysus was known as the spirit of unbridled passion, which meant they appeased this god by giving in to the most sinful desires with no willful restraint. Dionysus's companion was Pan, the demon god of sexuality and lust, also of music. There are numerous Hollywood artists who pay homage to Pan for the spiritual gift of music. The most celebrated guru of this Pan movement was Aleister Crowley, 1875-1947. Crowley was a faithful worshiper of Pan. He had his hymn to Pan read at his funeral.
I rave and I rape and I rip and I rend everlasting world without end.
Crowley had a significant impact on the music industry, especially rock and roll, which later evolved into heavy metal. Ozzy Osbourne even had a song called Mr. Crowley. You fooled all the people with magic. You waited on Satan's call. Mr. Crowley, won't you ride my white horse? Iron Maiden lead singer Bruce Dickinson said, we've referred to things like the tarot and ideas of people like Aleister Crowley. Their song, The Number of the Beast, said 666. The number of the beast, 666. The one for you and me. Marilyn Manson has a song entitled Misery Machine. The lyrics say, we're going to ride to the Abbey of Thelema. The Abbey of Thelema was the temple of Satanist Aleister Crowley. Crowley, who was also a Freemason, died a heroin addict. His last words were, I am perplexed, confused. This demon pawn was known to rival up other demons on earth to cause chaos, which came to be known as pandemonium. There are many cultic tribes throughout the world who worship Dionysus. Just like in going hyphy, which the movement states mean going dumb and stupid, the worshippers of Dionysus are no different. The Greeks' going dumb rituals escalated from getting drunk and high to orgies, rape, incest, murder, and even cannibalism to the point where they ate their victims alive, both human and animals, all for the purpose of giving praise and worship to Dionysus. Think these horrific behaviors are foreign to the hip-hop thug industry? Think again, there is now a song by a very popular gangsta rap artist named Brotha Lynch Hung, who has a song about cannibalism entitled The Return of the Baby Killer. The song is about his fetish for eating babies. A ward on our unit had the rapper's lyrics written down on paper in his cell. I discovered it during a cell search. When I questioned him and his peers about the song, they all gave the artist and the song high ratings. One of the individuals stated that it made him fantasize about cannibalism. These are the seeds that are being planted in this generation. Think music doesn't have this power? Listen to one of the artists from Bone Thugs and Harmony boast about their influence on this nation. Quote from the website, Bone Thugs Harmony.com.
It's basically what we've been trying to organize ever since we came out.
Crazy says of the mission for the group's new album.
We wanted to have a following of a whole lot of thugs, and if you listen to what is going on in the industry today, that's all people are talking about and claiming to be thugs. You haven't heard nothing about gangsters. We were trying to create a thug world order that we'd be running. We aren't finished with it yet.
This group has sold more than 15 million albums and has won a Grammy. Tattooing. Tattooing is quickly becoming a fast-growing ritual in the thug culture. Many get them to show society their allegiance to the thug life. There was a time when a person would usually have to take off their shirt or roll up their sleeves to show off their tattoos. But now, the growing trend is to have tattoos printed on blatant parts of the body, such as the hands, wrist, neck, and even face. This has become a harmful and even deadly trap magnet for many, especially gang members who tattoo their gang or disrespectful slogans about their rivals on these areas of their body. This week, I was talking with a ward who just recently placed Fuyi It on his eyelids. He also had 666, Mark of the Beast, on the back of his shaved head. Another had Fewer Sense of the World on the front of his neck. When I asked the first one why he did it, he stated, because I don't give a few percent, and then smiled in a deviant manner. These gangs and thug-related tattoos build up major obstacles for these incarcerated individuals when they attempt to break back into the job market after they are released. Often, after they experience rejection from the appearance of their bold tattoos, many violators have conveyed to me that they felt justified to turn back into a life of crime, which often leads them into a state of hopelessness and depression, which opened the door to walk back into the thug life where they felt loved and accepted. As I have stated earlier, thug mentality is all about intimidation because the culture believes that intimidation is power, and power creates respect. What better way to intimidate others than putting obscene, bold artwork and scary words all over your body for others to see? Putting their gang name on them is to convey that they have no fear and that they are willing to take on any challenge placed before them. Tattooing evil pictures and words such as snakes, demons, skeletons, and guns is often a defense mechanism to convey to others that they have an evil nature within. So beware, it's the same concept as a beware of dogs sign. The person who tattoos their body like this also knows that people know that this is not normal behavior and that they will appear to look crazy or insane to the public, which is their objective. Why? The majority of people in society fear crazy people because they can be violent and unpredictable. They know insane and crazy people intimidate those in society. So if they appear that way, then in their eyes, they obtain immediate power and respect from others. Criminals believe it makes it a lot easier when committing crimes on their victims because fear and intimidation are present by the mere appearance of their tattoos. Intimidation is the philosophy that is consistent in all aspects of the thug culture, such as the thug attire, gang related sagging pants, jeweled teeth grills, excessive piercings, bizarre hairstyles, or shaved heads, along with the playing of loud and obscene music. It's all about shock value because the belief is that shock presents automatic fear and intimidation. History of tattooing. Again, we can look back into the past and see that tattooing was a spiritual art form which derived from Eastern religions in pagan societies such as Babylon. Many people ignorantly rush to tattoo parlors, selecting any piece of artwork that looks cool or cute, not knowing the spiritual background and harmful consequence that the artwork or words might have on their life. God said, "Ye shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am the Lord." Leviticus 19:28. God said this because tattooing was a spiritual ritual of worship to the many false gods in the pagan culture. In the Ten Commandments, God said, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." Exodus 23. For not following these commandments, the consequence would be curses. A spiritual ritual to pagan gods is witchcraft, also known as sorcery. This is detestable to God. Listen to God's thoughts on this practice. "Let no one be found among you who sacrifices his son or daughter in the fire, who practices divination or sorcery, interprets omens, engages in witchcraft, or casts spells, or who is a medium or spiritist, or who consults the dead. Anyone who does these things is detestable to the Lord, and because of these detestable practices, the Lord your God will drive out those nations before you." Deuteronomy 18:10-12. This is God's spiritual law. Tattooing is a direct violation of his commandment. He didn't just make this commandment to be controlling. He made it because he loves us and wants to protect us from the evil spirits, demons. In the occult, tattoos were utilized as a way to open the portal of the soul to channel in spirits, which were demonic. As in other words, a tattoo is a door to the soul. Specific tattoos were utilized for various purposes, such as if a cult member wanted protection, he would get a tattoo of a warrior god or would get a tattoo put on them of a wild animal to channel the nature and fighting skills of the creature. If they were sick, they would get a tattoo of a healing god, believing they would be healed. In some cults, it is a common belief that after an individual dies, tattoos will help them be recognized in the afterlife. Believing that the spiritual guides can lead them to their divine destination without tattoos, they believe you will be lost in the afterlife, wandering around restlessly. In Hawaii, they even have tattoo priests and temples that assist individuals in obtaining what they believe to be the appropriate tattoos for the person's needs and spiritual development. The occult also believes that the pain they endure from the tattooing and piercings is taken up as a sacrifice to the gods, which they will be rewarded for enduring it. Much of the drawings, symbols, and line design patterns in these tattoo shops are of the occult. They are utilized to summon spirits. This means the original creator of the artwork received the inspiration through sorcery and divination for spiritual purposes. It is impossible to separate the artwork from the curse because they are one and the same. Many people have the yin and yang black and white symbol tattoo, which is associated with yoga, tai chi, and martial arts. This is a symbol of the pagan god Tao, which its believers say split into yin and yang and controls the earth with the 5 elements of nature. They believe that success and harmony in life come from controlling the energy from the elements called qi. This is done through breathing techniques, crystals, and yoga exercises, among other things. Some Satanists will get a pentagram print. Later in this book, I will tell the story of two wards who were in a cell of former Satanists who had sketched a pentagram into the cell floor. At night, these two wards stated that demons would come out of the pentagram and torment them with fear. Take notice that though these wards did not make the pentagram, they were still tormented by being in the midst of its presence because the artwork was satanically ordained as a door to the demonic spirit world. How many individuals have been duped into getting tattoo prints on them, which have opened a demonic spiritual door into their souls? Tattoos are a form of sorcery, communication with evil spirits that gives worship, whether intentional or unintentional, to pagan gods, which is giving glory to Satan. Recently, I was viewing a documentary on television on the various cultural practices of tattooing. It had footage of monks in Thailand conducting a massive religious ceremony with the intent to ignite and recharge the spiritual tattoos of the cult members. During the ceremony, over 200 tattooed individuals became spiritually possessed by the spirit of the images tattooed on them, which they referred to as deities. I watched in amazement as these grown men went ballistic, running uncontrollably in an unorthodox manner, like wild beasts. Those who had animal tattoos on them were acting out in the nature of the animal. A cult member with a snake tattoo on him fell to the ground violently and started slithering on the ground. One with a tiger tattoo began roaring like a lion with his hands in the air like claws, and then started to run and jump like the beast. When a member of the documentary team interviewed the cult members, they reported that they had been taken over by a spirit against their will. This tattoo ritual practice is not just practiced in Thailand. It is widely practiced throughout the world and has been for thousands of years, having its origin in cultic, witchcraft, and slavery. Just as slave owners in ancient times marked their slaves, tattooing has been a way Satan has marked individuals as slaves to his sin, the demons being their undermasters. What to do if you have tattoos? Ask God for deliverance from any curses and evil spirits associated with your tattoos. A prayer of deliverance is on page 62. Get them removed. So there are nonprofit organizations that offer grants for individuals to get gang-related tattoos removed for free. I heard one minister state that he was believing for God to supernaturally remove tattoos for those who wanted to be delivered from them. I believe this too. I have been supernaturally healed, so I am a true believer of miracles. The Holy Bible says, nothing is impossible with God. Luke 1:37. Profanity, cursing. Ever wonder why we have a desire at times to curse, to say sinful things that are out of context or literally don't make sense grammatically in what we are attempting to communicate at the time? Cursing is a sinful act, which Satan uses to curse the cursor. Cursing is an old witchcraft art form. It was used for the intent to speak out destruction and spells over someone. However, throughout the years, Satan has slickly embedded cursing into many individuals' day-to-day vocabulary. People curse for different reasons, such as to fit in, to emphasize their argument, to intimidate, or to be merely comical. The Holy Bible says, life and death are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. Words associated with their statements don't make grammatical sense. Cursing is a desire that Satan attempts to place in an individual to spew out sinful taboo words, which are fecal, sexual, malicious, or sacrilegious in nature. For spewing out these abominations, there are real spiritual consequences. God says in his word that we will be held accountable for every idle word on judgment day we say. Matthew 12:36. Bottom line, cursing is sin, and God's word says that the price of sin is death. The word also says that God will not be mocked. A man will reap what he sows. When a person recklessly speaks forth curse words, whether in anger or in their daily conversation, in the spirit realm, they're being held accountable for every word they say. Those words are seeds of curses and death because they are sin. And remember, the price of sin is death. A person's words are planting death seeds in their life, which will grow harmful curses. This is a spiritual law, just like gravity in the natural. That individual is literally cursing their life on a daily basis and not even knowing it. And that's the way Satan has purposed it. He attempts to manipulate us by embedding sin in society's customs and cultures so individuals can curse their lives away. The empowerment of a street name. At the prison, you can often learn something about an individual's character and past by simply knowing their street name or the terminology we use at the institution. Moniker. For example, a ward nicknamed Do Dirty most likely is known for his dirty or sinful deeds. Schizo acts like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde and probably displays a bipolar condition. Cocaine tells others his drug of choice, and Weasel is usually small, sneaky, and always up to something mischievous. Crazy, well, that needs no further definition. The music industry encourages street names. Here are just a few of the names of some mainstream gangsta rappers. X-Rated, Mac 10, Ghostface, Killa. The ideology is that the more deviant the name, the more respected in the thug culture because evil is equated to power. This is because evil creates fear by intimidation, and intimidation is perceived as respect in the thug culture. How can a street name be harmful? The Bible states that life and death are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 21. Something that comes from the tongue is our names. Names are very sacred to God. If we look in the scriptures, we see how God gave specific names to his servants. For example, he changed Abram's name because of his faith and obedience to Abraham, which means father of a multitude. He was given the birth seed of Israel. His wife Sarai's name God changed to Sarah, which means princess. God changed Jacob's name, who was the father of the 12 Israeli tribes, to Israel, which means God's strong one. Anytime God named or renamed someone, there was always a spiritual meaning and intended purpose behind it. When we use this frame of reference and look at a name like criminal or do dirty, what is the meaning of such a name? Just like there is the law of gravity in the earthly hemisphere, there are also spiritual laws such as the one I presented earlier. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. God prophetically named his servants based on what he planned for them to accomplish in their lives. When we look at Satan's name, the name Satan literally means slander. It has been his mission to slander God's name since his eviction from heaven. Satan has assigned and named his legions of demons, also because he too understands the power of names. Many of those in the ministry I've talked to have testified during demon expulsion sessions that evil spirits inside the possessed individuals would speak or screech out their names when commanded to by the name of Jesus, Philippians 2 to 10. Names such as lust, rebellion, hate, homosexuality are just some of the names of these demons, which identifies their assignment. I once had a possessed and deranged ward on a psychiatric unit who kept laughing in a demonic, creepy way while he was displaying bizarre behavior, telling me in a deviant tone that his name was Malice when I asked him in a commanding tone what his name was. Yet for that split second, he stopped laughing and became devilishly serious when he said the name. I knew by the Holy Spirit it wasn't him talking, but a demon inside him identifying itself. If Satan can name an individual what he wants, then he is likely to exercise his demonic prophetic forces over them. This goes in line with the spiritual laws. So when an individual accepts a name like Dirty D, Crazy, Lazy, Cocaine, or Criminal, the power behind the name is often what they can become. Whether it was a name that described a characteristic trait or the trait of an older OG homie, experienced and respected older gang member, the given name brought forth a prophetic manifestation. When an individual gives acceptance to a moniker or nickname that depicts a negative characteristic trait or is purposely named after an individual who embraced sin, this reinforces over and over every time that name is said the demonic power of the name over the individual's life. Recently, I counseled a teenage boy in the community whose father was killed in a gang-related shooting when he was an infant. The father was a well-known gang member. The son whom I counseled had been given his father's gang name. Though he really never knew his father, he had developed an innate spiritual nature of his father's negative traits. People who called him by that name reinforced these diabolical traits over and over. I advised him and his mother that the first step to deliverance was for him to disassociate himself from his nickname in order to be released from the evil spiritual stronghold. Doing this would allow him to develop the identity that God had destined for him, which was already inside him. I explained to him that Satan had created an identity for him to accomplish his will. I then told him that it was Satan's will to manipulate him into living a sinful lifestyle and then to kill him and take him to hell. I also let him know that God already had an awesome identity for him and that God's identity would prosper him beyond his comprehension, and that the only way he would find his true identity would be to develop a relationship with God by accepting Jesus as his Lord and Savior. Once he had done this, he should pray faithfully and develop the habit of reading the Holy Bible daily. During this process, God would reveal his identity to him through planting new desires, which are God's instructions, in his heart. Names can be a blessing or a demonic stronghold. When you call an individual by a nickname associated with something negative, you indirectly curse them by reinforcing the stronghold. Be careful with the words you say. The Bible instructs us that we will be held accountable on Judgment Day for every idle word we say. An idle word is a word said recklessly or out of carelessness. Remember, life and death are in the power of the tongue. Proverbs 18:21. Art of war or art of sin. The two most requested books by the thug and gang population in our correctional facility are The Art of War by ancient warrior Sun Tzu and 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene and Juiced Elfers. Some gang members have told me that these books are mandatory reading for members of their gang. They believe the strategies given to them in the book give them an edge over their enemy. Many have boastfully shared with me how they have deployed these tactics on others during their incarceration and how they live by them religiously for their day-to-day survival. I asked a small group of wards this week, do a lot of your peers read it? Referring to 48 Laws of Power. Yeah, everybody reads it, another said. You have to read it 3 times to understand it. Another ward says, it tells you how to manipulate and get over. You can use it anywhere. Image testimony.
It's been proven by myself. Why I choose to live by these laws is because these powerful and wise sayings have a lot of truth in them. It's been proven by myself and many others like me. Another fact is they will get you ahead in an environment like this. What I mean by ahead is on top of this game. For example, get others to do your dirty work, but always take credit. To me, this means to get others to do things for you, so you will never get your own self caught because your hands are clean. This type of thinking or belief brings a lot of manipulation and fear to others who are not aware of these laws, to the point that we feel they work. It gives a lot of power in a sense. This is one of the laws I like because it keeps people confused and lost. Keep others suspended in terror. Cultivate a cloud of unpredictability. Make others guess what your next move is, keeping them wondering.
Gangsta icons such as Jay-Z, Kanye West, 50 Cent, and the late Tupac Shakur have all been believers of these texts and have used them to build their gangsta empires. These 2 books are essentially one and the same. The principles in these books both derive from the ancient Eastern religion of Taoism. Let me give you some background on these 2 books, starting with The Art of War. During the 3rd to 4th century, China was broken up into numerous states that were feuding against each other for various reasons. Sun Tzu was a freelance military leader who would sell his military strategies to various armies. His tactics proved very effective, thus making him a widely celebrated military hero. From this book of his military strategies came many other books that not only catered to armies, but also business, sports, and personal development. Many live by these principles religiously and swear by their effectiveness. Here are some quotes made by those in the music industry who are students of the doctrine. The only book I ever read, I could have wrote 48 Laws of Power, Kanye West. In the 48 Laws of Power, it says the worst thing you can do is build a fortress around yourself. Jay-Z, interview in Playboy. The book is like a martial arts manual for the business, said Quincy QD3 Jones III. Law 28, enter action with boldness. The lesson, if you're low, choose a big target and attack them as boldly as possible. He continued, you have nothing to lose. 50 Cent has built his career from this law by verbally abusing a wide roster of hip-hop stars, which includes Ja Rule, The Game, Jay-Z, and Lil Kim in his songs. He has even verbally attacked Oprah Winfrey. In an interview with the Associated Press, he expressed his anger that she rarely has rappers on her program. How does he feel about this tension? I'm actually better off having friction with her. Let us take a close look at the core values of Taoism on which Sun Tzu based his war strategy. In war, I understand there are skillful, sometimes deceptive tactics that must be utilized. We can see examples of this used by Israel in the Old Testament. Yet, when a deceptive military mindset is utilized in personal and business relationships for selfish gain and power to manipulate, it is called witchcraft. Let me explain. Witchcraft is about attempting to control one's soul, mind, emotions, will. When you add the Tao spiritual component, it becomes witchcraft because the methods and tactics being used are from a spirit other than God. There are all types of methods of how witchcraft is applied, such as drugs, music, hypnosis, chants, tattoos, and written doctrine, all of which can open up and allow access to one's soul. In order to understand Taoism, one must first understand Tao. Tao is believed to be a power or energy by which all things are created and work together. In essence, Taoism followers believe Tao is a god of creation. Ancient Chinese philosophers would say that Tao was the alpha, beginning. Tao then divided into two spiritual principles. Yin and Yang represents negative energy and Yang's positive energy. Yin and Yang then created the five elements, which are wood, fire, water, metal, and earth. The yin yang symbol represents the ongoing conflict of these two spiritual forces in every action. The religion believes yin and yang and the five elements are in control of our solar system. They believe each element is under the guidance of a planet, along with the moon and sun, known as the seven rulers: Earth, Saturn, water, Mercury, metal, Venus, wood, Jupiter, fire, Mars. All these planets can either be yin or yang, producing an innumerable amount of astrological possibilities, which many occult practices attempt to interpret. Shushu is an ancient Chinese art of cultic ritual that practices divination, magic, dream interpretation, and fortune telling, among others. The governing spirit they believe that brings a balance to the yang and yin is called qi. Balance in Taoism is the key principle in creating holistic harmony in life. Ancient methods such as acupuncture, acupressure, martial arts, yoga, tai chi, holistic massages, crystals, and other similar Eastern art forms were created to conjure up the governing force of qi, also called energy, to bring balance to the yin yang, in order for harmony to manifest. In some belief systems, the yin yang symbol represents a bisexual nature. The theory goes, since there is some yin, female, in the yang, male, which is represented by the little dot, and some yang in the yin, it is interrupted as bisexuality. One of the most disturbing principles of Taoism is its odd belief in good and evil. Taoism teaches that in order for harmony to exist, a negative yin must balance out a positive yang and vice versa. In other words, the universe has to be balanced for all components within to be healthy. The belief is that good and evil complement each other. Therefore, the only wrong is having an imbalance of right and wrong. So, in essence, what is this saying? It says good can be good, and good can be evil, and evil can be good, and evil can be evil. So, wrong is right, and right is right, as long as it's the same amount. These are the core values of books like The Art of War and The 48 Laws of Power. Isaiah 5:20-21. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes and clever in their own sight. From gang members to mafia bosses to athletes, politicians, and business, some of the key principles from these two books. Art of War. All warfare is based on deception. When he is united, divide him. If the enemy general is obstinate and prone to anger, insult, and enrage him, so that he will be irritated and confused and without a plan, will recklessly advance against him. Offer the enemy a bait to lure him, then disorder and strike him. 48 Laws of Power. Law 3, conceal your intentions. Law 7, get others to work for you, but always take the credit. Law 11, learn to keep people dependent on you. Law 12, use selective honesty and generosity to disarm your victim. Law 14, pose as a friend, work as a spy. Law 15, crush your enemy totally. Law 27, play on people's need to believe to create a cult-like following. Law 37, create compelling spectacles. Law 42, strike the shepherd and the sheep will scatter. What type of impact has this philosophy had on our culture as a whole? Well, besides the standard of traditional morals, it has created a dog-eat-dog mentality. Self-empowerment is held in higher regard than self-integrity. It's been made acceptable to violate one's conscience and self-respect, all in the name of greed, pride, and power. However, we have seen a violent backlash in the principles of these two books. There is a critical law that has been foolishly ignored, written by the one true God, written in the one true book, the Holy Bible, which states, "You will reap what you sow." This means individuals who practice these laws might obtain short-term gain, but for breaking God's spiritual laws, they will also obtain long-term pain. Satan is always attempting to duplicate and corrupt what God has created. Taoism, with its governing spirit Qi, Ephesians 2:2, was conjured up by Satan to be a substitute for God's Holy Spirit. That's why God tells us to test the spirits. 1 John 4:1. Satan designed the spirit of Taoism for mankind to give up their dependence on God to serve Tao, a false god, whose consequence is the eternal lake of fire. Below is God's answer to the principles of Taoism, Galatians 1:9. As we have already said, so now I say again, if anybody is preaching to you a gospel other than what you accepted, let him be eternally condemned. There are 6 things the Lord hates, 7 that are detestable to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked schemes, feet that are quick to rush into evil, a false witness who pours out lies, and a man who stirs up dissension among brothers. Proverbs 6:16-19. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus, our Lord. Romans 6:23. Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them. Ephesians 5:11. Gangsta, video games, a thug's virtual reality training camp. A few months ago, I was leaving a Starbucks in a Sacramento inner city neighborhood known for its high crime rate. I noticed numerous identical large artistic posters in a series of rows advertising coming soon Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, a new edition of one of the #1 selling popular video game series, Grand Theft Auto. Of course, the title of the game and where it was strategically being marketed caught my attention. I couldn't wait to get back to work, to question the wards on whether they had played the game, and if so, what was their take on it. To no surprise, most had played the previous Grand Theft Auto game and loved it. They talked with enthusiasm and passion as they explained the game to me as if describing their first love. Other games they mentioned were Real Crimes, in which the player can partake in numerous violent crimes in the community for points. Another was Tony Hawk, where the player is a skater that goes around the city, reaping havoc and vandalizing property. Last week, while I was supervising an outdoor recreation program on a lockup unit, I was intrigued by the dialogue about video games I heard going back and forth between the wards that were programming in cages. Have you ever played GTA, Grand Theft Auto, dude? Yeah, I played it at my old lady's house. A white power gang member yells out to a Fresno Bulldog gang member in an enthusiastic manner as he animates how the video game character he was controlling jacked an innocent licensed driver for their car. The bulldog yells back with mirrored enthusiasm. You can have shootouts with cops. Another ward from the cage across shouts, "You can kill cops." The wards then begin to smile and shake their head in agreement towards each other after reminiscing together about the violent acts that they committed playing within the video game world. They then, one by one, start rambling off a list of other violent and hostile video games on the market. A ward yells out with a passionate voice, "I want to see blood. I can't play a game without blood." At this time, I can't take anymore. I have to ask them a question. "Why do you like these video games?" I ask in a subtle and sincere tone. The ward with the mark of the beast, 6666, and a barcode tattoo, looks at me calmly, replies with sincerity, and says, "You want a game that's going to show you how reality is? That's not going to hide it." Right after his reply, a ward yells out, "You play that sniper game." As he chuckles, he says, "I used to snipe civilians and everything." Today, a Bay Area and Blood Gang member told me that violent video games are therapy and that they actually use these video games to displace their anger. Johnson, I bet you, if you brought a game system in, there would be a lot of less fights. I wouldn't even come out for the program. The Bay Area ward stated, "Me too," added the Blood Gang member from Compton. There are two games that just hit the market that is selling out by record numbers. Ride or D, 137, gang-related storyline, and a game in which its theme are based on gangsta rappers 50 Cent biography called Bulletproof, in which the storyline is for the rapper and G-Unit, his crew of gangsta rappers, to get revenge on the rival drug lords who shot him 9 times, which really happened in his life. The player's adrenaline playing this game gets to be pumped up by the gangsta artist's soundtrack playing in the background of the game. Unlike a music video where you are a spectator, in a video game, you become a participant. I remember hearing a Christian talk show host put it this way. You see, a book tells us something. A movie shows us something. Music lets us listen to something. But video games allow an individual to actually do something. Role-playing is the most powerful method to condition and prepare someone to do something. Think about beginning pilots who first learn how to fly in flight simulators, and policemen and the military utilizing virtual reality computer technology to set up real-life scenarios. Some of the new video games have become training simulators for future potential criminals and killers. In flight simulators, and policemen and the military utilizing virtual reality computer technology to set up real-life scenarios, some of the new video games have become training simulators for future potential criminals and killers.
And I loved the game because I would love to do work for the mafia. I had this one game called Driver, and it was cool because this dude would ride around town doing business with the Italian mafia. They would send him on missions to kill certain enemies they wanted dead, to rob and steal money from rich guys, to wreck and crash into other enemy vehicles, and to pick up women they called showgirls that worked for the mafia. I loved the game because I would love to do work for the mafia for the amount of money they were putting out for this Driver dude. He was making $50,000 a mission, and in 4 missions, that's $200,000. So in 10 missions, you are making a cool amount of money. So that's why that video game has me deeply entrenched. Grand Theft Auto Vice City also has a lot to do with the mafia because this Italian guy himself is running around the city killing people for money. He has to eat, sell dope, do missions or hits for an extraordinary deal of a lot of money. It has entrenched me because I will do the same to sell dope, convince him, kill for money at the same time, do business with a mafia that is mandatory, going to pay me some damn good money to make these hits I would put my life on the line for. $50,000 a hit, and the hits are not complicated. You could do them if you put your mind to it, and you won't falter if you do it the way it is supposed to be done. Second, have your mind set on accomplishing it, not being shaky, having low self-esteem, being paranoid, and different feeling that you have when you know you are doing things you're not supposed to be doing. This is why some negative video games pump me up and have me somewhat deeply entrenched.
History of the thug. Ask the average youth who they think were the original thugs. You're likely to hear thug icons such as Al Capone and John Gotti. The younger generation might say the late Eazy-E or Ice-T. Ask them what the meaning of the word thug is. You're likely to get a variety of answers, such as a down pimp, baller, or gangster. The dictionary's definition of thug in Carter Dictionary is somebody, especially a criminal, who is brutal and violent. Many might be surprised to know that the word thug did not originate from the Italian neighborhoods of New York nor South Central Los Angeles. The meaning of the word is about 700 years old and comes thousands of miles away on the other side of the planet, from the city of Bombay, India. There was a peculiar group of Hindus who worshiped the goddess Kali, the dark consort of Shiva, who is said to feed on the blood of mortals and to haunt the burning grounds where Hindus are cremated. Kali's hideous image can be seen in temples throughout India and now around the world. Typically, she was represented as a black woman. One of her epithets, Kali Ma, means black mother, with numerous arms and garlanded with human skulls and a long red tongue protruding from a screaming mouth. Human sacrifices were once carried out in temples paying homage to Kali. Worshippers called on her through incantations. Kali worshippers from the 13th century practiced ritual murder and the robbing of native travelers throughout the countryside. These worshippers were from a tribe called Thugi. Approximately 30,000 to 40,000 travelers a year would mysteriously disappear, falling victim to the Thugi tribe, whose estimated number was about 5,000. These murderers came to be known as thugs, which came from the Hindi verb thaglana, which means to deceive, and reflected the mysterious ability of thugs to befriend their intended victims. The Thugi tribe was primarily a group of Hindus and Muslims that transcended religion. It revolved around the fanatical worship of the goddess Kali. After the thug gangs would murder the travelers, they would rob the bodies of their possessions and place them in graves, which often had been dug in advance. Every thug expedition was planned in careful consultation with omens and signs. The secret society of the thugs lasted approximately 600 years in India. It was later almost dismantled by the British government led by William H. Sleeman, who was a magistrate in India. However, sadly, the thugs' legacy, spirit, and mentality continue to gain popularity and momentum in our nation and now throughout the world. One of the main catalysts of this movement has been the hip hop and rock music industry. Russell Simmons, who practices yoga and Hinduism rituals, is known as one of the godfathers of hip hop. He has a Kali statue in his house, which he meditates on daily, according to G. Craig Lewis of X Ministries. The Truth Behind Hip Hop 3 video. Is it not strange that many gangsta artists now refer to California as Cali? Rapper Selly Cell has a song entitled Killa Kali. There is now a group that is called Thug Lords that also has a song called Killa Kali, which features gangsta rapper Spice One. Marijuana use is on the rise in the thug scene. In some cultures, marijuana is nicknamed Kali. This is due to the fact that marijuana was and still is used as a part of the spiritual worship of the goddess Kali. History of the thug gods. The Holy Bible has historical roots in this thug issue. We can go back as far as the first civilization in Mesopotamia when Abraham was called by God to be separate from the idol gods which were being worshipped in the land. Then we can move through the time when mankind continued to turn from God and followed the many false gods of Babylon. All of these religions repeated the same sin Adam and Eve committed, which was to seek knowledge of the mysteries that God had not allowed them to know in the Garden of Eden. Satan is more than willing to reveal mysteries, however, for the price of one's soul. Whatever path of knowledge Satan leads a person, it is always designed to lead the individual to self-destruction. We can find how the worship and religions of the many false gods of Babylon moved throughout the world in Genesis 11:1-9. The Tower of Babel. Now, the whole world had one language and a common speech. As men moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves and not be scattered over the face of the whole earth." But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the men were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other." So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there, the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth. As stated in verse 9, as they settled throughout the world, they took these religious practices with them. They created temples for these false gods. Throughout the centuries, each culture has modified its religion to its desired specifications. However, the seeds of all these false religions throughout the world stem from the beliefs in the ancient city of Babylon. The following is a brief history of Kabbalism, which will explain how many witchcraft cults around the world derive from this ancient dark art. When the nation of Israel, Jewish people, began to worship the cosmic gods of nature, God punished them by sending them into captivity to Babylon. Some Jewish priests studied the ancient Babylonian mysteries, witchcraft. The Kabbalist's basic doctrine is to study what God has not revealed to them. Scientifically, this is called metaphysics. Kabbalah is a Hebrew word that comes from the verb kabel, which means to receive. This doctrine falls right in with the view of a Satanist I talked to on our unit the other day. He stated that his denomination of Satanism believes that they should pay homage to Satan because he led man to divine knowledge and mysteries by leading them against God to taste from the tree of knowledge. This is the whole premise of Kabbalism, to seek the fruits of the forbidden tree of knowledge. This is basically seeking mysteries that God did not want us to know for good reason. Thugs and the stars. Astrology, the reading of the horoscope, was created from the Kabbalah religion. Let me start by giving you a little background on this topic. Kabbalists claim that the 10 Sephiroth, the 10 characteristics of God, which make up God, is the tree of life from which the universe came into existence. That man can unite himself with or become a god by rising through the spheres, spiritually climbing the ladder of the Sephiroth to reach God. In magic, the sorcerer must experience and master all 10 Sephiroth in order to achieve supreme perfection and power. For the tree of the Sephiroth is believed to be a cosmic diagram, the basic pattern which shows how the universe is arranged and how its phenomena are connected. They believe man is a miniature model of the universe, microcosm, and of God, and that man is able to spiritually expand himself to become God. This is a blasphemous doctrine, according to God's word. This is the same sin that was committed in the Garden of Eden. Ye shall be as gods, referring to eating of the tree of knowledge. Genesis 3:5. Those who practiced the Kabbalah teachings or Babylonian mysticism were known for centuries as the Illuminati. The Illuminati believed in and taught a doctrine of illumination or inner light, Illuminism. The teaching of the Kabbalah branched out to other occult beliefs such as Gnosticism, which the Da Vinci Code is based on, to the Knight Templars, which branched out to form the Freemasons, which went on to lay the foundation for America's government. The Gnostics were a cult during the Roman era, which practiced goddess worship, sexual rituals, and parts of the New Testament. They rejected the Old Testament God and paid homage to the serpent, devil, in the Garden of Eden because they believed the male god was withholding the divine knowledge from the female gods. The Illuminati taught living a life of purity and service would open their so-called inner senses so that they would obtain spiritual insight or clairvoyance, known as the third eye. They desired to become prophets and be able to converse with spirits, which were demons, and with dead saints. Listen to these hip-hop artists who embrace these teachings. Quran Puba says that he greets brothers with the Islamic greeting as Salamu Alaikum. Grand Puba says that blacks are Asiatics, that he loves Allah's mathematics, and black men have been taught to speak in ciphers. He uses his third eye to release the black man from mental chains so that the black man will no longer be a slave. Arza says that it is time for the Wu Revolution and that God is here to take over this obscenity. He says that on his side are Killer Priest, Sons of Man, Killarmy, and Grave Diggaz. Intro from Disc 2. They say that Allah is heard and seen everywhere. They say that innocent black immigrants are locked in housing tenements and that 85% of tenants depend on welfare. Stapleton Federal Housing Project is a concentration camp. RZA's third eye sees the following conspiracies. Babies have microchips inserted into their earlobes, blood is being contaminated, and the FDA is testing poison on the prison population. Within these mysteries of the Kabbalah, there comes the 12 cosmic zodiac signs in which we get astrology. The 12 segments of our solar system they refer to as constellations, together called the zodiac, which forms a circle around Earth. As Earth revolves around the sun, a different part of the sky becomes visible. And each month, a different one of these 12 constellations can be seen above the horizon. The word zodiac means circle of figures or circle of life. The ancient Greeks established the foundation for modern astrology. The ancient Greeks established the foundation for modern astrology. They associated mythical figures from the Greek Parthenon temples with the stars and gave physical and emotional attributes to the planets of the zodiac. Millions of individuals from the time of the Greeks till today rely on their daily horoscope in order to make decisions throughout their day-to-day lives. They depend on the mystical cosmic gods for guidance, which are the false gods of Babylon. For one to say that I'm a Gemini or I'm a Cancer is basically making a confession that they're one with that false God and its characteristics. It's the same as a follower of Jesus Christ stating, I'm a Christian. Thug mentality respects evil. The thug culture embraces evil because evil is intimidating. The thug believes the more evil or intimidating their environment appears, the more they feel empowered and validated as a thug. That's why you have many gangsta artists displaying proudly the trashy, graffiti, and crime ridden parts of their community, bypassing the positive and highlighting the negative. Why? Because they believe individuals will associate them with their living environment, thus seeing them as intimidating. Don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with being in or from the so called ghetto or hood, but it is wrong when someone boasts about the sinful elements and suppresses the righteous acts being done in the community. I asked a ward the other day who I saw pimp walking throughout the day room reciting gangsta rap lyrics, paraphrasing. Why are you promoting the very spirit which is against you and your family? The very evil spirit causing your family illness has them in bondage to drug addiction, manipulating their minds into criminal behavior, which has resulted in long periods of incarceration. Why are you promoting your enemy? I want to make them think about what they're doing, not just feel what they're doing. Listening to music is what gratifies their emotions. That's why they are so quick to defend their favorite music artists. Even though they know the lyrics are sinful, they are deceived, just like a drug addict, in that they crave a substance that is destroying them from the inside out. They take in the music to fill the emptiness of their soul by tantalizing their emotions. However, they soon come to the realization that it's never enough. God is the only one who can fill that void. There is always a price when the devil offers something gratifying. The price is curses, being left empty and with physical and spiritual death. Hell, let no one deceive you with empty words, for because of such things, God's wrath comes on those who are disobedient. Ephesians 5:6. Pit bulls. Many of the wards I talk to speak with great pride about their pit bulls, not how loyal and loving they are, but how vicious and full of malice they became after a brutal regimen of training for dogfighting. Pit bulls are often displayed on the front of rap and rock albums and in music videos. Many of those young and old who embrace the thug culture are out strolling down the street, riding in their car and at the neighborhood park, profiling with pride their pits as status symbols of their thug machismo. This trend became more prevalent when gangsta rapper DMX featured the ferocious K9 center stage in his music videos, growling and lunging aggressively from their chains as if to be bloodthirsty for another kill. Pitbull fights are common in the thug culture. Many wards have told me how they feed their pits from birth gunpowder and raw red meat, sometimes mixing street drugs in their food, along with beating them mercilessly, all for the sake of creating a mean, insane killing machine. A gang member from the projects told me how dispensable these dogs can be in his hood. When a dog loses a pit fight, thugs toss the pit to their death from the roof of the housing projects where the fighting arena was. Others have told me they have gotten so mad for losing their money, they just pulled out their gun and shot their pet. The thug culture promotes and teaches this pimp mentality. When you have gotten all the use out of something, whether it's a woman, dog, or an associate, it can become dispensable. I can remember confronting two gang members on the lockup unit who were bragging about their gang's past evil deeds. They both stated that their goal was to go to the pen. I knew both of them were fathers, so I asked them why they chose to abandon their fatherhood responsibilities of raising and supporting their own children. They replied in order to help their gang to fight and riot for their so called respect within the correctional institution. The thug culture has brainwashed so many gang members to neglect their aging parents, grandparents, younger sisters, and brothers who need their love, guidance, protection, and support. They are brainwashed by choosing to support these able bodied men in their gangs rather than being with their families. These young men had sent little to no money home for their children because they were always in trouble within the institution. Therefore, they could never qualify for the prison jobs, neglecting their responsibilities by supporting themselves and not their children. They had the belief that they should be respected as men merely for being in a gang, having scary tattoos, muscles, an obscene mouth, and a violent criminal history. This is what the thug mentality's belief of what a man is. When I confronted and engaged these two in some dialogue about my observation, they became angry that I brought this to their attention. They began to curse and threaten me. They repeatedly stated that they were warriors, referring to the fights and riots they had been in a while incarcerated. They began to make crude jokes about me. I would then steer them back to our conversation, in which they realized they had no logical answer. Therefore, they went back to illogical antics. One told me, F my kids, then stated he would get out and kill the mother of his kids. The other replied, I'll help you kill her because I get out before you. Knowing I'm a Christian, they began to curse God, saying all types of sacrilegious comments in an effort to disrespect me. Then one conveyed how he hated Christians and stated that he wanted to stab his grandmother when he was released because she was a Christian. The other ward laughed hysterically. Though I realize where I work, I am often still amazed at some of the evilness that is displayed. By the way, these threats were reported to local authorities. We often hope that these statements are just talk. However, sadly, there have been many released from our institution who have gone on to commit the most heinous crimes imaginable. How does an individual who has been given a conscience by God allow their heart to become so cold-hearted and evil? I knew both of these wards fairly well, and at times have had a pretty good rapport with them. I had counseled them on numerous occasions, and I was always amazed how both of these wards, after acknowledging and seeing the impact of their crimes, could callously still look me in the eyes like they didn't care a bit about their victims or their victims' families, nor did they show any real remorse or empathy for the pain they had caused their own family. For the heart to become so cold-hearted and evil, there is a process involved. To curse, abuse, steal, and kill goes against the nature of our God-given conscience. Drugs, alcohol, and music are some of the major ingredients that prep and condition the heart for evil. I will address this in detail later on. The mind control of music. The following will give you an idea of how powerful the influence of music is over the mind. Roy H. Williams, PhD author of the book Thought Particles, has a company that conducts seminars for businesses on how to create successful advertisements, which influences the subconscious part of the brain to draw people to their product or service. Williams presents the brain in two parts: the left brain as the skeptic, which is our conscious state, the part of the brain that comprehends the words you are reading right now. Our right side, which is our subconscious, records everything we hear and see, even if we are unaware 24 hours a day. He talks about the powerful effects of music. He states that music has the power to bypass the left hemisphere of the brain, which is our skeptic, and go directly into the right hemisphere of the brain, which in turn takes the message and uploads it back to the left hemisphere, which influences our beliefs and behaviors, oftentimes unknowingly. For example, a person says they listen to a gangster rap song just for the beat, though they believe they are blocking the message consciously. With their left brain, their right brain is recording everything, even any backward masked message. Our right side is so intelligent that it will take the message and transfer it back to our left brain, even without us knowing it, which will then influence our beliefs, emotions, and behavior. Advertisers and the psychology industry have been utilizing music for years by discreetly hiding latent messages within the music in order to direct their message into people's subconscious without them realizing it. For example, grocery stores have placed messages in music to direct shoppers to specific items in which they were trying to increase their sales. I heard about a store that placed latent messages about a produce item they were trying to increase sales on. The message they placed in the music was, "Strawberries are delicious. Go purchase the strawberries," into the store's soft music. Soon after, the sales of strawberries soared out the roof. Still think music isn't influential in our society? Inmate stories.
Holiday blues? Holidays suck. It always seemed to slow down. No one's really smiling around anymore. The fights break out more. The loneliness makes you easy to aggravate. For real, the days seem slower and the night too black. All you think about is the streets. Don't matter if you got a place to go or not. You think back to when you once was a person, not an animal. You remember the happiness, the smiles, your family, the closeness of it all. The obscenity is crazy. I've seen fools try to cut on themselves for a little attention on these days, but it's pointless. No one cares here. Everyone is a bee that works. Because they want to be home with their family, they remind you you're a burden to them as well as those you hurt on the streets. And when you lie in your cell, you sit there with the atmosphere around you. It's so depressing. Everyone is quite lost in their own world, stuck on their own memories of their past. Holidays suck in jail. Food sucks. Visits make it a little better. But we're always on lockdown for the rioting amongst each other. It don't stop. The fake war keeps on going on. The fighting never stops. The hate only grows. Never does it stop or slow down. People think about their children. That's what I think about. I've been in jail 5 years. I'm yet to see my child's Christmas or birthday. He spends his day with a man I don't know, with his mother. All I see is my child. I'm used to being away from my mother and siblings. I can handle it now. I'm used to these holidays. Ain't obscenity no more. They have no meaning for me, just another day on my calendar. Another day away from my child. It's just more depressing, and the blues are in the air. Ain't nothing you can do but mark the day off your calendar.
Why I got tattoos? Tattoos are a form of artwork. Most regular people get tattoos to symbolize a lost one, close friends, or just to have a nice piece of artwork done on you that you like. On the other hand, people such as myself, gang members, get tattoos because a lot of the times they take pride in where they're from, so they get their hood or gang affiliation symbol under them. I got my gang-related tattoos because I wanted to be known that I'm a bulldog, without me having to communicate with people. Another reason why I got tattoos is because it makes me look more of a gangster. People get tattoos on their body to symbolize history of their gang or something someone has done in the past. Another reason why I got tattoos is because I've been locked up for a long time. The main reason why I got tattoos and why most gangsters get tattoos are to symbolize a specific gang or clique you're in. And I, out of all people, got nothing but gang-related tattoos because I want people to know I'm a Fresno Bulldog and F the rest. Most of the people who get a gang-related tattoo don't plan on getting them taken off because they were put there for a reason, and that reason from their point of view might still be unknown.
It was like no one cared about females. I saw all the dope dealers, hustlers, and pimps. They had it all, from money and fame to power and women. I wanted to be like that. I picked up on what they did and tried to put it to use in my life. So I started hurting people and doing what I had to do to make sure I had what I wanted. That's why I joined MOB. I mean, look at what it stands for. The Street, Money Over Bees. That's the kind of mentality that got me locked up, not caring for anyone. Other than taking what I wanted, I tried to look out for my family. Those were the only people I cared for other than the people in my gang. Music was another thing that played a role in my thug mentality. Since I can remember, I grew up listening to rap and a rapper calling females hoes and tricks. It was like no one cared about females. You hear them glorifying selling drugs or killing someone. Those are the two major things that come to mind when asked what played a role in my thug mentality.
Without money, you're a nobody. Note, Ward said he didn't care about life after his brother was murdered. My life revolves around thugs, drugs, and money. Being a thug isn't for everybody. You can't just wake up and say, oh, I'm going to start being a thug and just start thugging it out. To be a thug, you got to be born with that mentality. It has to run through your veins and mix with you blood. Because if you really think about it, we really put our life on the line day in and day out, without any fears of dying. And that is where drugs come into the picture. Drugs relax your mind as well as your soul, and it keeps you motivated for whatever is on your mind. Money brings power. Without money, you're a nobody. And without power, you're not important. A friend of this individual, also a Ward, said this writer was murdered in 2005 in a drug deal gone bad.
No smiles, only mean mugs. I'm a 24-year-old male from Southern California. I've been crippin' since I was 13. I can tell you how music influences me, even till this day. I personally cannot listen to no gangsta rap, especially hardcore gangsta rap like Sibo, Brotha Lynch, East Sidaz, etc., and not have my mind be triggered by negative thoughts. It's like Tupac said, they planted seeds, and they hatched sparking a flame inside my brain like a match such a dirty game. And that's how negative music is. See, when I listen to Sibo or Brotha Lynch or the East Sidaz for one, it's made for the negative street life, so anybody else listening to it is kind of infatuated by the gangsta life. I'll be the first to tell you that real gangsta music is not to be enjoyed by just listening to it. No, you live it. That's when it's enjoyed. See, I couldn't see no other way of listening to Sibo, Brotha Lynch, or Da East Sidaz but Grimmy. In the streets, my whole mood will go to darkness. No smiles, only mean mugs. And let someone look funny, we on they beanies, or on them, because they're already stating in the music that there ain't no effing with our crew, glorifying the macho image. So like Tupac said, it gets planted and it hatches. Such a dirty game. Just think about it like this. You listen to love songs and you think about what? Your woman, sex, love. Now, if you listen to hardcore rap, then what are you going to think about? It's just common sense. 17 years old, arrested for first-degree murder. By the Lord's mercy, 4 months later, I was sentenced to 4 years in CYA on a charge of manslaughter. I kissed my mama goodbye and wiped the tears from her lonely eyes, said I'll return, but I gotta fight the gist to rise. Don't shed a tear, 'cause mama, I ain't happy here. There be trials, no more smiles, for a couple years. Song, I Ain't Mad, Etcha, Tupac. I've had plenty of time to analyze and evaluate my past. I was brought up in a home better than most. Financially, we was more than straight, and moms was able to be home to raise us boys. Seems pleasant enough, yet I'm locked up for taking a life. Someone's son, someone's brother or friend, and possibly someone's father. I was exposed to a lot of negativity and noticed things that at a young age felt that was the way of life. My pops was the male role model for everybody in our family and in our neighborhood. Handsome, clean-cut, confident, and respected. He taught me things about respecting my elders, standing up for myself, and taking pride in my appearance. But integrity, morals, and dignity were absent. My pops was a dope dealer and a womanizer, but he was my hero. Nice guy, but don't take no bull. I quickly followed suit and shortly made a name for myself. By this time, moms and pops separated, and it was all struggle. I felt like a burden and hit the streets and became a juvenile delinquent. I stayed in trouble, which only added to my mom's stress.
Jail. Jail is a place where people go when they did something bad. Jail is not cool at all. You have all kind of people in jail. You have gay people, you have people that's trying to go home, you got people that trying to fit in, you got people that just want to ride it out and talking about they don't care. But down inside they really do. Jail is where you have people that look forward to you doing stuff that you really don't want to do. If you don't do it, then they want to call you a punk or a case. I'm just trying to let you know a little how jail is run, so you could make up your mind and see that you don't want to live your life like this. I could tell you because I did hard times in jail. I know how it is to be taken away from your loved ones. I will never tell you young kids out there anything wrong based on I don't want you kids to live your life the way I did. I got into gangs because it looked fun to me and I saw a lot of nice things. But down inside, I want to change my life. But my homies might try to kill me for that. They'll say I'm a sail out. I have kids that I love dearly. That's why I want out. See where the gangs got me? And jail doing hard times, not knowing if I'm going to live or die.
I remember when I thought devil worship music was only associated with heavy metal bands like AC/DC, Ozzy Osbourne, and Kiss. Now, we used to call those who listened to this type of music stoners because of the ones we knew were always getting stoned from smoking marijuana and other drugs. My friends and I would sometimes talk about how insane they were to listen to music that paid homage to the devil. That's crazy, I used to say. Things have changed. It's not just the stoner or heavy metal groups anymore who pay homage and give worship to Satan. There are now many rap and R&B groups out there doing the same. For instance, there is a rap group rapidly moving up the charts at this time, which calls themselves 3-6 Mafia, representing the mark of the beast, 666, foretold in the Holy Bible. Jay-Z is featured on 2004's The Grey Album. The underground album contains a secret message. Encoded in a backward or masked message, he says, 666, murder, murder Jesus. These are the types of satanic messages that are coming into many souls, unknown to them, corrupting souls and producing behaviors of destruction and self-destruction. And I was thinking the other day how strange it is that you used to have to prove you didn't have a criminal record to get a job. In the thug entertainment industry, you now almost have to prove you have one to get a record deal. Recently, I saw a title story in a well-known hip-hop magazine, which stated on the front, DJ Quick justifies his thug. In other words, in order to be respected and have credibility in the thug industry, you have to prove to everyone that you're an immoral criminal. Here are some disturbing quotes from band members in the entertainment industry. Source, IlluminatiNews.com. AV, once and that, org. JesusIsSavior.com. XMinistries.com. In 1966, John Lennon stated that Christianity would pass away and that the Beatles would become more popular than Christ. He referred to Christ as a character he named Jesus El Pifco, a garlic-eating, stinking, little yellow, greasy, fascist bastard Catholic Spaniard. David Bowie, one of the biggest rock stars in 1976, declared, "Rock has always been devil's music." In an early interview with Rolling Stones magazine with David Crosby from the group Crosby, Stills and Nash, Crosby said the following, "I figured the only thing to do was to swipe their kids." By saying that, I'm not talking about kidnapping. I'm just talking about changing their value system, which removes them from their parents' world very effectively. Rolling Stone, Volume 1, p. 410. In the journal Jefferson Starship, Paul Cantor confesses, "Our music is intended to broaden the generation gap, to alienate children from their parents. In Tingelhoff, Documentation of Expose, Pier 4, John of Bon Jovi observed, I wanted to rebel against anything and everything, and it happened that I was able to do it by playing rock and roll in a band. Metal Edge, Augie, 1987, Piver 12. John Cougar reveals, I swear or cuss because I know that it's not socially acceptable. I hate things that are, this is the way you are supposed to behave. That is why I hate schools, governments, and churches. Nikki Sixx of Motley Crue comments, we never set out to be anybody's role model. But since we have become that, we are trying to give our fans something to believe in. On the second album, we told them to shout at the devil. A lot of people think that song is about Satan. That's not true. It's about standing up to authority, whether it is your parents, your teacher, or your boss. That is pretty good advice, I think. But I'm sure that any parent who hears is going to think it is treason. Rockbeat, 1989, Pia 41. From the Doors' Jim Morrison's mocking, screaming hatred of Christian prayer, Petition the Lord with Prayer, to Skid Row's Quicksand Jesus. The Oath by the band King Diamond. I deny Jesus Christ, the deceiver, and I adjure the Christian faith, holding in contempt all of its works. Possessed by the band Venom, I am possessed by all that is evil. The death of your God I demand. I sit at Lord Satan's right hand, and I drink the vomit of the priest, make love to the dying whore. Satan is my master incarnate. Hail, praise to my unholy host. Witchcraft and New Age music. Some New Age music is spiritistically inspired for specific occult goals. The composers of the New Age music claim it can foster meditation, help develop psychic power, alter consciousness, induce astral travel, and transform personality. Other contemporary rock musicians concur with these ideas. John Lennon said, it's like being possessed, like a psychic or a medium. Of the Beatles, Yoko Ono has said, they were like mediums. They weren't conscious of all they were saying, but it was coming through them. Mark Storace, a vocalist with the heavy metal band Crocus, told Circus Magazine, you can't describe it except to say it's like a mysterious energy that comes from the metaphysical plane and into my body. It's almost like being a medium. Little Richard, I was directed and commanded by another power, the power of darkness, that a lot of people don't believe exists. The power of the devil, Satan. Folk rock artist Joni Mitchell's creativity came from her spirit guide, Aft. So dependent was she upon Aft that nothing could detain her when he called. Superstar Jimi Hendrix, called rock's greatest guitarist, believed he was possessed by some spirit, according to Alan Douglas. Hendrix's former girlfriend, Fane Pridgeon, has said he used to always talk about some devil or something was in him, and he didn't have any control over it. He didn't know what made him act the way he acted and what made him say the things he said, and songs just came out of him. Dave Hunt, America, The Sorcerer's New Apprentice, Eugene, or Harvest House, 1988, pages 239 and 240. Ozzy Osbourne noted, I never seem to know exactly what I'm going to do next. I just like to do what the spirits make me do. That way, I always have someone or something to blame. Publication. Faces. November 1983, page 24. Osbourne, a former lead singer of Black Sabbath, triumphantly summoned Satan at one of his concerts in Canada. Sometimes I feel like a medium for some outside force. Tingelhoff, Documentation of Expose, page 21. Black Sabbath has also made altar calls to Lucifer at some of their concerts. In Master of Reality, they sing that he is Lord of this world and your confessor now. According to a Rolling Stone interview, Peter Criss, the first and most famous drummer of the rock band Kiss, stated, "I believe in the devil as much as God. You can use either one to get things done." Rolling Stone, January 12th, 1978. Glenn Tipton of the group Judas Priest confessed that when he goes on stage, he goes crazy. It's like someone else takes over my body. Hit Parade, fall 1984. In describing what a Van Halen concert is like, David Lee Roth commented, "I'm going to abandon my spirit to them," emotions, which is actually what I attempt to do. You work yourself up into that state and you fall in supplication of the demon gods. Rock, April 1984. Guitarist Mick Mars of Motley Crue described his band as demonic. That's what we are. Heavy Metal Times, May 1983. Stevie Nicks of Fleetwood Mac has several times dedicated their concerts to the witches of the world. An album by the rock group Venom entitled Welcome to Hell contains the following words on the back cover. "We are possessed by all that is evil. The death of your God we demand. We spit at the virgin you worship and sit at the Lord Satan's left hand." The Rune album of Led Zeppelin displays on the cover the famous black occultist Aleister Crowley. Led Zeppelin's Jimmy Page, a self-confessed Satanist, bought Crowley's old mansion. John Bonham, a drummer for the band, died in the house in 1980. Robert Plant allegedly split the group up after his death and blamed Page's obsession with the occult for his death. David Bowie, in Rolling Stone magazine, February 12, 1976, stated, "Rock has always been the devil's music. I believe rock and roll is dangerous. I feel we're only heralding something even darker than ourselves. Girls will give their bodies to musicians as you would give a sacrifice to a god." Peters Brothers, What About Christian Rock, Pete 17. Rock star Marilyn Manson proudly boasts, "Hopefully, I'll be remembered as the person who brought an end to Christianity." Spin, August 1996, page 34. Manson's hope for Antichrist Superstar. "I think every time people listen to this new album, maybe God will be destroyed in their heads." Huh? OT, 1996, page 37. Origin of rock music. Rock music derived from the 1950s era of rock and roll. Alan Freed, a Cleveland DJ and promoter, coined the name rock and roll. Freed, the concert producer, was attempting to cross over what they called rhythm and blues into the white community. He thought renaming the music would be the answer. The word rock was slang in the black community for sex. Freed would call the music he was packaging rock and roll, and it stuck. The definition of this word depicts wild sex. It's not a coincidence that sex and drugs have become the main focal point of this industry. Freed ended up being charged with various crimes of corruption in the music industry. He ended up dying penniless on January 20th, 1965, at the young age of 43. He was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1986. Satanist mentality exposed. Knowing how evil the devil is, why would anyone buy music paying tribute to God's archenemy? Why are so many choosing to become blatant followers of Satan and his doctrine? I asked this question to two wards a couple of weeks ago on a lockup unit. Both stated that they had chosen to worship Satan because they could do what they felt like doing and get rewarded for it. They both conveyed that they loved sinning and the idea of getting rewarded for having fun appealed to them. Listen to what they had to say. Inmate Ward Stories.
I met a lot of homies of mine who worship Satan. When I was growing up, I was being preached the Catholic faith. During this time, I was about 7 or 8 and I was living in a good part of my town. I would attend Catholic services, go to Catholic school. I did believe in Jesus Christ, but then again, I do still. I just don't believe everything that is said about him, so I'm against him. When I turned 10 or 11, we moved to the bad part of my town, and during this time, both of my older brothers had just got out of prison 2 months apart from each other. Now there was my 2 older brothers that gangbanged, and plus we live in the hood now. So I started kicking it with them and their homies, so when they got locked up, I felt I had to do what they did. So I started getting locked up a lot, and I attend church services, but it didn't mean nothing to me anymore. I felt, if Jesus loved me, why would he keep me locked up? After a couple of juvenile hall programs and 2 boot camp programs, they finally sent me to CYA. I met a lot of homies of mine who worshipped Satan, so I started liking everything they did. Now, you don't have to be good your whole life just to get what Jesus wants, and that for people to go to heaven, I rather get out party every day, sell drugs, and do what I want to, and enjoy my life instead of following the 10 commandments. So I got more into worshipping Satan and started tattooing my whole body with gang-related stuff all over my head, face, arms, and body, and I got the mark of the beast tattooed on me, 666 on my head. So now when I get out, I'm going to become gothic and worship Satan in every way I can. I can tell that that's where I belong and where I want to go. I like to self-mutilate my body with tattoos. I got all the tattoos on my face, neck, and head to represent where I'm from and what I am. It don't bother me if people won't give me a job. I don't care if I go to prison for the rest of my life. I will still continue to do what I do.
The Dark Angel. At this point in time, I see myself as a gift to the world. I've been asked to see the good and bad, the positive and negative, but don't know the reason why. After I had a vision of my best homie dying, and 3 weeks later he died the way I told him. I saw him dying on the phone. I recognized it was real life I was being told to look at. This was fun for me because I knew when somebody was dead in my life that I loved before it even happened or something bad was going to happen to them. That stopped me from worrying about what was going on the street. Sometime in my visions, I could see parts of hell, and I could see, feel, hear, and smell everything in my vision. That part opened up my eyes to acknowledge this % is for real. And I had to pick a side to go to war with, so I picked the devil and told myself to go to war with God. Now I look at myself as one of the devil's dark angels, his kid as I call it now. I love everything that is evil and nothing that is good. People might say, I picked the losing side for a spirit war, but I know something they don't know. If you're not on God's side or the devil's side, whose side do you think you're on? And where do you think you're going after you die? Just put it like this. If you did not give your soul to God, then you sold your soul to the devil, and I will see you in hell when the end of days comes. Trust me on that one. Those who follow the devil should not burn for him, but with him and all his dark angels. But the spirit war is not going to be over, just the fight. The war is yet to come after, and it will be the devil's angel versus God's angel, and my Lord versus your Lord. Sometimes I ask people, do they think that a person can make them completely religiously transformed? They tell me, no. But what they don't know is when you do bad things, and you think you got away with it, and you keep doing them because they make you feel good, your religion is now becoming the devil's, and your soul is the devil's soul. And until you get God back in your life, you belong to the devil and all his dark angels. And let me tell you like this, hell ain't no walk in the park if that's what you think.
Innately, humans have a natural fear of evil. That's how God programmed us. The Satanists I've interviewed believe that if they can make friends with the father of evil, Satan, they can live without fear and, at the same time, be rewarded for indulging in their sinful desires. However, there is one big problem with this concept. By trusting Satan, they are trusting not only in the father of sin, but also the father of lies, which is Satan himself. You belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desire. He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to the truth, for there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his native language, for he is a liar and the father of lies. John 8:44. I remember saying to two self-proclaimed Satanists, you know, the Holy Bible refers to Satan as the father of lies. They both agreed with me with no rebuttal. They had both told me that as a Satanist, they believed that Satan would reward them for their sins with great riches and power once they die and go to hell. I then asked, how are you willing to trust your soul to an individual whose nature is deceitful and known as the father of lies? How can you believe that all of a sudden Satan will have the integrity to honor his promise to you once you go to hell? Wouldn't that be a bit naive of you to believe that? Two blank looks appeared on these wards' faces. Some doubt appeared to be getting planted about their master. Most Satanists fail to understand that Satan really hates them and is willing to deceitfully bargain with them while they're on earth in order for him to get another trophy, which is their soul. Why does Satan hate and attack the humans? Because humans are made in God's image, which is the image of his judge. And Satan knows that God loves us because he sent his only son, Jesus, to die in our place for all of our sins. John 3:16. Satan knows it hurts God deeply when God loses a precious soul to hell. The Satanist is a human made in God's image who has been deceived by Satan to believe that Satan and his demons will win the war against God. All Satanists have to do is what feels good to their body and keep sinning. Satan's strategy is to mobilize humans as tanks in his war by giving them evil desires, which are really demonic instructions that give pleasure to their emotions and bodies in order to get their will to line up with his will. He sometimes will empower them through witchcraft and earthly blessings to do supernatural things, such as putting curses on people, levitation, and astral travel, meaning the soul comes out of the body to travel. This is why movies like Harry Potter and shows like Raven on the Disney Channel are so popular. It makes witchcraft appear cool and exciting. Satan will use any bidding technique to get a soul to work faithfully and efficiently for him in this spiritual war, with promises of more blessings in the afterlife. What better satisfaction could Satan get than to have God's creation, a soul, work for him against God? In the end, Satan gets to kill them by torturing their soul in hell, which grieves God. Satan relishes having their souls get the same consequence as he and his demons, which is to be thrown into the eternal lake of fire on Judgment Day. Revelation 20. Satan already knows he is fighting a losing battle. However, his goal, out of hate, is to take as many souls as he can with him. So, why would he spare the souls of a Satanist? Satanism is not just practiced by those who proclaim they are Satanists. Satanism is a way of life that is in opposition to God's commandments. With that said, there is a whole wave of Satanism being taught through our airwaves every day, whether heavy metal, rap, R&B, new age, pop, blues, or country, and the list goes on. Satan is constantly looking for any platform to spread his message. The sad part is that many don't even know that they're listening to satanic doctrine on a daily basis through their own musical selections, whatever styles it may be. I talk to individuals all the time who wonder why they continue to struggle and be overcome by sins such as lust and a host of other ones, and remain unaware or in denial that it is the musical message they are allowing within their soul that has corrupted their mind and driven their emotions and will, actions against God's will in their lives, the ancient roots of hip hop. Hip hop isn't just music, It is also a spiritual movement of the blacks. You can't just call hip hop a trend, Lauryn Hill. Africa Bambaataa is the founder of hip hop and the universal Zulu nation. Zulu means heaven. Hip hop is one of the strong catalysts for thug mentality, and it has cultivated a culture that encompasses not just music, but clothes, religion, and philosophy. Before I start on the surface level of hip hop, let me take you to its root, back to Africa, back to the Zulu kingdom, founded in 1709 by Zulu Kantombela, but most known for the leadership of the great warrior Shaka Zulu. Shaka was known for his bravery and strategic battle plans. The Zulus paid homage to numerous gods. Their religious culture was heavily influenced by the Greek and the Chinese. Zulu culture was full of superstitions and sorcery. Zulus shared the belief with the Chinese and the Greeks that ancestral spirits take physical form in the shape of non-venomous snakes. The Chinese and Greeks believed they descended from Kekrops and Fuxi, who were half man, half snake. They paid tribute to their ancestors and sacrificed animals to pay homage to their spirits. Zulus would perform a war dance called the Purhag dance, a dance created by the Greeks. According to the theology of the dance, the goddess Athena invented the Pyrrhic dance to celebrate the victory of the gods over the giants who represented the dark and evil forces of nature. The Pyrrhic dance was a war dance for celebrating victories. Shaka never married and was against marriage and having children for himself. He had a harem of 200 women. When by mistake a harem girl would give birth to a son, Shaka would kill the baby because he believed the proverb, "A bull has perfect place until the young bulls, his progeny, begin to dispute his supremacy." Shaka was callous and brutal in his ruling tactics. He massacred thousands who did not appear to him to show sufficient grief when his mother died. Once suspecting infidelity, he made a clean sweep of the whole harem. His tactic was often for the concubines to be rushed away, their necks broken by a sudden sideways jerk in transit, and their bodies beaten with knobberies. Today, the Zulu nation pays great homage to Shaka Zulu, so much that they formed a religion in honor of his tribe. Is hip hop a religion? The Zulu nation is the creator of hip hop, which clearly has its roots in the pagan worship of false deities, which God forbids. Deuteronomy 5:7-9. For more in-depth information on the roots of hip hop, go to exministries.com, a ministry of Elder G. Craig Lewis. This ministry's website and the truth behind hip hop video series was very helpful in the research of this book. Lewis asserts in his video series that the Zulu nation channeled a spirit or deity called hip hop, and that hip hop is actually a registered religion. The spirit of hip hop has unknowingly introduced many into false god worship along with the worship unto themselves. From my own research, I have discovered there is now a church called the Temple of Hip Hop, which has gone worldwide. These are the requirements for membership according to their website, www.templeofhiphop.org. You simply must be 12 years of age or older, registered with the Temple of Hip Hop, own at least one copy of the Gospel of Hip Hop, a study manual that accompanies the hip hop lifestyle, and you must love hip hop to call yourself an official Temple member. Apprenticeships, teaching positions, live concerts, and lecture touring apprenticeships are also available. A recent slogan I have seen on t-shirts to promote the hip hop agenda and religion states, "I am hip hop." So, if hip hop was a spirit channeled through an incantation, then the wearer of this shirt is proclaiming that they are one with this spirit, or instead possessed with it. The Zulu Nation's website states,
The beliefs of the universal Zulu nation, we believe in the one God who is called by many names. Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, Elohim, Jah, God, the Most High, the Creator, the Supreme One. We believe as Ima Zulu, we will not fight or kill other human beings over which proper name to call God. We believe God will come to be seen by the human eye and will straighten out the problems that human beings brought upon this planet so-called Earth. We believe in the Holy Bible and the glorious Quran and in the scriptures of all the prophets of the Lord. We believe that the Bible has been tampered with and must be reinterpreted so that humankind will not be snared by the falsehoods that have been added to it. ZuluNation.com.
this theological statement contradicts itself. Let me explain. They attempt to make us believe that the names Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, Elohim, Jah, God, the Most High, the Creator and the Supreme One, represent the same God. Jehovah, Yahweh, Elohim, the Most High, the Creator and the Supreme One, describes the God of the Holy Bible. The names Allah and Jah clearly do not. This is why Allah, Muslims call their God Allah. Muslims often claim that their God is the same God referred to in the Holy Bible. Nowhere in the Bible will you find Allah. Because of Islam's dominance, Allah became the common name of God across some cultures. Most Muslims I talk to don't know that Allah is one of the Babylonian pagan gods of Baal, according to the Encyclopedia of Religion. In the Holy Bible, Israel was punished by God on numerous occasions for worshiping the many gods of Baal. The Arabs first knew Allah as the moon god. They believed Allah had 3 daughters who were viewed as intercessors for the people into Allah. Remember, the God of the Holy Bible had the son Jesus Christ. Allah had no sons. The names of his daughters were Al-Uzza, Alat, and Al-Manat. The symbol of the moon god Allah was the crescent moon. This symbol is an ancient pagan fertility symbol that is worshipped throughout the Middle East. The Arabs worshipped Allah long before Muhammad did, who is the founder of the Islamic faith and led his people away from polytheism, which is the worship of multiple gods. Before they chose Allah as their only true God, they had worshipped 360 gods. Allah was the God of the Quraysh tribe, which was Muhammad's tribe. The difference between Allah and the God of the Bible is that the God of the Bible is a loving and personal God who sent his only son, Jesus, to die for the sins of the world so that the world could be saved from hell and the lake of fire and inherit eternal life in heaven by accepting Jesus as Lord and Savior. Allah has never revealed himself to man. He relates to man only through his law and will. Jesus has called us to be his friend. James 2:23. Another issue with the Zulu Nation's doctrine is that there is no cohesiveness among these beliefs. For example, read what the Quran states about Christians and Jews who don't believe in Allah. Fight and slay the pagans, Christians, wherever ye find them, and seize them, confine them, and lie in wait for them in every place of ambush. Surah 9:5. Fight those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and his apostle, nor acknowledge the religion of truth of the people of the book, the Jews and the Christians, until they pay the jizya, tax on non-Muslims, with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Surah 9:29. Those who follow Muhammad are merciless for the unbelievers, but kind to each other. Quran 48:29. Enmity and hatred will reign between us until ye believe in Allah alone. Quran 64. Say to the unbelievers, if now they desist from unbelief, their past would be forgiven them. But if they persist, the punishment of those before them is already a matter of warning for them, and fight them on until there is no more tumult or oppression, and there prevail justice and faith in God altogether and everywhere. But if they cease, verily God doth see all that they do. Quran 8:37-39. And fight them on until there is no more tumult or oppression, and there prevail justice and faith in God. But if they cease, let there be no hostility except to those who practice oppression. Quran 2:193. Fight the unbelievers in your surroundings and let them find harshness in you. Quran 9:123. For he who believes in the Trinity, the fire will be his abode, a grievous penalty will befall the blasphemer. Quran 5:72-73. Notice the teaching from the Hadith. Research. You, the Jews, should know that the earth belongs to Allah and his apostle, and I wish to expel you from this land. Arabia. Hadith 4:63. I will expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave any but Muslims. Hadith Sahih 4366. Jah. This name for God refers to the Rastafarians' God, which is not the God of the Holy Bible. The Rastafarians' God is Haile Selassie. The Rastafarians believe that Selassie, the former emperor of Ethiopia, is the Black Messiah who appeared in the flesh for the redemption of all blacks exiled in the world of white oppressors. Selassie claimed to be a direct descendant of King David, the 225th ruler in an unbroken line of Ethiopian kings from the time of Solomon and Sheba, queen of Ethiopia. King David came from the bloodline of the tribe of Judah, whose symbol is the lion. This is why some Rastafarians wear their hair in dreadlocks to look like a lion. Another trait that contributes to the Rastafarians' image is their use of ganja, marijuana, in their rituals. They use marijuana as a sacrament and aid in meditation. Ganja is used in that they believe smoking it brings them closer to their God. Using marijuana to alter the state of the mind is called witchcraft. Rastafarians utilize various drugs for spiritual rituals also. Reggae singer Bob Marley, a disciple of Rastafarian, publicly made known his illicit drug use through interviews and his music. In a recent interview, Africa Bambaataa conveyed in an article The True Meaning of Hip-Hop Culture by Africa Bambaataa and attempted to distance himself from the negative gangster rappers. He states, the media does play a big role in destroying the hip-hop culture movement. But many of you in the hip-hop community are the biggest enemies of hip-hop, and you will be the ones who will help the enemies of hip-hop to destroy it or to bring it back underground because of your ignorance of knowledge of hip-hop. GlobalDarkness.com. Yet, some of the disciples of the Zulu Nation, which he proudly presents on his website, are gangster rappers themselves. The Zulu Nation states on their website who is a member of the Zulu Nation: Diamond D, Ice-T, Cool DJ Red Alert, Nikki D, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Leaders of the New School, Positive K, Yo-Yo, Fat Joe, Jungle Brothers, DJ Cool, Funkmaster Flex, Qbert, Bio, Brim, King Sun, Rocksteady Crew, Rock Raider. As we are dedicated to improving and uplifting ourselves and our communities, all Zulu Nation members should be involved in some activity that is positive and gives back to the community. Hip-hop music is our vehicle of expression. We can learn to write, produce, market, promote, publish, perform, and televise our own music for our own people. There are too many divisions between males and females. Zulunation.com. However, listen to what their members have to say and the projects they are involved in, and see how many contradictions you can find which conflict with their founder's mission statement. Ice-T. Advertisement from Ice-T's latest project. The OG is back with his latest project, the Pimp Penal Code. Sit back and get ready to learn how to play the game from some of the world's top shelf players. The game is to be sold, not told. School is in session. Ice-T's Pimpin' 101 is an X-rated documentary on the science of pimping. Ice-T illustrates the 5 different areas of the pimp game. The Zulu Nation has expanded into another denomination on the West Coast, started by Ice-T. Ice-T explains the beliefs of the syndicate during an interview. Interviewer: okay, what's the syndicate? Ice-T: it's the LA version of Zulu Nation. Interviewer: great, what's Zulu Nation? Ice-T: Zulu Nation was the first organization of rappers who got together to agree to work together instead of against one another. Drive-in movie critic of Grapevine, Texas, 1991, Joe Bob Briggs. Artists: Ice-T lyrics. Title: Ice MF. T album: Home Invasion, Nigga Step to Me. But grab your hose quick, because the syndicate's West Coast name for Zulu Nation, throwing that crazy obscenity. Punk mother. Obscenity? Run up, you'll get done up. We'll have your obscenity gunned up before sunup. So what's the color I'm ragging? Been a millionaire for years. Still sagging. Artist: Ice-T lyrics. Title: The Iceberg. Iceberg Slim is famous pimp in which Ice-T derived his name. Album: The Iceberg Freedom of Speech. Verse 1. Before my posse makes a move on your mom's crib. Think we got knives and guns? We got bombs, kid. Blow up your whole block. You hear the gunshots. Throw you in the syndicate cellar and let your body rot, 'cause I'm the coldest mother obscenity that you ever heard. Call me the Ice or just the Iceberg. Artist: Fat Joe lyrics. Song: Gangsta lyrics. I went from grams into O's, pounds to bricks on the strip, pimpin' hoes on some Goldie ST. I'm a gangster by destiny. OGs selected me. I earned my spot. My whole team elected me. Chorus: children singing. Gangsta, gangsta. I want to be a gangsta. My daddy was a gangsta. Gangsta, gangsta. I want to be a gangsta. My daddy was a gangsta. Yo lyrics. The Bonnie and Clyde theme lyrics: Ice Cube. Ice Cube. It's a man's world, but check the girl with the Mac 11 187. Hit the switch. Front, back, side to side, corner to corner. Punk you a goner. Yo. I'm the type of girl that's down for my nigga. I'll lie for my nigga. Peel a cap for my nigga. See, he don't mind me flirting, wearing tight skirts, and 'cause when it's all over, it's curtains. Industry supporters of hip hop. Doctrine: Ja Rule's blasphemy. Ja Rule album: Veni Veti Veci. Song: Only Begotten Son. He who believeth in Ja shall not be condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, only because he has not believed in the man and the only begotten Son, my Lord. For he so feared the word, he left his only begotten Son to shed his blood, show that pain is love, but I won't cry, 'cause I live to die, with my mind on my money and my guns in the sky. One of us. From the album Rule 336. Lord, when I die, pacify, crucify me. I rock a devil's cross. One's for the soul, one's for the body if I'm built. Then God dies. I want to see God cry real tears from a burned out life. In 10 years, I swear I got the devil in me. With no fear, if I hear, I can't see. If I see, I can't hear. Promoting substance abuse? Missy Elliott. From the album So Addictive. Ex-Tacy. Read between the lines, ecstasy, a place of fulfillment and fantasies. Where your dreams become realities, ecstasy. It enhances your most inner desire to become more free with your guts and feelings. The Zulu Nation's attack on God's word, the Holy Bible. We believe that the Bible has been tampered with and that white people, in preaching and teaching white supremacy, took the scriptures of the prophets of God and rearranged them to push for white supremacy. For example, 1, the painting of Jesus Christ white; 2, all of the angels white; 3, in fact, even all the prophets as white. ZuluNation.com. They make a strong argument, however. The only thing wrong with this argument is that you can't find any of these points in the Holy Bible. There is no painting of a white Jesus or angels in the Bible, nor does the Bible make written reference of Jesus or any angel's ethnicity, nor does the Bible promote that one race is better than another race. If the Bible had been tampered with, the tamperers would have definitely changed the story. Numbers 12:1 about Miriam, Moses' sister, who ridiculed Moses for marrying a Cushite woman, Ethiopian woman. When God observed this, he cursed Miriam with leprosy. Hip hop understands the power of music as stated on their website. They embrace many religions. Many other religious groups have now got on the bandwagon, such as the Five Percenters and the Nation of Islam, both who preach cultic doctrine. Africa Bambaataa, a former New York City gang member from the streets of the South Bronx, who ran in his youth with the notorious Black Spades, states his spiritual views of music in an article on the Universal Zulu Nation website. The body is a temple, and it's the feeling that you get from the music that makes you come alive. When the beats hit your body, it takes over. You lose control. You just have to do whatever you have to do. www.zulunation.com. Recently, I read about the country of Sri Lanka, an island lying off the southern eastern tip of the Indian subcontinent. Some of the villages have practiced summoning demons through music since the first millennium BC. The setting of the rituals takes on the form of a circular arena where dancers perform around a decorative altar of young coconut leaves with offerings. Masks are worn by those involved in the ritual as they dance and play instruments to conjure up spirits, demons, for guidance and their necessities. A witness describes the ritual.
The rhythm of the fast drumbeat of the demon drum of Yakbera vibrates through the air, building up suspense. An exorcism ceremony begins with an invitation to the demons to appear. The performers chant in time to the rhythm of the drum beats. The sorcerer implores and finally threateningly asks the demon to stop harassing the afflicted subjects and leave in the name of Lord Buddha and King Vismuni.
5 Percenters. Another religion that has married itself to hip hop is the 5% Nation, or the Nation of Gods and Earths. This movement does not like to be called a religion, but a culture and a way of life. Clarence X founded the movement in Harlem. Clarence joined the Nation of Islam, NOI, Temple number 7 in Harlem, New York, back in the early 1950s. They refer to their teaching as supreme mathematics. Clarence started to question the doctrine of the Nation of Islam, NOI, in the early 1960s, when it claimed that God had appeared in Detroit in 1930 in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. Farad is the one who passed his teachings to his messenger, Elijah Muhammad. According to the NOI doctrine, Farad, the black man, was the original man, and to Clarence, Farad looked white. Clarence X, who later began to call himself Clarence 13X, began to teach that the black man was God. In 1963, he was reprimanded by the NOI. along with a few followers. They began to call him Father Allah after he had changed his name to Allah. They taught that only 5% knew their divinity and used the knowledge to release the hidden resources of the black man. Once a man has tapped his hidden talents, he is a god. As a matter of fact, many in the movement prefer to be called gods rather than 5%ers. The movement believes that 85% are without knowledge. They refer to these individuals as mentally blind, deaf, and dumb, and headed towards self-destruction. 10% are referred to as the white devil or the grafted. They believe the white man was created by the evil scientist Yaqub, approximately 6,000 years ago, according to Farad's teachings. The core beliefs of the 5%ers. Black men are gods. Others who accept the knowledge of the 5% can become civilized people. Education and family are of primary importance. Peace is central to teachings. The 5% believe that as God themselves, the only one they must submit to is self. That scientists created the white man from the black man, who in turn tricked the black man into slavery, Nation of Islam belief. Allah is the supreme being. Each man is God only of his own universe, his family, and not of other people. Wikipedia.org. Below are excerpts of lyrics from songs of mainstream hip hop 5% artists and supporters. Group, Da Lynch. Mob, song, Buck the Devil. Buck the devil, buck the devil, buck the devil. Boom, give the nigga room. Must be a full moon. Here comes a tune. Bullets fly by your head. Zoom, zoom, zoom. A to the K to the 4 to the 7. Little devils don't go to heaven. Last night, I shot 11 at the record shop. Most of them dropped when my 9 went pop. Damn. See the fucking cop with the flat top standing over niggas face down on the blacktop. 5%ers have been accused of cultivating racial hate within the prison system and the community. As you have read, some of the values and beliefs of these 5%ers are full of hate, violence, immorality, and rebellion. The Holy Bible states that we will know them by their fruits, Matthew 7:16. I can best sum this section up with this passage from 2 Timothy 3:1.5. Godlessness in the last days. But mark this, there will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power, have nothing to do with them. The feeding of the culture. I was talking to a Christian friend at the gym this past year, and we engaged in a discussion about gangster rap. I just listened to it for the beat, he said. I asked him if he understood the financial cycle his money is contributing to in buying gangster rap. He responded with a surprised and confused look. Many fail to realize that the dollars used to purchase these CDs are used to promote more of this doctrine, which leaks through our airwaves like a deadly gas, infecting minds and contaminating society through installing destructive behaviors in a mass amount of souls. The deadly fact is that at the same time, it makes the entertainers, the catalysts for this thug doctrine, richer and more popular. It's giving tithes and offerings to the devil's ministry in order for him to recruit more of his evangelists to propagate his doctrine around the world. The Bible states that Satan is the prince of the air. It states, "As for you, you were dead in your transgressions and sins in which you used to live when you followed the ways of this world and of the kingdom of the air, the spirit who is now at work in those who are disobedient." Ephesians 2:1-2.
Ironically, Satan uses the high-tech airwaves to spread his message throughout the entire world. Again, the common justification for purchasing the music for those who claim to have moral values is, "I just like the beat."
I like to ask these individuals, if Dr. Dre put a funky beat behind an Adolf Hitler speech and had rapper Eminem rap the lyrics of the speech, would you buy that single? When they say no, I ask why not. I then clearly point out how the albums they are purchasing for the beat boast about killing, substance abuse, gang banging, murder, and violence toward women. If they're buying these for the beats, why not buy the Hitler single? Some justify buying gangsta rap albums based on some of the generous donations and charity work some of these gangsta entertainers put on in the ghetto. Fans often assume it's done with pure intentions, and sometimes it is, but actions speak louder than words, not to mention the huge tax write-offs and the free advertising they get in the media. And I relate this to the analogy of having someone commit a major drive-by shooting in a community and then volunteer to assist the paramedics in the aftermath. These charitable contributions send a contradictory and confusing message to the youth. How can an artist present himself as a humanitarian against crime victims at a charity event when he is a gangster and thug on his album and videos? Inmate testimonial. Marilyn Mason has been a true rock and roll renaissance man. Rock music plays an important role in the minds of the young listeners today. It influences mostly white people, in my point of view. A lot of it is about what has happened in someone's life, and it is locked deep down inside somebody's soul. It's mostly actual events that have happened to them or that are happening as we speak. There are many rock bands out there that support devil worshiping and in white supremacy, but also there is a few Christian bands also. For example, a rock star and a legend. Marilyn Mason has been a true rock and roll renaissance man, and he enjoys this role. He is an open white supremacist, having concerts in Germany with wide screens in the back showing the rise of the Nazis. Rock music expresses a lot of hatred towards ethnic groups that are not white, but most people just can't understand it, or they support what certain rock bands are expressing in their music.
Rock music has gone a long way from classic rock to nowadays heavy metal. Very few bands have switched and stayed on top, but a longtime legend and a very real band, Metallica, has made it through thick and thin, and they still dominate the music world.
Rock music to me is a real go-getter. I've listened to it my whole life, and I still can't get enough of it. It supports my very active role and still growing white supremacist beliefs. And it explains day-to-day life. It has a lot of different stuff to it, too. A band called Disturbed, for example, is into the Jewish beliefs and expresses it through his music to gather more believers. It's basically a war of who can rise to the top, but people will have their views and onlooks about rock. But for me, it helps me relate to tragic events that have happened in my life, or it is downright telling the white supremacist, may through lyrics. But for one thing that has been proven time in and out, rock music will never fall. It will continue to dominate the rock world from all ages and backgrounds. Like my influence, White Zombie, that broke off and formed his own group called Rob Zombie. He is a heavy metalist that has directed and written 2 successful films. In my opinion, he has dominated both areas in songwriting and in filmmaking.
I tried to walk in the shoes of Eazy-E. The person rapper who I looked up to who inspired me was Eazy-E. The way he conducted himself was in my eyes seen as good. Because of rap, I felt it was right to refer to women as beaches and hoes. That it was cool to push and slap them and dehumanize and look at them as a nobody. Because of rap, I felt it was cool to rob and steal when you didn't have nothing. Because of rap, I thought it was cool to assault and victimize people. Then I had converted to a gang. I tried to walk in the shoes of Eazy-E. I tried to be like him. Rap and the negative vibe was my way of getting the attention to be like, to be accepted, to get the girls from around the way. And because of this so-called thug mentality, look where it got me. Behind bars at a young age of 13, even then I came in here with that thug gangsta mentality and lost 7 years of my life. It took this place and 7 years being here to get me to open my eyes and see what I was doing wrong. That this thug mentality was keeping me longer away from my loved ones. Now the key for me coming out of this mentality was my family. I noticed that I was causing them great pain. Let me just make it short. The key to coming out of this state of mind was self-love, self-respect, respect for others, the love of family, and most of all, the love of Jesus.
You could feel the power of the dollar bill while in their presence. As me growing up, I was raised around a lot of negative things. Being born in the mid-'80s, it was the era of gangsta rap. As I got old enough to listen and understand what artists were saying and what message they were putting out, I immediately took a liking to it. My father was the provider, so whenever we went somewhere, Eazy-E, Ice-T, Ice Cube, or Too Short was blasting in the tape deck.
That's when I really felt that these rappers had a talent to put words together and have a rhythm with a beat.
I feel that emotionally these men grew up in the cold streets of LA and put something together to get out of the dangerous lifestyle. Gangbanging, selling drugs, and making fast money was all that they knew and experienced, so that's what they wrote about. After some years passed, I grew a very liking to Tupac. He has lyrics that are heart-touching and you can feel every word that he's saying, and it's true. He wrote about struggle and daily life situations. There is more to rap than just smoking, killing, robbing, and the other stuff that is glorified. People just look at the negative and attack without seeing the positive. There are a lot of artists out there that rhyme about the positive side of rap, but it's hard these days because the youth don't want to hear it, so they're not noticed as much. But there is always a negative to the positive and vice versa. I never really realized how much the rap culture influenced me until I sat here and took a self-inventory of my life. Even in jail, I hear a song like Wanksta. I ask around, find out what it means, fake gangsta. Then I add the word within my vocabulary as if it was fly.
I have done this exact cycle throughout my life so much, it has become habitual. Sometimes with me not even being aware.
Almost like a subconscious thing. Knowing what I know, I ask myself, what positive and negative things have I learned from the music industry?
When it comes to positives, I confuse myself because I consider myself a thug from the streets. Rappers are looked at as kings of their own dynasty. They have women, money, cars, and jewels. What else does one need? Respect. Money brings respect.
So from a thug's perspective, I can say, boom, there's the positives. I learned money and respect. But in my heart, I know the truths and how I'm blind to the truth. I can call a woman a B, but I get mad if someone calls my mother a B. When I rap to myself, this question always appears. The women I disrespect, many not be mine, but another's mother or grandmother. I need to start reminding myself of that, as well as rappers in the industry. I never did understand how negativity brings money and publicity. 50 Cent, from the Group G unit, made $11 million by disrespecting the entire terror squad, Fat Joe, Remy Ma, etc. I was raised around people who listened to rap and chose to become famous rappers. Sean and Anthony know too many as C-Bo, and Brother Lynch are just a couple I know personally. Both are known as two of the notorious underground artists, rap artists I loved as well as envied them. As a child, when they would come to the hood, they would have all the attention, almost as if they demanded it. You could feel the power of the dollar bill while in their presence. It was so unreal. I wanted that respect, that glory, to feel like a king. I know as well. I knew what I had to do. Ride or die. In the process, learning the negatives, learning the street life, enabling me the ability to call a female a B in my rap, or who I hate and who I almost killed. People don't want to admit it, but most music is a bad influence on the children. From my rank in the hood, I shouldn't say that, but to know that my admitting could eventually make one person's life change positively is worth it. A girl once asked me, "Why do I listen to such music?" I said, "Because what I've been through, they don't mind putting on the radio for the world to hear. It makes me feel better knowing I'm not alone, even though they may put it with downing another with obscenities. How we can end this hate for one another within the rap culture? I will never know. People suffer from historical and cultural amnesia, including myself."
Just take it for what it is, entertainment. To me, I think that rock and heavy metal are a way of life for people. They get drawn into the sound and messages of music. Me personally, I don't really try to dissect songs or look for hidden meanings in lyrics, but do I believe that they are there? I think that people get deep into the lifestyle and live it to the fullest. That with the combination of drugs and alcohol can influence people by the masses. Some people become diehard fans that will support and promote their favorite band and become emotionally and somewhat spiritually attached to the performers. An example is when performer and guitarist for the well-known heavy metal band Pantera, Daryl Abbott aka Dimebag. Daryl was shot and killed on stage at a club where he and members of the new band he was in, Damage Plan, were having a show. The crazed fan was a dedicated and obvious till death fan of Pantera and blamed Dimebag for the band splitting up. He showed how upset he really was when he went on stage while the band was doing their set and shot and killed Dimebag and two others before being laid to rest by a security guard with a shotgun. That's just one example of the affect music has on people. Another is quoted by Tuaraya of Slayer, a known heavy metal band with Satanist views. "Our fans are the best, though I think a few of them take it a little too far. They'll see me walking down the street and they'll come running up with blood in their eyes, shouting at the top of their lungs. It's great, but if you're not used to it, you start to wonder what kind of power you have over these people. If we didn't have a real good understanding of ourselves and a healthy perspective on what we were doing, that kind of power could be real dangerous. I think that goes with most performers. Most of them do it for stardom, money, and the love of rock and roll lifestyle. I think the music is what you make of it. If you get too absorbed in lyrics, it kind of takes the fun out of it. Just take it for what it is, entertainment."
I viewed women as bees. I grew up in the projects of West Oakland, living with a single mother on welfare, a younger sister and brother, without enough income to support all of us. I didn't have a positive role model in the household to lead me in the right direction, so I looked toward the street, seeing the people from the hood with these nice cars and clothes. I wanted that for my family not to be struggling, so I resorted to selling drugs. Even though I knew it was wrong, I conned myself into believing it was okay. The rappers that influenced me were local Bay Area rappers like Seagram, RBL, Bad Influence, Click, E40, etc. From the experiences I've had with women, I viewed them as bees and hoes from the rappers I listened to and the way some women displayed themselves on the street, being easy and not having respect for themselves.
They would give me a natural high.
Incarcerated for murder.
I was conditioned with the belief to be a thug was from the attention from all the peers that had respect. I was rejected as a child. So since I believed I needed the respect to survive in my neighborhood, I could kill two birds with one stone and get the attention and respect from acting like a thug. Being rowdy, boisterous, disrespectful, and wild was passed on to me from peers. I had beliefs of if I don't beat him, somebody else will, or this is free money, so I'm going to get it. IT was important for me to be serious and got over on the system more. I became deep in the mentality as a hustler. Too Short, E40, and Lil Rick were a couple of main Bay Area rappers that I like because they talked about all types of killing, drug dealing, and how they kicked it by drinking and smoking. They would give me a natural high and get me pumped with negative adrenaline.
This individual was killed soon after his release.
I'm not a role model. I started listening to hardcore rap around the age of 6. Artists such as NWA, Too Short, 2 Live Crew, and Cool G Rap, just to name a few, were the ones who had my head nodding. Since I was growing up around the type of stuff they talked about, I found it to be nothing less than real beauty. I could be listening to Will Smith on a day that I may be feeling good, and his music may keep me feeling good all day. But since that ain't my reality, I'd rather listen to those who I can relate to, and eventually try to emulate them and act out the things they talked about. They never put any ideas in my head, but at the same time, their music may have given me an extra boost of motivation to do the things that I had already chose to do at the early age of 6. How do I feel about the image that I put out? Well, I don't want to see people getting victimized because my music, I rap, may have helped push someone to do something that I may have said I'd done just to make a rhyme, and then try to say, I made them do it. Everyone makes their own choices in life, bad or good. Just this last comment to all parents of kids who listen to hardcore rap: if your kid listens to my music for the beauty of the art of hip-hop rap, then let him give me my props. But if you see your kid trying to live like me, talk to your child, because there's something wrong going on in your home and your child's life. I'm not a role model.
I saw rappers as role models. Don't get me wrong, I'm not blaming any of these rappers for what I did. I'm just saying their lyrics was a big contributing factor in my behavior. I saw these rappers as role models because growing up in an unfortunate situation and seeing people from my same situation end up having all sorts of money, women, gold teeth, cars, etc. was very enticing.
MTV and Bet investing in private prisons. Rap music and private prison partnership, conspiracy exposed. In the 90s, the rap industry swiftly changed from the urban rhythmic battle of rocking the mic to a deadly game of disrespect and war of words between East and West Coast rap groups, Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, etc. This new gangster rap trend exploded out of nowhere, and soon local wannabe rap groups were transforming themselves into street gangs, taunting and challenging the neighborhood gangs in their territory, which is now known as drill music. I talked with a man in Sacramento, California, whose son was killed after he and his gang made a rap video disrespecting a rival neighborhood gang. He was killed in a drive-by shooting in less than 24 hours after the video was aired on YouTube. Since the early 90s, the rap game has taken a very dark and diabolical turn. It changed from the creative battle of rhyming lyrics to who is slanging, selling the most drugs, pimping the most women, and killing the most rivals, ops. How did this come to be? I can sum this up with one verse from the Holy Bible. The love of money is the root of all evil. 1 Timothy 6:10. America's slave industry has resurrected itself. It's larger, stronger, and more profitable than ever before, and has legally reinvented itself. This new slavery has nothing to do with race, but souls. It's illegal to capture and enslave a human being. It's called human trafficking. However, the modernized slave owner has learned through new advancements in psychology and technology that if you can capture an individual's mind, the body will follow into its own captivity. I have personally coined these modernized captors, techno-slave masters. The rap audience has become the modern-day plantation for these techno-slave masters who reside on Wall Street. These slave masters didn't have to use the big sea ships, rifles, and shackles. They have upgraded from their predecessors to the wireless technology of the frequency of musical airwaves. The gangster rappers and entertainers have become the new Uncle Toms, using the frequency of music to entrap the minds of the masses. They are more than willing to sell their souls for wealth, fame, and a nicer house on the plantation. I'm talking about Uncle Toms like Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, Eminem, and so on. Who are these techno slave owners, and what does music have to do with it? Well, it's a very finely tuned, covert, and intricate system that has been a dirty little profitable secret of some of the New World Order's elites since the early 90s. These new techno slave owners or handlers are a diabolical syndicate of private prison corporations, pharmaceutical companies, and the entertainment industry. How did this all come to light? Well, what blew this conspiracy wide open was an anonymous letter that surfaced on the internet in 2013. This letter was brought to my attention by a Hollywood insider, prompting me to do a little investigating. Not to my surprise, the claims by the author checked out, even according to Wall Street's accounting system. The European author of the letter claimed to be a former executive of a major record label in the United States. He stated he wrote the letter to clear his conscience after seeing the diabolical impact the rap industry was having on the youth in America. The letter was regarding a secret industry meeting held back in 1991 between the music and private prison industry on the topic of taking rap music in a new direction for more profit. The following is the anonymous letter.
After more than 20 years, I've finally decided to tell the world what I witnessed in 1991, which I believe was one of the biggest turning points in popular music and ultimately American society. I have struggled for a long time weighing the pros and cons of making this story public, as I was reluctant to implicate the individuals who were present that day. So, I've simply decided to leave out names and all the details that may risk my personal well-being and that of those who were, like me, dragged into something they weren't ready for. Between the late 80s and early 90s, I was what you may call a decision maker with one of the more established companies in the music industry. I came from Europe in the early 80s and quickly established myself in the business. The industry was different back then. Since technology and media weren't accessible to people like they are today, the industry had more control over the public and had the means to influence them in any way it wanted. This may explain why in early 1991, I was invited to attend a closed-door meeting with a small group of music business insiders to discuss rap music's new direction. Little did I know that we would be asked to participate in one of the most unethical and destructive business practices I've ever seen. The meeting was held at a private residence on the outskirts of Los Angeles. I remember about 25 to 30 people being there, most of them familiar faces. Speaking to those I knew, we joked about the theme of the meeting, as many of us did not care for rap music and failed to see the purpose of being invited to a private gathering to discuss its future. Among the attendees was a small group of unfamiliar faces who stayed to themselves and made no attempt to socialize beyond their circle. Based on their behavior and formal appearances, they didn't seem to be in our industry. Our casual chatter was interrupted when we were asked to sign a confidentiality agreement, preventing us from publicly discussing the information presented during the meeting. Needless to say, this intrigued and, in some cases, disturbed many of us. The agreement was only a page long but very clear on the matter and consequences which stated that violating the terms would result in job termination. We asked several people what this meeting was about and the reason for such secrecy, but couldn't find anyone who had answers for us. A few people refused to sign and walked out. No one stopped them. I was tempted to follow, but curiosity got the best of me. A man who was part of the unfamiliar group collected the agreements from us. Quickly after the meeting began, one of my industry colleagues, who shall remain nameless like everyone else, thanked us for attending. He then gave the floor to a man who only introduced himself by first name and gave no further details about his personal background. I think he was the owner of the residence, but it was never confirmed. He briefly praised all of us for the success we had achieved in our industry and congratulated us for being selected as part of this small group of decision-makers. At this point, I begin to feel slightly uncomfortable at the strangeness of this gathering. The subject quickly changed as the speaker went on to tell us that the respective companies we represented had invested in a very profitable industry which could become even more rewarding with our active involvement. He explained that the companies we work for had invested millions into the building of privately owned prisons and that our positions of influence in the music industry would actually impact the profitability of these investments. I remember many of us in the group immediately looking at each other in confusion. At the time, I didn't know what a private prison was, but I wasn't the only one. Sure enough, someone asked what these prisons were and what any of this had to do with us. We were told that these prisons were built by privately owned companies that received funding from the government based on the number of inmates. The more inmates, the more money the government would pay for these prisons. It was also made clear to us that since these prisons are privately owned, as they become publicly traded, we'd be able to buy shares. Most of us were taken aback by this. Again, a couple of people asked what this had to do with us. At this point, my industry colleague who had first opened the meeting took the floor again and answered our questions. He told us that since our employers had become silent investors in this prison business, it was now in their interest to make sure that these prisons remained filled. Our job would be to help make this happen by marketing music that promotes criminal behavior, rap being the music of choice. He assured us that this would be a great situation for us because rap music was becoming an increasingly profitable market for our companies, and as employees, we'd also be able to buy personal stocks in these prisons. Immediately, silence came over the room. You could have heard a pin drop. I remember looking around to make sure I wasn't dreaming and saw half of the people with dropped jaws. My daze was interrupted when someone shouted, "Is this a FN joke?" At this point, things became chaotic. Two of the men who were part of the unfamiliar group grabbed the man who shouted out and attempted to remove him from the house. A few of us, myself included, tried to intervene. One of them pulled out a gun and we all backed off. They separated us from the crowd and all four of us were escorted outside. My industry colleague who had opened the meeting earlier hurried out to meet us and reminded us that we had signed the agreement and would suffer the consequences of speaking about this publicly or even with those who attended the meeting. I asked him why he was involved with something this corrupt, and he replied that it was bigger than the music business and nothing we'd want to challenge without risking consequences. We all protested, and as he walked back into the house, I remember word for word the last thing he said, "It's out of my hands now. Remember you signed an agreement." He then closed the door behind him. The men rushed us to our cars and actually watched until we drove off. A million things were going through my mind as I drove away, and I eventually decided to pull over and park on a side street in order to collect my thoughts. I replayed everything in my mind repeatedly, and it all seemed very surreal to me. I was angry with myself for not having taken a more active role in questioning what had been presented to us. I'd like to believe the shock of it all is what suspended my better nature. After what seemed like an eternity, I was able to calm myself enough to make it home. I didn't talk or call anyone that night. The next day back at the office, I was visibly out of it, but blamed it on being under the weather. No one else in my department had been invited to the meeting, and I felt a sense of guilt for not being able to share what I had witnessed. I thought about contacting the 3 others who were kicked out of the house, but I didn't remember their names and thought that tracking them down would probably bring unwanted attention. I considered speaking out publicly at the risk of losing my job, but I realized I'd probably be jeopardizing more than my job, and I wasn't willing to risk anything happening to my family. I thought about those men with guns and wondered who they were. I had been told that this was bigger than the music business, and all I could do was let my imagination run free. There were no answers and no one to talk to. I tried to do a little bit of research on private prisons, but didn't uncover anything about the music business's involvement. However, the information I did find confirmed how dangerous this prison business really was. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Eventually, it was as if the meeting had never taken place. It all seemed surreal. I became more reclusive and stopped going to any industry events unless professionally obligated to do so. On 2 occasions, I found myself attending the same function as my former colleague. Both times, our eyes met, but nothing more was exchanged. As the months passed, rap music had definitely changed direction. I was never a fan of it, but even I could tell the difference. Rap acts that talked about politics or harmless fun were quickly fading away as gangster rap started dominating the airwaves. Only a few months had passed since the meeting, but I suspect that the ideas presented that day had been successfully implemented. It was as if the order had been given to all the major label executives. The music was climbing the charts, and most companies were more than happy to capitalize on it. Each one was churning out their very own gangster rap acts on an assembly line. Everyone bought into it, consumers included. Violence and drug use became a central theme in most rap music. I spoke to a few of my peers in the industry to get their opinions on the new trend, but was told repeatedly that it was all about supply and demand. Sadly, many of them even expressed that the music reinforced their prejudice of minorities. I officially quit the music business in 1993, but my heart had already left months before. I broke ties with the majority of my peers and removed myself from this thing I had once loved. I took some time off, returned to Europe for a few years, settled out of state, and lived a quiet life away from the world of entertainment. As the years passed, I managed to keep my secret, fearful of sharing it with the wrong person, but also a little ashamed of not having had the balls to blow the whistle. But as rap got worse, my guilt grew. Fortunately, in the late 90s, having the internet as a resource, which wasn't at my disposal in the early days, made it easier for me to investigate what is now labeled the prison industrial complex.
Now that I have a greater understanding of how private prisons operate, things make much more sense than they ever have.
I see how the criminalization of rap music played a big part in promoting racial stereotypes and misguided so many impressionable young minds into adopting these glorified criminal behaviors, which often lead to incarceration. 20 years of guilt is a heavy load to carry, but the least I can do now is to share my story, hoping that fans of rap music realize how they've been used for the past 2 decades. Although I plan on remaining anonymous for obvious reasons, my goal now is to get this information out to as many people as possible. Please help me spread the word. Hopefully others who attended the meeting back in 1991 will be inspired by this and tell their own stories. Most importantly, if only one life has been touched by my story, I pray it makes the weight of my guilt a little more tolerable. Thank you.
Anonymous author, 2013. Let me break down how it works and how profits are made. The 2 major prison companies are CCA, Corrections Corporation of America, and the GEO Group. The number 1 shareholder for CCA and the GEO Group is the Vanguard Group, which holds shares in Viacom, which owns BET and MTV, the 2 major catalysts for the gangster rap movement. Other shareholders are General Electric, which owns substantial shares in Universal, which owns significant shares in Interscope Records, which owns Suge Knight's Death Row Records. There is also Russell Simmons, CEO of Def Jam, a significant catalyst and pioneer in the gangsta rap and thug industry movement. Private prisons earn, on average, $122 per day from the federal government per inmate. Techno-slave masters have the opportunity to double dip, earning extreme bonuses from the mass quantities of medication their syndicated pharmaceutical companies distribute out to the prisoners, not only to prisoners, but also to the growing mental illness epidemic in free society, cultivated by the street drugs and violent and illicit behaviors they're pushing throughout the music. Examples: witchcraft in the music industry is now continuous mainstream news. The industry has profited from the aftermath of the violence that the music cultivates through witchcraft, affecting both gang members and those in the community. I'm talking about the shootings and killings that create post-traumatic stress disorders, PTSD, depression, anxiety, and panic attacks in so many individuals. Not just for the direct victims, but the secondary victims, such as the family, friends, and neighbors who are impacted by these crimes and deadly addictions. Many of these individuals get on pharmaceuticals just to cope with all the violence in their community. This creates billions of dollars of revenue for the pharmaceutical industry, which the music industry invests in and profits heavily from. Don't be mistaken. The thug movement is not just encapsulated within the rap industry, but in the 90s, these techno slave owners discovered that the thug mentality movement could also be transferable to R&B, pop, rock, punk music, and more, and also infused into movies, television, and video games. In the pharmaceutical industry, these techno slave masters invest in elite pharma companies such as Vertex Pharmaceuticals, Astellas Pharmaceuticals, and Rexan Pharmaceuticals. They have highly lucrative contracted ties to these youth and adult correctional facilities. Note, I want to make it clear that I don't believe that all pharmaceuticals are bad. I'm talking about those in the industry who purposefully abuse the use of pharmaceuticals for financial gain. Nor do I believe all those who invest or work in these financial groups or in these private prisons are bad individuals. I know many of them are decent, God-fearing people. I'm addressing the minority in these groups who are aware and have helped to orchestrate this diabolical plan of propagating the thug mentality through the media. As a retired correctional counselor for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, I know firsthand that medicating inmates is big business. Again, the pharmaceutical industry is a $1 trillion business. Unfortunately, I have witnessed too many psychiatrists who are zealous to start medicating instead of educating inmates. The bottom line is that medicating is more profitable than cures. Note, I want to make it clear that not all mental health staff believe this way. I have worked with and have learned from a lot of great psychologists and psychiatrists who truly have the desire to help individuals and would only prescribe medication after all other treatment attempts had failed. The techno slave masters process. A male youth comes to juvenile hall hallucinating after taking Molly at ecstasy, a drug promoted by the rap industry. He is immediately medicated with psychotropic meds by the clinical staff. Staff observes and documents the youth portraying a hostile disposition, so he is also medicated for his hostile and aggressive behavior. These drugs transform him into a stoic, zombie-like state, which leads to depression and anxiety, which leads to more medication. After a period of time, the youth is released with a strict regimen of medication scheduled 3 times a day. This youth most likely will not stick to the medication schedule, nor the medication once released, but it is prescribed anyway. The typical pattern is that the youth will likely hit the streets, self-medicating with street drugs, alcohol, promiscuous sexual encounters, partying, and erratic adrenaline rush expeditions, such as gang banging and other criminal activities. This will lead to the brain chemistry becoming even more off balance, which will eventually place them back into the correctional system, many times with an STD, sexually transmitted disease, back on their medication, and then some. It's a setup which is making these techno slave masters wealthy beyond measure. These corporate slave masters are the puppeteers and screenwriters for this well orchestrated New World Order production. They simply direct the music industry, which they have ownership in, to write the depraved scripts and then transmit them out through the music and the videos, which they know by previous testing, a large percentage of their target demographic will naively act out, driving them into their own self-destructive mental and spiritual captivity. Those who buy the music for the entertainment value, though don't act it out, are just as important to the cycle. They are the primary funders or silent investors and willing marketers of this destructive and deadly cycle. Fidelity, which is in the techno-slave master syndicate, is a significant shareholder of Rockstar Games, Inc.,
a company infamous for its violent and depraved video games such as Grand Theft Auto, GTA. In this game, you, as the player, are awarded points for committing crimes as a dope dealer, carjacker, rapist, gangbanger, and even a killer.
In a recent podcast titled Grand Theft Auto Exposed, I featured a segment of the Nutcase Gang, which was heavily influenced by the GTA game. This group of individuals became so pumped up by the game that they went to the streets, committing violent crimes such as robbery, carjacking, and even murder for points. What's really shocking and diabolical is you can purchase this game at Toys R Us, other than the most obvious argument that video games have been able to lure, entertain, and captivate many children from healthy and vigorous outdoor play in the sunny park. There is research now supporting that certain video games are causing detrimental behavioral changes in children, such as aggressive, impulsive, and violent behavior by influencing their mindset with deviant values. Children who play violent video games may experience an increase in aggressive thoughts, which in turn could boost their aggressive behavior. A controversial study conducted in Singapore stated. In the study, children ages 8 to 17 who played a lot of violent video games showed an increase in aggressive behavior such as hitting, shoving, and pushing 3 years later, compared to their behavior at the beginning of the study. Video game study source Newsmax.com. Meanwhile, those who decreased the amount of time they spent playing violent video games saw a decrease in aggressive behavior, the researchers said. The reason for the increase in aggressive behavior was that children who played a lot of violent video games had an increase in aggressive thoughts. For instance, they were more likely to interpret an ambiguous act, like someone bumping into them, as hostile, said study researcher Craig Anderson, a psychologist and professor at Iowa State University. They were also more likely to see aggressive behavior as an appropriate way to respond to provocation, Anderson said. Children and adolescents who play a lot of violent games change over time. They start to see aggressive solutions as being more reasonable ways to respond to conflict or frustration, Anderson told Live Science. As a retired correctional counselor for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, I can validate the above research from my personal experience. I remember writing my book, Thug Mentality Exposed, in a coffee shop in a gang-infested area of Sacramento, California. Across the street, some posters captured my attention. They first appeared to me as movie poster ads. The ad, plastered in multiple rows across the wall of an abandoned building, was for the infamous video game Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Again, initially I believed it to be a movie poster. However, with closer examination, I realized it was actually a video game ad. My first thought was, why would a company advertise a game glorifying a violent felony offense of carjacking in this gang-related part of the city? I later discovered that it was the #1 selling game in America at the time. The next day, I decided to continue my research on this game while at work at the N.A. Chatterjeean Youth Correctional Facility in Stockton, California. At the time, the institution housed California's most violent inmates between the ages of 18 to 25. That morning, I was working in a lockup unit where the most assaultive inmates in the facility were housed. We would escort the inmates solo, paired by staff in full restraints, into the recreational yard, where they would be placed in individual recreational cages.
There were 7 cages in the shape of a U. These inmates, who were rivals of each other, would curse back and forth, disrespecting each other's gang, family, mother, dead homies, girlfriends, etc., for the entire 3 hours of their recreational period.
Irritated by this monotonous daily routine during the program time, I decided to distract their battle of insults with a simple question. Have you guys played Grand Theft Auto? To my surprise, it stopped them in their tracks. Not only did it bring forth an enthusiastic response, but it also cultivated a friendly conversation between the rivals, thugs and drugs, the conscience hardener. This week, we had 5 new intakes in our unit. During the interview process, all 5 told me that they had done e-pills. 2 of them informed me that they believe the e-pills have caused them brain damage because they told me the drug has slowed down their thinking process. A former ward called my supervisor today saying, they're going crazy in the Bay. You can get 2 e-pills for 10 $10. These types of drug habits are the root of many of the new mental illnesses in our society. These individuals told me how popular the hyphy movement was in their cities. This made me think about the inevitable healthcare crisis coming to our nation regarding the mental illness epidemic, which our country is being propelled into at a rapid rate. Marijuana, meth, sherm, and e-pills are some of the main culprits of mental illness. With these drugs being in style now by the music industry, millions of naive youth will fall victim to mental illness, which will continue to escalate the crime rate and lead the healthcare system into a financial catastrophe. Drug use opens the door to one's soul for demonic spirits to come into torment, influence, and eventually take possession. No amount of medication or treatment sessions can undo all the damage from some of these drugs. It will take the Savior Jesus Christ to fully deliver and transform these drug-addicted individuals back to sobriety with a sound mind. What's wrong with marijuana? Marijuana relaxes me. It mellows me out. It's a natural herb. It should be legalized. These are the arguments from the pro-marijuana movement that I hear all the time at the correctional facility. Many have vowed to me and others that they will give up their gang-banging, robbing, stealing, drug dealing, committing violent acts on others, and go to school and get a job. However, very few are willing to honestly commit to leaving a drug such as marijuana. I love it. I hear a lot. There ain't nothing wrong with it. They tell me that they have used it for years and they aren't hurting anybody by doing it. They say they just want to be left alone after a hard day of work to kick back with a beer and fire up a joint. To get a clear understanding and knowledge of any plant, you have to go to its root. In this case, I'm going to take you back to its historical and spiritual roots. Why is God against substance abuse other than the physical and brain damage it causes? Because it's sorcery. That's right, it's witchcraft. I know that sounds extreme, but let me explain. The Greek word pharmakia is used 5 times in the New Testament. One time in the book Galatians 5:20, and 4 times in Revelations 9:21, Revelation 18:23, Revelations 21:8, and Revelations 22:15. According to W.E. Vine's Expository Dictionary of New Testament Words, the word pharmakia refers to a sorcerer, one who uses drugs, potions, spells, and enchantments. The word pharmacy is derived from pharmakia. This Greek word does not refer to all drug use, but rather drug use, which is related to sorcery. Sorcery involves using drugs to open up oneself to the influence of evil spirits. Revelation 9:21 states that after God poured out his wrath on rebellious humanity through plagues, people did not repent of their murders, sorcery, fornication, or their thefts. Dating back to ancient times, the occult used mind-altering drugs as part of their rituals. Years ago, marijuana was practiced in shamanistic rituals in India, China, and Assyria. In an ancient Chinese writing, the Pen Tusuo Qing, 100 AD, noted that if taken over a long term, marijuana, makes one communicate with spirits. A Taoist priest wrote in the 5th century BC that marijuana was utilized by necromancers, sorcerers, to set forward time and reveal future events. Today, many groups such as the Rastafarians, the Tepecano Indians of Mexico, and the Kasai tribes of the Congo use marijuana as a sacrament in their religious functions. The Kasai considers marijuana to be a god, the nectar of delight. The Menninger Foundation did a study led by Dr. Charles Tart, published in Nature, a scientific journal, about the effects of marijuana. In a survey of frequent marijuana users, 80% said, "I get somewhat paranoid about the people with me. I am suspicious about what they're doing." 23% said, "I lose control of many actions and do antisocial things that harm other people." 20% said, "I have lost control and been taken over by an outside force or will which is hostile or evil in intent for a while." Source, Sussman.com. Marijuana weakens the natural moral restraints people have against engaging in immoral activities. It corrupts one's conscience. Back in the 1960s, as millions of people were introduced and started smoking marijuana, these people who once embraced the values of the Holy Bible were now embracing Eastern religion, New Age thinking, and occultism. They adopted a hedonistic lifestyle which has the philosophy, if it feels good, do it. In ancient times, even today, a witch or shaman prepares these drugs. They are used to enter into the spiritual world by inducing a pleasurable, altered state of consciousness that allows demons to take over the mind of the user. Today, many say they use drugs for so-called recreation. However, one cannot negate its cultic ties. While marijuana impacts one's mind and soul by changing an individual's personality, beliefs, and thinking process, it also damages the individual physically. Here are some of the detriments of marijuana reported by parents. The Anti-Drug Foundation. Effects of marijuana on the brain. THC tetrahydrocannabinol. Researchers have found that THC changes the way in which sensory information gets into and is acted on by the hippocampus. This is a component of the brain's limbic system that is crucial for learning, memory, and the integration of sensory experiences with emotions and motivations. Investigations have shown that THC suppresses neurons in the information processing system of the hippocampus. In addition, researchers have discovered that learned behaviors, which depend on the hippocampus, also deteriorate. The effects on the lungs. Someone who smokes marijuana regularly may have many of the same respiratory problems that tobacco smokers have. These individuals may have daily cough and phlegm, symptoms of chronic bronchitis, and more frequent chest colds. Continuing to smoke marijuana can lead to abnormal functioning of lung tissue injury or destruction by marijuana smoke. Regardless of the THC content, the amount of tar inhaled by marijuana smokers and the level of carbon monoxide absorbed are 3 to 5 times greater than among tobacco smokers. This may be due to marijuana users inhaling more deeply and holding the smoke in the lungs. Effects of heavy marijuana use on learning and social behavior. A study of college students has shown that critical skills related to attention, memory, and learning are impaired among people who use marijuana heavily, even after discontinuing its use for at least 24 hours. Researchers compared 65 heavy users who had smoked marijuana a median of 29 of the past 30 days, and 64 light users who had smoked a median of 1 of the past 30 days. After a closely monitored 19 to 24-hour period of abstinence from marijuana and other illicit drugs and alcohol, the undergraduates were given several standard tests measuring aspects of attention, memory, and learning. Compared to light users, heavy marijuana users made more errors and had more difficulty sustaining attention, shifting attention to meet the demands of changes in the environment, and registering, processing, and using information. The findings suggest that the greater impairment among heavy users is likely due to an alteration of brain activity produced by marijuana. Source: theantidrug.com. Marijuana is also known as the gateway drug in the Dawn Report, led by Dr. Harold Vuth, senior psychiatrist for the Menninger Foundation. He found that 90% of those using hard drugs, such as heroin, started with marijuana. A quick footnote: a predecessor to the gateway of marijuana is cigarettes. Statistics have proven that the majority of individuals who start smoking tobacco products go on to try marijuana. Marijuana has been proven to open the gateway to drugs such as cocaine, heroin, ecstasy, LSD, methamphetamines, PCP, Sherm, and a host of others. All these are known by the medical community to be deadly and cause a multitude of health problems, but also cause irreversible brain damage. Towards the end of this chapter, you will read some bizarre testimonies from wards incarcerated who tell about their drug experiences. A ward on my unit, who is a former crystal meth dealer, revealed to me the secret ingredients in the deadly addictive drug. I couldn't hardly believe it at first, but another former meth dealer on the unit confirmed it. Take a look at what many individuals are willing to put in their body for a cheap high. Some of the deadly ingredients in crystal meth. Raid, red sulfur from matches, Ajax, bleach, Sudafed.
My insight on various drugs.
The effects of drugs that I've done and taken are many. Good, bad, fun, scary. I've explored a lot of drugs in my short life of 20 years, from weed to heroin to acid to ecstasy. Hallucinogenics are my favorite drugs, but being hard to get, my drug of choice is crank meth. I was once up on meth for 1 month and 3 days. That's burned into my memory because it was the last month and 3 days I spent on the streets before coming to YA. Marijuana was my first drug. I started smoking it at the age of 11. My cousin gave me the joint to calm me down because I was hella mad. He didn't like me getting in trouble, so weed was the only option to calming me down. Every smoke after that was to mellow me out. Running from my problems? Hell yeah, but so would you if you had so much anger, wanting to be released in a way that would end up with me in here a lot sooner. So weed was just a mellow me out drug. Cocaine, the powder, was a drug that I would use to help me drink my alcohol and to numb my spirits. If that sounds weird to you, then I apologize, for I know no other way to express it. Meth was a way to stay up and not miss out on the opportunities of the coming days. The parties, sex, drinking, fighting, and more meth. I done heroin one time as a type of experiment. I didn't like it. Cocaine, rock form. I've also tried once and it was a high to good, so I've never done it since. Acid, LSD, is a mind trip drug that I love. Though my first experience wasn't very nice, I did it again. It's a drug that alters your vision, enhances your hearing. My second trip was cool. I would wave my hand in front of my face or anything for that matter and would see about 10 more following the original object. Trails were fun when you did a pass a couple of times and tried to find the real thing. I could hear colors changing and blending like clashing or crashing waves. I once seen Mario and Luigi from the Mario Brothers fighting to see Mario the victor and then tearing off Luigi's head. I like watching trees on a windy day and frying balls when it's raining. The rain seems to slow down, and when it hits the ground, it's really a beautiful sight. My worst experience was with liquid foam acid. My thing was, I thought I was surrounded by death, a rotten stench wading in blood. That was too much for me, especially with OJ, which enhances the effect. The trick with acid is knowing before you take it is that everything that will happen will be controlled by you and your mind. For example, if you think you're going to go and see rabbits, then rabbits are what you'll see. Peaceful minds have good trips, while troubled, worried minds have bad trips. It's all in the head. Mushrooms are weird too. They taste like crap when eaten alone. But when eaten with some food, the shrooms have a little bit of flavor, added to the bitterness. Mushrooms, unlike LSD, never gave me any bad trips. My cousin said it's because the shrooms are a gentle and friendly hallucinogenic. I've had the same hallucination of Mario and Luigi fighting, but with a slightly different ending. The roles were reversed. Ecstasy, or X, is a drug that has you in that state, therefore obtaining its name properly. There are many different types of E, clovers, pyramids, and daisies. There are so many I'm sure not even the biggest law enforcement agency with all its evidence on drug busts would have even half. Each pill has different effects but similar sensations. I myself like to have a baby pacifier in my mouth with a lot of Gatorade because you can dehydrate quickly. The pacifier to keep from chewing my tongue off or trying to swallow it. If you were to start chewing your tongue, you probably wouldn't stop because it wouldn't hurt. It would feel good. Ecstasy helps you to gain energy and flow with the music. House music catches my attention on E, and it's the most amazing sound and music that anyone could have invented. There are 3 forms of the pill: single, double, and triple stacked. This is the thickness of the pill. The thicker, the stronger. I think this is what leads to the seizures that a first-time user has. If they took a single stacked pill, I don't think it's likely that they would OD as they would with a triple stacked one. I've also taken a certain cold medication to get high. The pills, triple C, Coricidin, cold and cough. The pills gave me the weirdest high I've gotten in my drug history. I was drunk, stoned, wired, and strong as Satan on steroids. I remember getting into a one-man fight, me, with 6 guys, and knocking 4 of them out at turns. Obscenity, you not. The other 2 I beat up one at a time first, then I ended my rage with my older sister by my side telling me to be cool already and handing me a beer. Bud Light. That's not my choice of beer, tastes like crap. Budweiser. Then she got pushed and I went into a rage again and was hitting the poor guy so hard I broke or fractured his eye socket and busted his ear with a rip. They took me inside and I passed out. I woke up in a cold shower, was dried off by some Hina I never met, which is good for me because I ain't very well endowed, and was put to bed with a guard and ordered to keep me in the room if not in bed. I woke up and the next morning with my hand swollen, the knuckle to my ring finger pushed back behind the rest, and the middle knuckle, I would later come to find out, was shattered. Drugs can be enjoyed, but they're looked down upon by today's world because of the financial aspect becoming greater than the country's own. If drugs were legalized, there would be no killing, women having sex for drugs, or guys taking advantage of the addict in that way. I've dealt drugs and have been offered sex with women and their kids for a 20 sack, which ain't very much at all. That's enough for 1 hit of meth, maybe 2, and 1 very small line of crystal meth, which is more expensive. There would be less robberies for fixes and less everything that a drug addict analysts connect or blame on the actions of addict. There's my view and my explanation or insight on drugs I've experienced.
I started doing drugs to stay on my feet. I had to maintain on the streets because I was wanted by a lot of enemies, because I always robbed them, and was taking dope and money from them. Every time the dope dealers saw me, they would shoot at me, or they go to my house looking for me. But I was never at home. It was one time when these dope dealers went in my house with guns and pointed it at some of my family members looking for me. They told my people that, if we don't get your son, we are going to kill you. But then I start doing drugs to stay on my feet because I never know when they're going to come to kill me. I always snort cocaine because it makes me stay up. I never got to sleep because the people who I robbed could come anytime. Sometimes at night I would walk around on crack because it makes me stay up, and in the daytime, I'd be on the corner nodding my head. My mom always told me to turn myself into the police. She always tell me she can't sleep at night because she is worried about me. She told me one of these days I am going to give her a nervous breakdown. I love my mom, but I never tried to put her in my mix. One day, I got so tired of all this stress and the streets, and I was stressed that my mom was depressed. People wanted to kill me, so I had to do something. I was walking down the street, and the police rolled up. I was like, I'm glad this is over with. I told them to take me to jail. I was kind of happy in a way, because my mom did not have to worry about me, and I did not have to watch my back or duck from cars anymore. But I have to still keep my head up, because it was a tough war. To this day, my mom and grandma are still happy that I am in jail, and I love them for it, because they know I'm safe.
I wish to never use it again. When I was 13 years old, I used meth, which wasn't a good experience, and I wish to never use it again. But I remember we would use it so much we would be up for days. And after a while of using it so much no matter what, I would always feel paranoid and dirty. So one night around 2 or 3 in the morning, I was in my room with a friend who was also using it. We heard something out the window, or at least we thought we did. But anyway, we began to think someone was out there watching us, so we went to take a look. And all we see in a distance was shadows behind cars, bushes, houses, and we thought we were being watched by cops and thought they were trying to bust us. So we went in the house and started flushing all our drugs down the toilet, breaking all our pipes, and getting rid of any evidence that could have been found. And after all that, come to find out there was nothing even out there at all. It was us tripping out off of the drugs, which made us do that. And I ain't gonna lie, I really seen those shadows, but that was a bad experience for me on drugs.
Meth trip! When I was high on meth, I didn't sleep for 2.5 weeks. I was taking rests here and there, waking up, trying to eat, like a candy bar or something. For those 2.5 weeks, I was hallucinating. People and animals. This hallucination of people scared me. People that I saw in my hallucinations are described as aliens. Aliens that I thought were trying to take my friends to tell them or do some type of experiments. These people that I was hallucinating on, they looked as any normal people. 5 fingers on their hands, clothing, driving. The only different thing was their face. Big eyes and small mouths. It looked as if they were wearing masks. On animals, they were normal. Bears, deer, and quails, but didn't belong in the environment that they were in.
Doing crime gave me that rush. With women such as my mother, the things I did and the attitude I had stressed her out. We weren't close anymore, and my life had to do a lot with the things my mother did and went through. Then my relationship with my grandmother got worse. I had no love for her anymore, and it seemed the other way around also. I also started acting more disrespectful towards women in the way I treated them and talked to them. I grew up in Hawaiian Gardens, southeast Los Angeles, during my younger years, where I started hanging around older gang members during elementary school. It felt good having big homies, but it was even better knowing that they were gang members. I felt the love and protection. As I grew up, it got more serious. Just about all my friends were gang members, and that was who I rolled with. During those times, I was neglected, hurt, and abandoned, and I thought that I could never do good and satisfy my family. I had nothing to go home to. After a while, I felt there was no family. There was no Christmas, and we never did anything. Doing crime gave me that rush. The sense of power made me think that I could do something good, and instead of being looked down for it, my friends did the same thing. Since I had no family at home, I felt that love around the homies felt like family, and felt like control, because of the love and all the things we did and went through. I kind of felt obligated, and that was the only thing separating us, me not being in the gang.
I care less about my mom and dad because my anger won't let me feel for no strangers. Growing up as a Hispanic male in a family of 4 males and 4 females, I was in between all of this. My mom was a drug dealer when I was a baby, and back in 80s she got busted for manufacturing crack cocaine in an Oakland residential area. She left my life for 3 years. I was put in a foster home. In the meantime, out in Modesto, California, my grandmother was staying out there at the time, so I was able to stay with my grandmother after a year or so. I grew up with no father figure. During the time I was always at the foster home, I experienced a lot of drama. The foster care lady would mistreat us and call us degrading names. She fed us powdered milk, powdered eggs, and other food of that nature. I was relieved when I finally left the home. Living with my grandmother now, I was eating right and felt comfortable and safe with no worries. My grandma's house burnt down just a few months before my mother got released on parole from prison. During that time, I was living with my great-grandmother until housing authorities found a place for my grandmother to live. When my mother was out of prison, we returned to her. She was on parole and still selling drugs so she could provide for the family. She completed parole with an honorable discharge. 8 weeks after her completion of parole, the Modesto Police Department raided our house on suspicion of drug deals. They found nothing. After that, my mom discontinued selling drugs and started using them. When this started, life started to get even more miserable. Things started to come up missing, and slowly but surely we went from having stuff to having nothing. Mom used to do the drugs in front of my face. Also, she would make me go buy the drugs for her. At that time, I was 10 years of age when this started to occur. Shortly after this, I began to run away from home. When I was on the run at 11 years old, I experienced going to juvenile hall for first-degree burglary. 3 days later, I was released on probation back to the custody of my mom. Shortly after I was released, I skipped probation school and court after I left home again. I was out committing more crimes for the greed of money and excitement of doing the crime. I started using drugs, not only weed and liquor, but smoking crystal meth. It got bad, so I started using all my money to support my habit, so that meant more crimes. I got busted again for car theft, released once again back to my mother. I was rebellious to probation, so I did it moving again. Back on the run again, I experienced the same lifestyle over again, but this time it got worse. I started committing crimes with weapons. I needed the drugs so I could cover up the pain. When I was high off drugs, I felt problem-free and it felt good. Back in jail for another burglary, a car theft along with a firearm in my possession. So now I'm on my way to come to the youth authority with only 18 months and end up doing 7 years. I involved myself in fights, group disturbances, and in possession of drugs and prison-made alcohol. I've been careless about life and don't give a F about what goes on because I only got one life to live, so I'ma live to the limits. I careless about my mom and dad because my anger won't let me feel for no strangers. They say I'm wrong and I'm heartless, but all along I was looking for a father. He was gone.
I used to love the name Hot Boy. The anger in my heart hurts real bad every time I think about my childhood. Sometimes I wish that I never was born in this life, because it hurts me every time I think about what I did to my family. This is how my life started. I was born in Oakland, California with my mother and father, with my little brother and me. As I remember, when I was 2 years old, my father had Rolling Stone jobs, and my mother had welfare, and every time of the month for rent, she would pay rent and use drugs. She smoked coke, and my father used heroin. They were drug addicts. We had food in our house enough to last us the next month. As I got to go to school, I used to act out because I could not get much attention as when I was at home. When I got older, I used to run away from home at age 8. I used to sleep outside in the cuts beneath the house. My mom used to look for me, but I never want to go home because she always used to hit me with her fist, and my dad used to tell her to stop. Then the next thing you know, my mom and dad started to fight. I used to hate to see my mother and father when they used drugs. They do it in my face sometimes when I used to run away from home. I go to the store and steal food for myself because I had to make it on my own. When I turned 10 years old, I told my father on the phone that I am not coming home no more and said that I was going to call the police and say that I was a runaway. When I called home, I could not take the pain anymore, so I never came back until I went to jail. I went to jail because I was so angry that I beat somebody up real bad. Then people called the police on me. Police took me to juvenile hall. I spent 1 month in there, then they sent me back home. When I went home, my parents beat me real bad. After that, I started to run away again because my mom and father started it again. Now my brother used to always run away too. Sometimes he used to get in trouble a lot just like me. We always used to talk about the pain in our heart, but sometimes me and my bro used to go out and rob people because we had to make it on our own. My mom and father did not care about what we did because they always used drugs and got high, and then it started to get worse because I started to get guns and drugs when I was 13. That's when everything started to begin. Now it was time for me to get money fast, quick, and smart. I started to sell drugs and make fast money. My brother used to rob people all the time. Now we start to have lots of money. We always make victims and take their money. And I never used to feel sorry for nobody because I used to have a lot in me that I never care about. My brother shot somebody because he had lots of anger in him. He did not care and he got away with it. The person he shot did not die, only he got shot in his leg. Me, I was to go home and get beat up for no reason because my mom and dad had a lot of anger theyself. I will go back outside and rob more people and take things that do not belong to me. I always used to love to rob people because I get a lot of money doing that. People used to tell me that you a hot boy, people looking for you hot boy. I used to love the name hot boy because I was known for that name when people see me and they ask who I am to say hot boy. And they be like, oh, that's you always robbing people. You got heart and I respect you. That made me feel good because people knew who I was, hot boy. Then I caught a dope case and I went to jail. Then when I went to jail, people used to know who I was. So I used to fight all the time in juvenile hall because I had a lot of pain in me. I was sent back home from juvenile hall. I got out feeling good because people knew who I was, but I still had anger in me every day. I did not care about nobody. I keep on catching case after case and the judge sent me to CYA. Then I start to fight because people used to test me and now they still do. And I want to fight every day because I want other people to feel my pain because I always never feel sorry for nobody. Now every time I wake up, I feel angry because of my family's habit. And it still hurt from this day. Since I was young, I always had a lot of hate in me because I always remember my past. I've been hurt. It's hard for me to stand up and be a man about it because I can't take the pain away of what I've been through. People always say leave the past behind me, but it's hard to let go. If you was in my shoes, what else would you do? I always tell myself to let things go, but it's hard for me to let go. Now sometimes I wish that I can change the way I think, but now I can't change. People always used to tell me to be more good than bad, but it seemed that I do more bad because that's what I am used to doing. I always do more bad than good. My family always did drugs and got high, so I look after my dad a lot, and I did drugs because my dad did it, and now drugs kind of mess my brain up and I can't think straight. I always try to let things go out of my way, but I seem to adjust to the bad things it seems at nighttime when I go to sleep. It haunts me in my sleep. If I think about my childhood, it's always given me flashbacks and it hurts me real bad. If I try my best to be positive, it seemed like the devil always give a flashback when I was doing something bad and that hurts. After that, I start doing bad because that flashback always try to haunt me, and it does every night. So now I am just going to have to deal with it every day. So I am still keeping my head up and try my best to be positive.
The most scariest and darkest day in my life. December 20th, 2002 was the most scariest and darkest day in my life. It's hard to explain it to everybody, but I'm going to do my best. I was given some trees, weed, and not knowing what it was laced with, I just accepted it from a person that I called my homie. So me and my other partner started smoking, and off the first hit I was already high, but at the same time I was like, trees, weed? Don't supposed to hit you that fast. So I thought it was just some good as trees weed. So I kept on smoking, and when I felt I was too high, I put the rest of the tree weed out, and then I started to feel like I wasn't off no trees. My movement was 100 times slower than usual. I felt a little bit paranoid. Then my partner that smoked with me, he was in the room next to me, he started to panic.
So I told my partner that smoked the weed with me to call staff. I got up, ran toward the door, and I started to bang on the door. And as I was banging on the door, I said, a staff man. Up here tripping out, all I could see was pitch white, and everything that moved froze.
At that point in time, the only thing I remember was a staff man. up here tripping out and what I heard other people saying that replayed over and over and over. Then I seen Staff and I was telling him something. But it seems like he didn't understand me or something. Like I was from a different planet or something. So then I laid down on my bunk and just thought that this is the end of my life. I'm dead now. But I thought life was supposed to be the other way. And which way was that? However, everybody die in their own way. As I was laying there, Staff came to my door, called my name like 5 or 6 times before I answered them. And when I did, I felt relieved because I was still alive. So they handcuffed me and took me to this classroom where they called the MTA, medical technician. They started talking and I thought they was trying to kill me. Then that's when I seen that white light again. And as I started to blink, my heart started to blink at the same rate. And as it was slowing down, my heart started to slow down. That's when I realized that I was running out of time and life. So I fell to both of my knees and started to pray because I knew I was dying. My soul felt funny, like it was waiting to jump out onto something. I wasn't ready, and then I blacked out, and then I came back, but scared as hell to move. They took me to the hospital where they checked my blood pressure, and they said my blood pressure was 240. That was past a stroke and a heart attack rate. I kept on asking who was God, and kept on saying I need God. Then I started to get weak, and I started to lay down, and I took the easy way out, and my eyes rolled in the back of my head. But for some reason they wouldn't close, and the staff kicked the gate and told me to get up, so I go up. Started to watch TV but didn't understand. Then they put me in a camera room and watched me from there. I would like to thank my vent mate, because if it wasn't for him I'd be dead. I would like to thank the staff, MTA, but the person I would like to thank the most is God. I understand that God is real now. He is not a joke. Take it from somebody that almost experienced death. I see life as a whole new meaning now, and the devil will try to get in any way he can. Everything might seem all fine and dandy, but he just waiting till the time is right. I'm straight now. I don't do drugs no more, never did like drinking. I'm not selling no drugs when I go home. If I would have died, it would have been FXXX up, because I only had 15 days until I go home. So that is my almost encounter with death. But God saved me from that, and I appreciated my Lord.
Ventmate's story. The other night I got some bad marijuana, but anyway, what it had done to me was a bad feeling. I almost died off of it. It really had me going crazy, and my friend almost died himself when the nurse came to get him. He was passed out. When they came and got me, I found my friend was almost gone. They wanted to take my blood pressure so I wouldn't have a heart attack in my sleep. So when they did my blood pressure, it was 231/130. So they took me to the hospital and they said I had to stay overnight until my blood pressure went down. When I got there, my friend was praying to God and he was shaking, and that had me really scared. I really didn't know what to do. But me and my friend got released from the hospital the next day. He is all right and I'm all right. We just happy we living. But to tell the truth, I really don't know if I'm going to stop smoking marijuana. I probably just won't smoke in jail and just do my time and go home. To experience death isn't cool at all. So for the young ones that's not smoking now, don't never start because it's not good for you. It will kill you. Might try to kill me for that. They'll say I'm a sellout. I have kids that I love dearly. That's why I want out. See where the gangs got me? And jail doing hard times, not knowing if I'm going to live or die. A gang member recently told me that he utilized drugs on the street to quiet his conscience about all the evil deeds he had done. He stated, "It keeps me on point, sharp," when asked why he had to use them. He went on to say that without drugs, he walks around paranoid. When he uses it, he believes it calms him and gives him the boldness to continue his gang-banging activities with little or no fear. This is part of Satan's plan, to create a desire for evil and boldness in individuals so they can either do his sinful deeds or meet dangerous opportunities for them to be killed. Ancient worshippers of pagan gods did marijuana for the purpose of communicating with the spirits, demons. During the state of their high, these demons gained access to their soul in order to place new desires in them. The desires placed inside them were sinful. This is why there are so many youths living rebellious lives. So many individuals love the feeling of the high, which is a spiritual sensation created by demons entering the soul. Therefore, an addict continues to crave a fill-up, which creates more sinful desires because of the feel-good sensation. You wonder how a gang member can kill someone by showing no remorse. The desire was cultivated in them through a process of drug use and music over an extended period of time. Moral desires are God's instructions for us. Sinful desires are Satan's. In other words, drug use gives an individual instructions from Satan.
Cult leader.
This ward convinced 6 other wards on his unit to join him in a suicide pact.
I guess my words are so strong I can kill you. Brainwashing, or as I call it, mind-effing. What I do is make someone feel bad and tell them they're no good, and pretty much keep it up for a long time, sometimes weeks, months, and then you become their friends and keep it up even when you become their friend. Because people are more willing to believe someone they trust, and sometimes someone with a weak mind just wants someone to listen. And that is when you tell them about death and how it could all stop the problems that the victim is going through. And what I did on this day is just this. They thought I was their friend, and they were wrong, because they wanted to die, and when they were hanging, I was asleep. I guess my words are so strong, I can kill you. 1 out of the 5 became my friend, and I knew he was dying as I faked being asleep. So I kicked the door to stop his death, and I did, but he almost died from the bleeding, from cutting himself and the loss of blood. I guess I have a heart, and it's for the best that I do because I saved all 6 of their lives. And why I wanted them to kill themselves? Because I wanted to see how far I could push a person until they break.
For the rush. Occasionally, when I confront an individual for breaking an institutional rule, I often hear, "It doesn't matter, Johnson, I got 30 days to the house," or "Go ahead, write me up, I max out next week." Those that are short-timing it, getting out of prison soon, are excited about their second chance to get out in society. When I ask many what their plan is, some will respond, "Get drunk, kick it with my girl, spend time with family, and then hit the clubs with my homies." Many of these wards reoffend in less than a year, sometimes months or even days. Some end up dead. Their state of mind is to live mindlessly day by day.
They crave immediate gratifications and have failed to develop the skills of patience and self-discipline. They are blinded by the horrific consequences that are to come. Their behavior makes them a magnet for law enforcement and rival enemies. What is sad is that many wards are being released from our correctional facility to death row, and they don't even know it. The unhealthy lifestyle of the thug. Watching a gangsta music video, you're almost always likely to see attractive and shapely women and muscular, pumped-up men with ripped abs. This is the appealing picture the entertainment industry paints of the gangsta paradise. But this picture of health doesn't align with the lifestyle they teach through their music. You have mega hip-hop performers like Jay-Z, P. Diddy, and Tyrese portraying a godfather or crime boss figure profiling with cigars in their videos. Hard liquor being consumed at party scenes mixed in with high-speed streetcar racing and reckless sex escapades promotes the scenery of the thug. Reckless driving is being promoted at an all-time high in the entertainment industry, such as in the hyphy and crunk movements, along with recent hit movies as The Fast and the Furious and Waist Deep. These movies are purposely being marketed to the youth and young adults. Many have tragically met their fate attempting to emulate the car stunts in such movies. With obesity at an all-time high, especially among American kids, you have many of these gangsta entertainers proudly parading their glutton and lazy lifestyles. They refer to their excessively overweight frames as a status symbol of wealth and prosperity. Therefore, you now have young, obese kids who identify with their overweight idols taking on the same mindset of them. The medical profession and statistics relate the following consequences to the thug lifestyle: high blood pressure, diabetes, rapid body aging, heart disease, mental illness, suicide, kidney and liver failure, cancer, emphysema, brain damage, fatal car accidents, sexually transmitted diseases, paraplegic, prison, a violent death of self or a family member or friend, the adrenaline rush, the in-house drug, I remember engaging in a conversation with a small group of wards on a lockup unit about their past drug use. We were discussing their hallucination trips and weekly and daily usage amounts when one of the wards spoke out and said something very profound. He stated, "You haven't talked about the most powerful drug," the ward said as his eyes lit up with excitement. "What is that?" I asked. He responded, "The adrenaline rush." He went on to tell me that the adrenaline rush is the most exciting drug of them all. I've been familiar with the definition of the adrenaline rush and know that the adrenaline rush is sometimes a good thing, which can boost our physical or mental ability to accomplish difficult tasks. However, I never looked at it as a drug. That night, I went on the internet to search some medical sites and discovered that our adrenaline is a chemical that produces the drug dopamine within our body, which gives an individual somewhat of a narcotic high. The article went on to explain how the adrenaline rush can become a serious and sometimes fatal addiction. The addiction guides many into substance abuse and other criminal activities. The thrill, adventure, the rush of living on the edge is an exhilarating high that many can't get enough of. These are often the ADD, attention deficit disorder, individuals who find it difficult to sit still or concentrate on a task that extends longer than a few minutes. Music is a great instigator of the adrenaline rush. Just look at slam dancing on the punk rock scene or the emotional hype stirred up by the entertainers at a rock or rap concert. They can emotionally stir the audience to get them tapping, rocking, bouncing, and sometimes escalating into a frenzy, fighting and rioting. You just read about the hyphy movement, must I say anymore? Those who self-mutilate are exhibitionists, are sexually promiscuous, and our gang members fall into this category of the adrenaline rush. It is the in-house drug that can provide them with a temporary coping intervention from a painful feeling. What cultivates the adrenaline rush disorder? Victims of abuse. Those who are victims of past abuse often crave the excitement of the adrenaline rush because it provides a temporal fix to alleviate the pain of the memories and emotional hurt they suffer from. On a psychiatric unit that I worked on, many wards would cut themselves and bang their heads against hard objects. Some would go to the extreme of spreading and eating their feces. When I asked them why they did this, the majority would say to me that their bizarre behavior brought them temporary peace from the hurt that was going on in their lives. Abnormal behavior was an escape from their reality. Guilty conscience. Those who feel great shame from their past deeds use the adrenaline rush to escape their reality. At the correctional facility, many say they can't stand it to be quiet because that's when their conscience starts talking to them. They must interact with their peers or enemies to drown out the voice of their conscience. Verbal disrespect and physical threats are a high for them because they know that it might lead them into something even more exciting, which will give them an even greater high, such as a fight or riot. If it doesn't, just the mere fact of them believing that they have created some fear or agitation in someone will give them that adrenaline rush. As they say, misery loves company, boredom. Those with no worthwhile goals or vision who go through life aimlessly seeking a thrill to rid themselves of their boring existence often gravitate to the adrenaline rush. Insecurity. Those who feel a need for control or seek attention get a high when they feel in full control and obtain attention from others. Outbursts of anger, lying, and needy codependency are methods some individuals use to control others. One of the most dangerous and destructive methods of stimulating the adrenaline high is anger. Anger in itself is not a problem. It's how we manage it and the mindset it derives from, which can become the problem. For example, Martin Luther King Jr. was angry over the injustice in America towards minorities. Yet, instead of acting out in hostility, he utilized his anger through nonviolent, peaceful demonstrations. And in doing so, he accomplished more than any other civil rights activist in this nation's history. So we see that the emotion of anger can be a positive, which can motivate us to take appropriate action against injustice or a negative circumstance. Unfortunately, there is a significant portion of our society that equates out of control anger as power. The thug mentality culture is fueled by unhealthy anger, which utilizes and transforms it into a weapon of intimidation. This weapon is used to intimidate others to supply their immediate gratification. It is also used as a stimulant or emotional narcotic, which works the individual up through a temper tantrum until they're into a state of euphoria to where they feel invincible. In the thug culture, music is the method of choice to stimulate the dopamine high. I have seen wards in this state in their rooms attempting to lift bolted down beds and desks, banging on metal doors with their heads and yelling out challenges to their enemies, and sometimes correctional staff. They have worked themselves up to an illusion through the dopamine high of a superpower state, such as how the Incredible Hulk would. They are high off the emotion, just as one under the influence of PCP or meth. They deplete most of their logic, believing they can lift bolted objects and bang their head and fists against metal doors with little or no injury. When they come down off their high, reality quickly reminds them that they have been fooled. I've observed wards displacing their verbal abuse and threats on innocent bystanders in an attempt to hook them into returning an insult or a threat back at them. The slightest reaction from someone would escalate their anger, simultaneously giving them a feeling of empowerment. Ongoing verbal combat keeps their fuel line intact to maintain the high. This is the mindset where bad decisions are made, which can negatively impact a person and others for a lifetime. The first principle I teach students in my anger management group is to stop, relax, and think. It is vital to make this a habit. Great coaches instruct their athletes to relax because it is a proven fact when the muscles are relaxed, we are quicker, stronger, and better focused than when we are tense. In sports, we often see players given fouls for mental mistakes made when they are angry after being frustrated by a pass play or a foul that they feel was unjustified. Out of control anger causes us to become unfocused, which results in mental mistakes, which can have lifetime detrimental effects. The best thing we can do when we feel the emotion of anger is to relax so we can plan a successful game plan. 7 steps to overcoming hostile and impulsive emotions. 1. Practice viewing the positive and humorous side of every situation. Remember, it is the challenges in life that build strong character if we react with the proper response. 2. Associate with positive peers and get involved with positive activities and organizations. 3. Obtain counseling from a wise Christian counselor for any unresolved feelings from past abuse or unpleasant experiences or memories. 4. Read, listen, and watch positive materials. Eliminate the negative. Remember, We must watch what we download into our mind, junk and junk out. 5. Make a list of positive interventions and coping skills with a counselor or mentor and utilize them when your anger and negative impulses are triggered. Test them out. Find out what works and what doesn't until you find your niche. 6. Visualize over and over a variety of scenarios where your anger is triggered and role play in your mind, giving the proper response. Visualize yourself being disrespected or tempted or in an undesirable situation. Then rehearse in your mind, giving the appropriate response. 7. Recite positive self-talk. Tell yourself, I'm doing this because it's best for myself and my family. Remember the big picture.
The game was to see who can pass out. Well, I was about 9 years old running around my neighborhood with friends looking for something to do. We were just little bad kids. You can say we were little outlaws and disobedient with our parents. Well, one day we were just chilling at a spot we usually hang out at. It was a bunch of us. And one of the cool kids brought to our attention a game, and the game was to see who can pass out quicker. You breathe in and out 10 times and lean against a wall. Well, your buddy is putting pressure on your neck, and once you pass out, they let you go and then catch you before you hit the ground. It's like a drug. It makes you feel cool because you're dizzy and laughable, like you just want to laugh a lot, and you just want to keep doing it over and over. It's fun because, while they're passing out, they make funny-looking face expressions, so it's fun to see that.
Well, I'm 19 years old now. It's not good to do that stuff because it kills brain cells.
I know better now, but youngsters don't know, they just want to get excited off of passing each other out. Well, that's it.
I have met and cheated death twice. My story begins with my first battle for life in August 5th of the year 1978 when I came into this world and soon after into my mother's arms. I am originally Mexican born but was raised on the east side of Los Angeles. I came to the south side of California from what was once known as the beautiful city of Tenochtitlan, Mexico City, at the young age of 2, where I then became a street warrior. I had 2 elder brothers who were no more than strangers in my trials of a young life. However, I had a wonderful loving mother who worked too much and too hard to pay me the undivided attention she would have liked to. Not having much homely attention at home, I took to the streets where I learned every crooked trick in the book as well as how to survive, which I have done just fine so far, although I've had some real close encounters. I have met and cheated death twice. You have to respect death in order to understand life. Death is part of living and will one day come knocking on our door, although it doesn't necessarily have to be bad. Everyone will one day take that walk with death. Everyone, though some with that old bag of bones sooner than later.
In my instance, death came at the age of 12. Death came and left without my company on its long journey to the land of the dead, which according to my Mexican indigenous culture is in the underworld known as Mictlan.
I like to imagine death as an attractive, voluptuous spirit woman dressed in the dark clothes of mourning, picking me up at the age of 12 on a street corner headed to Mictlan. I, on the other hand, construct a lie believable enough to keep that ancient woman waiting for me on that East LA corner while I flee to leave her standing for eternity or until she finds another poor fool to take my place. However, it isn't as easy, and it didn't happen like that. My encounter with death happened on a sunny day of October 19th. Dressed in my full street warrior regalia, I took to the street of East Los Angeles after a strenuous day of skill. I should have known something was amiss now that I think of it, after all those undetected subconscious hints I got from homies, teachers, and girls around school. Be careful, they told me. Look what happened to Spooky. Or don't be out on the boulevard too much. It's hot right now, EC. One school counselor asked me, what are you gonna do with your life, damn? Life's too short to keep doing what you do. Look at you. You are a walking target with all those tattoos and gang attire. Do you want to end up dead or in a wheelchair? Oh, I know. How about doing life in the pen? That's what you really want, huh? Boy, was I in for the ride of a lifetime. I found myself on Whittier Bluffed, being the hardest cholo I could be, throwing up gang signs and announcing to everybody in earshot my affiliation to the Barrio Gang. Like every superhero has his consort, I couldn't go without mine. After a while of no activity on Boulevard, I decided to call my baby on a nearby payphone down by the corner on Whittier Bilvidi. After a short conversation of sweet nothings with my baby, a green 85 Buick materialized full of havoc and chaos in the form of gang members, rifle gang members. Hard murderous looks were exchanged as well as insults. Insults not an up-and-coming courageous cholo can ignore, insults that were blasphemous to the gang protocol. Insults I would avenge no matter the consequences. Words that almost cost me my life. As the brave young street warrior I believed to be, I had to react as one. Having neither firepower nor a knife, much less a slingshot, I threw a 40 beer bottle at my estranged enemy arrivals. My intentions were to provoke these guys enough to make them get off and fight me. Or should I say jump me. I was outnumbered 2-1, but that didn't bother me. As long as I'd prove my point and show these intruders they couldn't just come around my territory without any static nor even a word said. To my surprise and relief, they just kept going. I wasn't really up to the idea of being severely beaten, but I couldn't lose face, which I didn't. It wasn't too bad a day after all. Yeah, right, my girlfriend advised me to leave and call her from home. She was afraid they might come back. I gave her a macho reply of some sort in disagreement, but she won me over and I left. I didn't go far though. I guess they had just left to load up because they came back with intentions to take me out of the game for good. As I walked around the corner and up the street, I heard a car motor. I don't know exactly why, but I remember everything else in slow motion. Next, I turned around and spotted the same car approaching. I noticed the car door was slightly ajar, and the passenger sitting shotgun was concealing something from view, which I knew to be most likely a gun. My first reaction was to run. However, my conscience told me to stay put and ride it out. This is my neighborhood, and I shouldn't run in my neighborhood. This is where I'm from, and nobody's going to chase me off. That is all I could think about. Homeboy in the car, for reasons I don't understand, asked me, "Where did you say you were from, me?" I say. After our previous encounter, I told him again I was from the Vario Blanc gang. Anyway, to which he then leveled his gun and fired his first shot. The thunder sound echoed in my ears while I was shocked and motionless to the point of not feeling the bullet strike me on the right side of my 12-year-old belly. The second deadly slug missed me, but sure as hell snapped me out of my initial shock, making me realize this ordeal was way too real to just stand there dumbfounded. I ran and ducked for cover behind a curved sidecar, but it wasn't enough because my rival had just got out of his car to finish what he had started. We played a deadly game of pickle around the car for some very, very high stakes, and I ended up losing. 6 shots were fired and 5 of them were now part of me. After my assailant emptied out the gun's magazine, he fled the scene, leaving me for dead. I stood up and inspected the damage while walking to my homeboy's house, not noticing the overall destruction he had caused me. To my knowledge, only my left arm was wounded and bleeding. As I took a few steps towards my homeboy's house, my legs gave away, and I collapsed to remain there immobile until help came. People seemed to materialize out of nothingness while I lay there in a battle between life and death in a haze of confusion and disbelief. I had always heard of things like this happening every day, but I never thought it would happen to me.
I was aware of the possibility of it happening to me, of one day being face to face with death. I just didn't realize how real it could be until I was laying there with death reaching a hand out to me, laying there, a bleeding mess.
My homeboy and my homegirl made their way up to me with a gun in their grasp, ready for war and to annihilate any intruding force. As they noticed who I was and what had happened, they asked who they were and which way they had fled. I gave them all the information I could and sent them on their way, telling them to get them fools for me, dog, hit them hard, Ise. My homie promised me they would and told me not to worry. I'll be around to hear about it and will get my chance to go too. Under the circumstances, it was hard to believe. I knew he was as scared as I was and was just boasting about a future that might never be. Before he left though, I stopped him to tell my mother I loved her and to take care of her, to which he angrily replied, "F that ese, I'm not doing obscenity. You're going to do that, dog. You're gonna take care of her and tell her whatever you want, fool." Meaning I was going to be alright. Yeah. He fled and left me to what I believed to be my last thoughts, which were filled with my mother's hardship and anguish. All I could think about was her anger and hurt at the realization of her baby being fatally hurt. Boy, was she going to be upset. My present situation became distant during those pensive moments filled with thoughts of my precious mother. All I could think about was her and her pain, not mine, but her pain. The paramedics and cops arrived at the scene moments later, right on time. Everything had begun to go dim and sounds became distant, sort of like when you get up too quickly and experience one of those quick dizzy spells. Although I didn't feel much pain, I knew I was in grave danger. My breathing became labored and my body grew tired. The cops and paramedics began to ask questions and began their death-fighting techniques. It became a real battle between life and death where only one would win. This is also where fantasy took place. Fantasy? Yeah, lies began to form about the whole ordeal. Green cars became red, 2 armed gang rifles became one unidentified assailant. 2005 Buick turned into a 93 Honda, eastbound became southbound, etc. Why, you ask? Well, simply because that's the way people in the barrios are raised and because it is an important rule in the gang culture. Never snitch people off. Times might have changed since my incarceration, but I remember the old days when a Mexican mother would scold her young for telling on people and their doings. It was a tradition. protocol, not to mention the fact that vengeance is in order and one cannot bring vengeance while the perpetrator is behind bars. Cops will sometimes bring justice, but such acts of disrespect can only be brought to justice in the proper form by the law of the streets. Police know this fact but cannot do anything to stop it. The police at the scene asked their questions and proceeded with their wild goose chase while I was lifted onto the ambulance. On my way to the hospital, I experienced an overwhelming fatigue which my whole being revolved around. All I wanted was to fall into a deep sleep, but the medic guy just wouldn't allow me to at least close my eyes. He badgered me with annoying questions that I am now grateful for. We reached the emergency room of the famous East Los Angeles General Hospital, where USC medical staff prepared me for surgery. Go USC Trojans! It was chaos in that ER, people screaming, yelling, crying, and most likely dying. I made it to the operating room where tubes and machines were everywhere. I was strapped on and ready for the ride. Some type of mask was placed over my nose and mouth, and I was told to count to 10 while some powerful overhead light beamed down on me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I passed out and didn't wake up until the next day or so. What followed was 2.5 months of blood tests, x-rays, and long, lonely days of hospital life. My mother, my homeboys, and even some girls from around the neighborhood came by frequently. But my life had been touched by that ancient woman who was full of death and sorrow. You would have thought I'd changed my ways, right? Nah, I was nearly killed a second time by bullets now lodged in my neck and back. One was directly headed either for my spine or throat, and the other one was bound to penetrate my right lung. What's funny is that you would have figured all the hardship would have slapped me in the face and woke me into realizing how precious life is. Instead, I am now deprived of my freedom, doing what somebody did to me.